the title of the show today. Even though I put a question mark, I was being spicy, but I needed to, but I had to throw up a question mark. I mean, that's essentially why I did it. Question marks should have gave that leeway, but I had someone directly at me. It was like, "Hey, Steel, what's up with that name of that show? Like, what do you mean?" That's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing that Phil lied about Starfield.
People don't understand.
You guys didn't hear that?
People don't understand your ways, Steel.
It's hard to come up with show titles sometimes, man. Especially it's like, you know, when I'm thinking about it, it's like, man, I've started doing this thing where I try to incorporate different things that have happened throughout the week in the title because I know it's good for, the searches and whatnot. So I try to play off of multiple different things, and that's why it's kind of exactly phrased the way that it is. But hey, man, if people see this clickbait, it is what it is. I mean, again, it got you. If it gets your attention, then great. But that's not necessarily my intention. I'm not one of these game journalists doing it.
You're not a pundit?
No, I'm not unfortunately, I'm not an industry pundit. Unfortunately.
Or fortunately.
And let's see if we can get my my headset connect. I am having some headset issues this morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why. I had a feeling like I probably should have just reset my computer when I got up this morning when it first did it. But I was like, maybe it should be all right. I don't know what's going on with it. Holla at me real quick, Pong. Talk to me. Okay, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear me sniffle?
I can hear you get a little sniffy sniff in.
Yeah. Not that kind of sniffy sniff.
But hopefully you guys can hear us. Hopefully you guys can hear us fine. Hopefully Pong is coming through for you smooth. He should be. I hadn't changed anything since last
Everybody
time.
Keep Steel honest here as he tries to mute me out of the show all the damn time. Everybody keep him honest. Let him know if you can't hear me.
Please. Because, I mean, again, without your guys' help, I'd have to check,
it'd be a one-man show
myself.
It'd be a one-man show.
I don't know about all of that.
Yeah, that's what Steel wants.
No, I think we have a pretty good thing here with this.
Steel wants to break away, have creative freedom.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what he's looking for.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That's the deep hidden secrets?
Yeah, because you do everything behind the scenes to make this show go, so now you're getting that head where you're like, damn, fuck this shit.
I wish
Pong shows up late every fucking Saturday morning, doesn't do shit for me. I can do this shit my fucking self.
I wish that was the case.
That's exactly what it is. Chat. Let him know.
I'm just pulling up some articles and things here, just so we have some things to kind of base off of.
No, we don't need that.
Have some things to be ready for
off the cuff.
I mean, it's gonna be off the cuff regardless, but I did want to talk about Phil Spencer interview this week. Mainly because again, every time that I hear Phil talk, oh, you sent it to me? I just peeped that.
I sent you to the Windows Central one.
I just peeped that, bro, and I cannot wait for fucking Atlas phone, bro. The game is looking. These screenshots look so fucking juicy, bro. The game looks so fucking creative.
May, right before my birthday.
And then, did you see in the comments below that Xbox wrote? They put a face and said, "We are looking."
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even see that before. Wow.
Yeah, Xbox Social's been much better interacting with other game companies too lately. So they've been doing a good job with that shit. We'll see. Maybe
let's see if they get a little Game Pass deal.
Maybe they're working on the.
It is a multiplayer game, and it's going to be a new IP. Again, this coming from Focus Entertainment. They've been up and down, as far as like the quality of their titles to a lot of people. So, I mean, that could definitely have an effect on what they may be looking for. Yeah, Armored Core. We definitely got to talk about that. Appreciate that in there.
Oh, yeah.
We did get some more information about Diablo 4 also. So that was kind of really good. Seeing stuff, what you get for playing the beta and everything. So that's dope. Got quite a few things, man.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Be more than likely going to be approved. Final Fantasy producers saying they don't need anything but those European folks in their games.
Uh,
No.
80 to $2,000 rig to run it like a PS5.
Oh, what the fuck ever.
Yeah. Let's go.
It's just super weird. As much as I'm into, and I just saw some gameplay for Final Fantasy 16 earlier that somebody else posted, and the combat reminds me a lot of 15, which is kind of like, it reminds me of 15, but of course take it to the next level because this is done by the main. It's done by the main team, right?
Yeah.
So it's like they looked over at what Final Fantasy 15 did, and they put their own spin on it, and really took it to the next level as far as like, I don't know who said it, but somebody said it was more God of War-esque in some ways because of how it's cut. And that's the only way why I say that is because of how it's cut, the different angles and the different cut scenes. Like when you do have QTEs, it's more so within the flow of combat. You know what I mean? It doesn't really take away.
Who said that? I think it was Minotti who said that.
It might have been Mike Minotti. That's probably exactly what I saw from that. So that's going to be interesting. To hear that Baldur's Gate 3 is probably going to be more of a hit than Starfield would be is actually extremely exciting news. I don't know. Maybe I had a deep down feeling that Baldur's Gate 3 was just going to be a better game. I don't know, man. Like, it could be. Since it's on PlayStation, it has to be the better game, right?
Another journalist. Yes, sir. We had a couple more this week, Steel. God damn, man. They're just on a roll.
And then with Luminous shutting down and getting folded into back into Square Enix, is kind of like, it's unfortunate, man, because again, I feel like this is something that we've touched on previously, where like Square Enix cutting these deals with PlayStation again. Of course, you got to have whoever's going to fund your games. It's great, and maybe we could blame Xbox for not wanting to maybe jump in that same pool. But there has to be other things going on behind the scenes to where, at least on a business side of things, when you think about it, unless they're just being super hard-headed, being more of a Japanese-based company or just being more Eastern, and maybe this is something us on the West can't understand. But when you're like not doing the greatest, you'd imagine that you'd want to cut deals that actually would benefit you more so, right? So like for an example, for Forspoken, you cut a 2-year deal for Forspoken, if I'm not mistaken, and you just want the game to die. So 2 years later, the game comes on the Xbox. Who's going to want to play it on Xbox? Now, I'm not saying, again, I still haven't played the game. I still have interest in the game, and I still do want to play the game. I have it downloaded and everything's good to go, but it's just like, how does that make sense? Why would you wait if you're not seeing, like at some point you have to bring Sony to the table and be like, look, Sony, I know we cut this deal, dog, but like, why is there not like a clause in your contract that says, yo, we'll keep it a 2-year exclusive if we hit this much amount of sales? You know what I mean? Or something like that. You would figure that they want to put better stipulations in those contracts so that it'll work out for them as the developers, man. But I don't know. That's why these conversations are so interesting still in the gaming industry, because there still seems to be something off, especially on the conversation side or just on a logical side of things. Like, I know we're not directly involved with gaming in any form, but there's a lot of the times where, whether it's be from the Fun Speculation Network or just right here, Living Splitscreen with me and Pong, where it's just like, why are we more so in the know of how things may need to be done? What we think would probably end up being better. It's just like the conversation before we go live and everything. And I'll bring this back up during the show too. Just like the conversation of people saying that, oh, Final Fantasy 16 is going to be bigger than Starfield. Like, where have y'all been living under a rock? Like, I'm sorry to tell you guys, but if it wasn't for Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy wouldn't be relevant, period. Not as relevant as people have tried to make it seem. Nowhere close. Matter of fact, the only reason Square Enix is even as successful as they are currently is because of Final Fantasy 14. Which is super unfortunate that an older game has to continue to save you. I mean, you can say the same thing about World of Warcraft with Blizzard, right? And Activision, keep them. I'm pretty sure they're keeping them afloat, got a consistent stream of money coming in. But it's just like, how are people like conflating the two? Like, how is this game going to be more impactful than a game that like Starfield that is known that is coming out of a reputable company like Bethesda ZeniMax, and it coming from extremely talented devs also that have consistently kind of reinvigorated the WRPG market, and just how we kind of look at games and whatnot. I don't know, man. I thought that was another interesting thing seeing get passed around. I don't know if it's because one is on PlayStation and then the other's on Xbox while we have to do this thing. I also think it's funny that we're using third-party games to compete with first-party games. And again, games are games, and whether a game is good or not, something completely different. But it's just like the way that people are using it in conversation to really fuel their reasoning for why this is happening. It's kind of beyond me. And then I heard some things last night too that really I couldn't listen long, man. It's very seldom that I'm like able to tune all the way in. It's just like, at what point do you call out people for certain things that they say? But anyway, I just heard some things last night that were interesting too. But we'll get into a lot of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope
Steel's ready to rock and roll, folks. If you can't tell, chat, Steel is ready. This is why I love my Saturday mornings. This is why I love getting here with my brother. This is exactly why. The man just gave you a half-hour show to start off, and we're behind the scenes. I'm telling you, this man, every Saturday morning, he comes because all week long he's been holding this stuff in. He doesn't do a whole lot of shows, so when he gets his opportunity Saturday morning right here on Living Splitscreen, this man is prepped. He is ready, primed, cock lock, and ready to rock. This is my brother, man. I love it, Steel. No, I love it. I love it. This
just had some things on my mind, man. It's just sometimes the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. But it's like when you're somebody that cares about the industry, sometimes it's worth being insane a little bit.
You already know it, Steel. You already know it. God damn it, I love you. Oh, man, what a great way to start the show. I'm just sitting here sending news to you, listening to you just go off already. Let's go, chat.
Well,
let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can't tell, I guess we're locked and loaded. Hopefully you're ready. This has been behind the scenes with Living Splitscreen. For those who are live, you are getting live gameplay from my first few hours with Wo Long, Fallen Dynasty. What a fucking fantastic game. Though I do want to get into some of the nitty gritty about it, because guys, I'm not gonna lie. That intro to the game, that first boss, he is something that that's gonna either make or break you. And to be quite honest, I almost put the game down.
Okay, well, we got to talk about this right now, or we got to talk about this when we start the show. When we get into we're gonna do a combo Wo Long breakdown, because I did play up into that first boss, Steel, and you know me already as the not Souls guy, right? But I'm glad we kind of already on the same wavelength.
He almost and I'll get to it, but there's definitely something about, again, and I've mentioned this before, when a game forces you to truly learn the game. Yeah. This is a good example of that. Because after it clicked, and I haven't had and I'll tell you this, Pong, after that first boss, every other boss after has not been even.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've read.
But I think it's because it has to click.
Okay, we're gonna talk about it because
he is fucking annoying though. So we'll definitely talk about it.
We're gonna talk about it
because but anyway. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. No, I didn't do any co-op. I try to leave out as much of like story as I could. But you are gonna get at least 2 main bosses out of this. And hopefully you guys enjoy it, man. Again, you're probably gonna see me get clapped up a few times here. Again, I never sit here and say, "Oh, I'm perfect in all these games that I play." I do die. I don't mind showing that. It's not clipped up to show that I did die or whatever the case. So you're just getting raw gameplay from me. Some of it is spliced together because of timing, but it's all good. You're gonna get some good gameplay. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Let's get locked and loaded. I'm going to go ahead and pull this gameplay back because it's already about 46 minutes in because I was working on some things behind the scenes, and we got to start recording. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning. A lot of beautiful people. We will get you some shout outs here as we start the show, and I greatly appreciate you all being here with us live behind the scenes. Let's get the party started. Ow! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how are you guys feeling this morning? Can you hear me clear? Is my headset working? Is the mic working? I hope you guys can hear me, because if not, I'm going to be a sad puppy. But if you can, I got to welcome you to one of the most greatest morning shows, at least in my personal opinion. Some would consider the replacement for Saturday morning cartoons the only place where you get that non-console-centric, not only gaming news, but you also get the personality-driven, the live, raw, and uncut nature, the soul to feed your morning, right here locked in with Living Splitscreen. And also the only place where you get that RTS view. That's real-time strategy, in case you might have forgot, where you pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, you pull those resources together and build up that foundation that me and Pong were trying to reach 3 billion people. Now, I heard Phil Spencer's trying to do the same thing, but again,
he copied us.
We are definitely trying to grow and reach more and more people. Again, you can say what you want to about us. We're working on a lot of things behind the scenes, and we'll get there at one point. We'll see. But nonetheless, that is the goal. This is also the home of that ECP, that educated consumer perspective, because we're not lawyers, we're not attorneys, we're not sitting in the building with any of these game companies, in the boardrooms, none of that good stuff. We just have years of experience, not only in gaming, but also as just professionals in our own industries, sales, customer service, just dealing with people overall, and also just having an understanding of how business works on that front. So hopefully you guys are locked and loaded today. We have a lot of interesting things to get into. Phil came out and talked about some things and cleared up some things also. We got some more questions about Phil lying about Starfield being exclusive, although
never ends.
He had offered clarity on that originally, again, but he talked about that in an interview. Ubisoft getting rid of more and more people. They seem to be in dire straits. And Baldur's Gate 3 is apparently going to be a bigger game than Starfield because it's on PlayStation. So I think if you can't tell, there's quite a few things to get in here today. Also, Square Enix just can't seem to hold good games together, or can't get sales right. I don't know. They said it was the Western Division eating up all the money, but it seems like even their in-house studios are eating up all the budget, and they can't stand it. And I guess Final Fantasy 14 is just their bread and butter, and that's where they're going to live at from now on. Who knows? But that's just some of the things that we're going to get into today. Hopefully you're locked and loaded. Again, for our audio listeners, guys, got to come check us out live at some point if you can. We got live gameplay brought to you week to week by myself, Steel Rain. And man, if you just want a representation of a recent game that has come out, or just want to see somebody actually putting in the work, because I know there's a lot of people out there who are using other gameplay and say that's their gameplay and not really representing themselves as gamers well. Hey, I get, to each their own, but you're always going to get that live raw and uncut from me here. So always be on the lookout for that. And again, there's nothing like watching live. Get to interact with the chat, get to chop it up with us. We address you guys directly. It's really dope, man. So we'll see what ends up happening. But with that being said, I am one of the hosts, Steel Brain, but I gotta introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen that I have not only, but he is the X-Man that is not Cyclops. He got Jean Grey on the side. He got, he got a lot of things going on, but it's my brother from another, the one and only Pong Steel. How you feeling this morning, brother? What's going on?
I'm feeling great, Steel. Like, if anybody jumped in here late and you weren't here for behind the scenes, you missed out on Steel starting the show early. This guy's ready to rock and roll, folks. Listen, Saturday morning, Living Splitscreen with my brother from another Steel Rain. This is why I love this, right? This is why I absolutely enjoy the hell out of coming here every Saturday morning with this man. So yeah, we are cocked, locked, and ready to rock. This has been a hell of a week of news, ABK stuff flying around. The circus just waiting for Phil to open his mouth, like Steel said, and once again push narratives about lies, and more lies, which we all know is not the case. So yeah, we got a lot to get into. Journalists being journalists yet again this week. But man, what a great week, Steel. What a great week. Had an extra show this week, was on Gamers Initiative podcast yesterday. Hey, listen, quick shout out. I did it last night, but I'll do it here again for this community. Hogue is back, everybody, which is unfreaking believable. I got chills yesterday seeing his post that he was coming back and going to actually put up a show yesterday. So shout out to Hogue, shout out to Mrs. Hogue, shout out to the entire Hogue family. They've been through hell and back. And Hogue, 3 months out, did a 35-minute show yesterday. No, he didn't interact with the chat or do super chats, but that man to not be at 100% yet and to put himself on camera as a test run, strength, man. That's a lot of strength from that dude. It was good to have him back.
He could have sat down for quite some time longer, but again, like there's some of us who
just built
it is more worth for us to go out there and put as much energy into some things that we care about and the things that we love to try to get back in the swing of things versus just trying to recover behind the scenes, sitting, laying down, just relaxing. We got to put ourselves to the test. And honestly, I feel like that's an old adage that has kind of been lost amongst a lot of folks, where sometimes you got to push through it. It just helps create a stronger version of yourself.
You do. And so I had to make mention of it because it was just awesome to hear his voice again. I didn't catch it live because I was on the Gamers Initiative podcast yesterday. So I didn't get to catch it live. So I watched it back, though, about 35 minutes. And it was just great to hear him. And again, outside of just the personal human touch, like him being just a great human being, we've missed his voice for 3 months on this ABK deal. Like, it was crazy listening to him, like, post up, and people have been trying to fill in that role and doing an admirable job, right? Again, the community picks up when something like that happens. But man, just to hear his explanations again, breaking down the entire docket, nothing like it from that perspective. So it was great from that side as well. But yeah, man, Steel, it's been an interesting 2 weeks of gaming, brother. Interesting 2 weeks of gaming. I was kind of analyzing it because you know me, I'm a grazer, so I'm always all over the place, right? But I've got games, I got games started like Hogwarts. I put in 40 hours the first week. Absolutely love that game. We talked about it multiple times here. I got Atomic Heart that I've got probably 6-7 hours into, maybe a little bit less than that, somewhere in that neighborhood though.
They actually had to do some apologizing this week, I think, for
because an old Russian cartoon that they didn't clear. They got all the episodes in there. So
to me, I'm not going to be overly critical about it, but I do think it's unfortunate that something like that was missed, especially in today's day and era, where it's just like, especially with the kind of content that show had in it, it was just like, really, man, it is a stink, because it's like, dog, where's your quality fucking control at? Like, just completely out of the window.
And the dev team didn't need it. Right?
No,
the dev
they
team
didn't need it
because
at all.
they already had controversy. Again, controversy we talked about here, which I think is BS on the Russian stuff. So you don't want to miss something like that. I don't feel it was intentional in any way. They obviously, I'm gonna err on the side that it definitely fucking wasn't. That they just pulled the entire show, threw them all in there, didn't watch every single episode, and that was in there. I'm gonna err on the side of most human beings don't come from that angle. And that there's no way they want that to come in.
We definitely would have to hope so. We definitely have to.
Yeah. I would definitely hope so. So, but again, going back, so I got all these great games. I got Midnight Suns with the DLCs dropping, and I want to, I've been trying to jump.
Venom looking dope in there, man. I like the way they represent Venom in Midnight Suns.
He's looking so good.
Every time that I see him, it makes me want to. It makes me want to jump in a little bit.
It's on sale all the time now. Like it underperformed according to 2K. They hope it has long legs. It should. I see more people every week. Yeah, I know. I see more people every week though jumping into it and loving it. And I think Steel, even you, as not being that turn-based guy, card-based guy per se, I think you would actually enjoy this game. It is actually that good. So, but I've got all these games, Steel. My point, I'm rambling. My point is I got all these games that I want to hop into, that I should be hopping into. But for the past 2 weeks, I've been doing this weird grazing, like really odd grazing. And I figured it out, Steel. I am to the point that I need Starfield in my life. This is now like a thing. Like I need my Starfield fix, and it's affecting my regular gaming habits. And it's causing it. Like I'm not sitting there looking at all my library going, oh, I don't want to play games. I don't want to play games. Right. It's not that kind of rut, folks, at all, because I'm still gaming and I want to game, but I'm finding weird things. So last weekend, Steel, I went back and pulled up Tron Evolution from the 360.
Wow, that's a
360. Yeah, I posted it. I forgot I had it in my library. I picked it up off of Gold at some point. I started up. I had a save file. I'm like, what the hell did I play this game? Well, I was only halfway through the tutorial, so I never really played the game. I sat down to Tron Evolution last weekend, popped in like 4 or 5 hours into Tron Evolution, and I made a post about it. Like, Disney, you've got to use this IP. Make a current gen action RPG Tron. You got something. The game, even on the 360, even though it wasn't the greatest game, it's not the greatest game. Of course not.
Yeah.
But it's beautiful even from the 360.
Yeah.
Some points of the game are because and it's the aesthetic. The aesthetic is timeless. That neon on dark backgrounds, black backgrounds, highlighting just certain aspects of like the tanks or the cycles, the light cycles. It's just gorgeous. And I can't imagine what it would be like now. Like, and the concept of Tron, like you said, Steel, the story of Tron is so good.
It's dope.
So I did Tron Evolution. So I was fooling around with that. Then Steel, it gets weirder. Okay? It gets weirder. Because then I get into the week and I'm still messing around with random games here and there. And all of a sudden, of course, I get in the back of my skull. I'm like, I want some sci-fi. Again, Starfield. I want some sci-fi. What am I going to do? Okay, well, maybe I'll re-download the Mass Effect trilogy, the remake. And maybe I'll play through that. Maybe I'll start up that again and start doing that again. I really, I love Mass Effect, obviously. It's one of my goats.
Right.
Well, funnily enough, Microsoft Rewards pop up and it's hey, go kill 75, which is actually 25. Go kill 25 enemies in Mass Effect Andromeda. So I fired up on the cloud. I fire up Mass Effect Andromeda on the cloud, and I start playing Mass Effect Andromeda. Again, folks, I'm in the hater group of Mass Effect Andromeda. It's not Mass Effect, okay? But when I started playing it through the cloud, every time I have popped it in before, I have played, for a few hours here and there, and I played more on the PS4. It's like, I still like the concept. So what I did was I did a mind shift, Steel. I said, okay, I'm playing not a Mass Effect game here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna push it. It's a high-end AA sci-fi RPG. And I made that mind shift. And I played enough double A's where I can do this on the fly. So I started looking at this game. I'm like, all right, we're going to ignore all the Mass Effect references. We're going to ignore all that. And I'm just going to play this as a sci-fi RPG. Well, I wound up playing it more and more. And finally, I just said, screw it. I'm downloading it. So I downloaded it. And so I've been playing Mass Effect Andromeda as well this week. On top of, I still pop into Atomic Heart and do that here and there. And then Steel, and we'll kind of do a joint talk through of this because I know you've been playing. You've been playing Destiny as well, which you can talk about too. Yeah, you've been playing things. But Wolong went live the other night.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to play it. It was late. I started the character creation, which Steel,
it takes time.
That's a hour long process. Getting my character the way I want her to look, right? So I started that up, but then I did finish it. I finished the character creation last night after Xbox Ultimate before bed, and then I started playing. And I had played the demo. I didn't play the second demo, but I played the first demo that they dropped, and I liked it. I'm not a Souls guy. I knew what I was getting into here. I know this is more Souls-like, but I really liked the demo, and I really want to give this a go like I did with Elden Ring. I want to give this one a go. So I started playing through that first level, Steel. Love the game. Love the visuals. Love the customization. Love the loot. Love the combat is, yes, of course, Souls-like, but it's more forgiving, at least for me, on the parry aspect, right? Much more forgiving. I can miss the initial parry and still catch it on the second button press, right? And hit it right. It's difficult because each enemy comes with a different attack with different timing, and it can be completely different than the dude that you just took down, completely. And it throws me off because even as much as I'm learning it, it still throws me way off because I'm expecting that attack to come really quick, and then it's a delayed attack.
Yep.
They hold it, and that screws with me bad. So I got through and I was playing, but I like the openness of the levels. I like the different pathways you can take, trying to decide if I want to go this way, go that way. I was taking a different path, ran into a monster who was like a level. And again, I know it's not really levels, it's spirit levels or whatever.
15 or whatever.
Yeah, 15. Yeah, I ran it. I'm like, nope, we're not going to go this way. I'm like, I'm not ready to take on no 15. We're good. We're good. We'll just backtrack.
Like spirit level 2. I'm hard-headed. Okay. Yeah, I'm hard. I was hard-headed.
I know you are.
He beat me one time. He beat me like 3 times in a row, and I was like, I gotta kill this fucking thing now. Like,
I've learned my lesson there, so I didn't want to run into that frustration that early, so I backed up. I was like, all right, we're just gonna go back the other way. Actually, was doing pretty good, Steel. I got up to spirit level 10, right, and was doing pretty good, leveling up. Going stealth and magic. I know there's a bunch of different ways you can go there, but I was leaning into the stealth and leaning into the magic, as I'm wont to do anyways. And so I was doing pretty good. Got to a mini boss kind of thing, just a tougher kind of mini boss enemy. Took me 2 times to get through him, but I figured him out, got him. And then Steel, let's talk about this jointly here, because this is where I think Koei Tecmo screwed up as far as an accessibility, and I know where you're going to come from because you kind of talked about it. So I know where you're going to come from. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to try to make this game open up like Elden Ring did for a lot of people, there's a mistake that you can't do out the gate because, as you said, Steel, and I'll let you talk about from your side, your perspective. But I agree with you on this point. This was a point I was going to make. If you're going to introduce, and this is the introduction level, you introduce your game and you want a bigger, wider audience, maybe pulling in some people that aren't necessarily Souls fans like me, you can't start off with a 2-stage boss, bro. You can't.
I was not expecting it, and when it happened, I was like, wow, okay, here we go.
Right.
I was like, I should have expected it as a Souls fan, but like in this game, when I beat him the first time, I was like, they're good. I beat him. Yeah. And then when he went to his second fail, I was like,
yo. Yes.
Okay.
And right. And as a non-Souls fan, right? As somebody who doesn't come from that angle of, oh, I'm going to challenge myself every single time. I was feeling pretty good about myself, and I was actually feeling pretty good about the game, right? I was like, okay. I'm like, I understand what they're doing. It's not easy, right? And we know that there's no difficulty selection in this game. It's supposedly AI generated. As you do better, the enemies will ramp up. If you're not doing as well, they kind of relax off the difficulty level. I don't know for sure how that's working through this whole process. I'm not far enough in the game to understand if it is actually doing that or not. But I was feeling pretty good about myself, Steel. I was like, okay, this might actually be one of those Souls-like games that isn't as bad as I've experienced in the past, and I might actually be able to do this. Then I get to this boss. I lost once, right, on the first stage, right? I lost once, but then I came back. I was like, no, that's cool. That's cool. I've been losing. It's not that big a deal. I get what he's doing, and I'm starting to learn a little bit, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. I've got I've got 3 health potions. I'm good. I can do this. So then I hit him the second time, Steel. Get like a series of parries. Like I pull off a series of parries perfectly, good. Nail them. Yeah, it feels real good, especially when he gets stunned and you get that power attack, that spirit attack on him. I'm like, okay, I got my magic. I'm like, all right, I'm getting my magic. I'm gonna use them. I went poison on the magic route to start because I like that damage over time thing. So I'm like, all right, I hit him a couple times. All right, cool. We got him in the I got into that rhythm. I was like, all right, I parried you, got okay. Wiped him. Right? I didn't even use up all my health potions. I still have 1 health potion left. I'm like, all right, I like how they're doing this. Maybe this AI difficulty is working. I'll let you take over right here, Steel. Because then I got him down, and then all of a sudden goes to a cutscene, and I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't him dying or running away cutscene. Nah. This is him powering up cutscene. Yeah. Oh, you're giving me a 2-stage boss out the gate? On the intro level, I've got 1 potion. You got to be kidding me. I got him down halfway, Steel. I got him down halfway. It wasn't like I got demolished. I got him down halfway, but then he murdered me. And I'm like, all right. It was already late. So I'm like, all right. Yeah, I know where this game is going now. But I did read, like you said, Steel, I did read. People said, look, you got to get through that first boss. The other bosses aren't that bad. I did hear Lu Bu later on as a kind of annoying boss as well. So I want to beat this guy, Steel, but I'll end my point here, Steel. Koei Tecmo, I understand what you're going for, and I know where Steel's going to explain why they did this as well. I understand what you're going for. I understand that you are teaching in the initial level, in the introduction level. You're teaching people the mechanics and what to expect in the game, and you're trying to get people used to that. But again, you're going to scare off a lot of potential fans from this game with that first boss. There's gonna be people. I'm gonna keep going because I do want to beat them, right? I do want to get past them.
Because once you beat them, you unlock co-op. So that's the other thing too.
Right,
you have to beat them to unlock co-op.
You have to beat them to unlock co-op. So I want to get through this guy. So I'm going to take the time to try to beat him. But there's going to be a lot of people who won't understand that later on, according to many people, including yourself, the rest or most of the other bosses coming up aren't like him. So if you get past him, you're going to have a much better experience or not easier, but you're going to have a lighter experience coming up if you can get through him. A lot of people aren't going to take the time to know that. They're going to, nope, it's a Souls game. I'm out. I'm done. I'm not doing this, right? I'm not doing this. And I think that's the opposite of what Koei Tecmo probably wanted. Like, I understand their thinking in a way, but they should have probably thought a little bit further ahead and said, no, we want a wider audience. Let's not. Like, if people want to quit later on because some of the bosses ramp up, that's fine, but not off rip. Let's get people into this game to give a better chance that you have a wider audience. So I'm done. I'll let you take over for the Wolong and Destiny stuff that you've been doing and whatever else, Steel. Because I know you've had a
we'll stick on Wolong. On a lot of the points that you made, Pong, I do definitely agree. To give somebody, if their goal was to try to make it more accessible, having a 2-phase boss first off rip was very
unnecessary.
I'm not gonna say off-putting, but unnecessary would probably be a better word. There might have been a better way to really introduce people, but they do also involve some story elements. And once you get them down to a certain amount, I think it's a little past halfway actually, Pong, where where the dude says, "Hey, use your special ability," and then like a dude that's running with you, he says, "Hey, use your special ability." And it's like once you get him down past halfway, press Y and B, and at the same time, and he does the special, and it takes the rest of his health bar away.
Oh, so I was close.
So yeah, so that's the thing that they did do right, but I can understand why to some it would be off-putting, because when you have a hard time, because I'll be completely honest. It's just like you, even as a Souls fan, someone who likes to play difficult games, because I like a game for me to try to force itself to teach me how to play its game. That's perfectly fine. There's just something about that. I can kind of do other things, listen to podcasts, whatever I need to do. It takes away, it takes away a little bit from that. But it was extremely off-putting to me. I don't know if it was the rhythm of it. I don't know if I just wasn't making sense out of the parry system, but I was kind of struggling with the whole parrying thing up to this point. For most of the reasons that you mentioned, Paul, running into different enemies, or they got different attacks. Like you run into some skeletal, like there's some skeletal enemies that fight a certain ways, and then there's the more human enemies that fight a certain way, and there's a bigger human enemy, and then there's this big ass fucking tiger that fucking has just the fastest moves I've ever fucking seen in my life, and the longest delay in attacks that I've ever fucking seen in my life. So I'm trying to dodge him. I mean, luckily, again, like I had mentioned while Pong was talking about it, I beat him. I'm hard-headed. And I saw people suggesting that, hey, don't fight this tiger until you've gotten to your spirit level to about 10. And I was like, I'm sitting there at spirit level 2. I'm like, man, nah, I gotta make this work, because I just felt like I could. Needless to say, it took me 3 tries. I ended up beating them on my 4th try. And it felt good. So, and I think right then is when it started kind of clicking a little bit. Then we get, because of course I like to explore the area, look at different stuff. The other thing too is that as you are leveling up, like your spirit level, because each stage has its own spirit level. You always start off at 0, and then you kind of progressively get higher as you go throughout the level.
Yep.
What the map does is, so that you don't feel that regression, like you're just moving backwards all the time when you die, is that, let's say you get to one of the, you get to the normal banners that you have. That's where you can rest and upgrade stuff and whatever else the case. And then you have these other small banners that you could put. What the small banners do is essentially kind of hold your level in place. So if you die, let's say you get it up to, level 10, the spirit level. If you hit one of those small flags, once you hit that at that level, if you die, you maintain that level. You don't go back.
Still lose half your chi though.
But the way that they kind of supplement that though is that they have a revenge mechanic, where it does, if you kill the enemy that killed you, it'll give you a lot of that chi back. Or, again, this is something that Souls games have always done, where you kind of just fight your way back through the enemies, and you're kind of either getting more than what you had before, or replacing what you had.
Yeah, because if you rest at the big flag, then the enemies respawn.
Exactly. So, and I saw a lot of people suggesting, hey, before you get to the first boss, maybe go through the map, get up to like spirit level 15 or 10 to 15, and then go try it and see how you feel about it. I saw that. That didn't make any sense to me. Why we want to go? I don't like playing that way, going back through a bunch of enemies that I just fought. There's just something kind of, to me, mentally off-putting about that. So I fought him at level 4. I was like level 4 or some shit.
How the hell did you get there at level 4?
I don't know. My spirit level had to be at least 10. It had to be at least.
I was gonna say, because there's no way.
My character level.
Oh, your character level, your chi level
was only 2 or 4, something like
that. That's the other thing too, Steel, that real quick. That's the other thing too, Koei Tecmo didn't do for newer people to this type of game, is explain the level up system. There's a lot of percentages. There's a lot of different little stats. Like no explanation.
There's a lot of reading involved. There's a lot.
Like if I didn't have experience with like looters and gear and all that kind of stuff, that's gonna be off-putting to a lot of people, because there's no explanation. Like which one of these should I pick? Like
it's just,
and you don't.
It shows you it doesn't stats it affects, and that's it. It's just like,
and it doesn't explain that you can only learn certain magic spells based upon your level of that chi in that area, in that element. Like, they don't explain that at all. Like, all of a sudden I was like, oh, I can learn this spell in fire. Oh no, but you're not going to be able to use this according to your current level, right? And I'm like, what? What do you? Oh, because I didn't put any points into that.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you have to be like level 10 to use this move.
Right.
We have to in that category. And it's
in that
like,
category.
Oh, okay. Now that makes sense. But anyway, but like you, Pong, and I like a lot of people, when I got to the first boss, just his first phase almost made me put down the game. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it wasn't clicking for me. Maybe it was the parry mechanics. I don't know. Typically in Souls games, I don't parry. I'm more movement based. I like to roll around. I like, get
which you can do.
Or roll through the enemies.
Yes.
In this, bro, I do not have that much success rolling through enemies' attacks, personally. So I found myself getting to a point to where I was just like the first time I played it, it was later in the night. I know later in the night, I don't have patience. I don't have a lot of patience, especially things go out. Life happens before that. So get to that point, I'm just like, all right, man, maybe I just had enough. But so I come back the next time. I ended up really feeling it out because, to be honest, his first phase is really easy to kind of understand, right? Always gonna do these moves, the timing of them kind of starts really making sense, and the parry mechanics kind of start flowing together. Okay, you're like, oh, well, I can't, like, there's some time for the parry. Like, you don't want to do it right when they hit. You have to do it like right before.
Right.
There's a whole timing element to it, which started kind of making sense to me until I got to a second phase. Then I started the second phase and I was just beating my head up against the wall. Like, why is this so fucking difficult? Needless to say, I almost was going to come in Saturday, based off of what I played, because I did make that trip to New Zealand when I was playing. I was like, man, this game is fucking clunky. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't feel good to play. I don't know. It's because there were like little things that were annoying me. I was like, why is there a double jump if the second jump doesn't even go any higher for real? It's like a point. Like, it was just little things that was like I was starting to nitpick. So I was playing on Xbox. I didn't really have too many performance issues other than there was some frame timing issues that you could tell, because it was like in certain sequences when I was fighting the boss, it looked like the boss was trying to catch up with the game, and I was like,
see, this is the part. This is the part with you Souls guys and gals, that when you guys talk about the frame misses and skips, I don't see any of that shit. I'm like, whatever.
Whereas, and then I when the game actually released, globally, I jumped on PC because it's also in Xbox Game Pass app, or Xbox PC app. So I jumped on PC, and a lot of the issues that people mentioned about PC performance, I didn't run into. I don't see. I'm actually having a better overall experience on the PC than I was on Xbox for whatever reason. So needless to say, to each their own. You may have a little bit of issues on either or. It's all going to be personal experience. But I was able to beat him. The one thing that I will say about this game that they do really well, which I do like. But again, this is also just because I am a fan of these style of games. Them introducing the parry mechanic, kind of like Sekiro does too, it's not as intense as Sekiro, nowhere close, but they want you to understand the parry system.
Yep.
And they want you to understand the rhythm of the parry system, right? That's the majority of what they're trying to show you within that first boss. Not only that, but not to be scared to move around the play space. Actually run, run around the play. Don't just stand in one place trying to do these little dodges and fly kick out of the way. No. Fucking move around the map. Because if you don't, you might find yourself in situations or where you can't really see what's happening before it happens. And again, this is a game where it wants you to understand how the boss's mechanics not just the bosses, but the game's mechanics before everything. Because parrying literally works on everything in this game. Doesn't matter what they do, if it's a magic ability, if it's a regular attack, it does not matter. It works on everything and you will take no damage. Now, I still haven't perfected it, but I did end up beating that. I did end up beating the 2-stage boss in the beginning.
Yeah.
And when I tell you that once you beat him, that's when everything clicks. Because after that, everything else just kind of falls in line. Where you're just like, that experience is nowhere, like, now these other experiences nowhere close to what I just experienced. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's there's that's obviously being used as a teaching tool. And I agree with you, Pong. It definitely is going to be a turnoff point for a lot of people who can't just get past the first phase. And fortunately, unfortunately, you will have to have patience. You will have to have understanding, and you do have to have an actual care for wanting to play the game to really enjoy it for what it is, right?
Yeah.
And because I like these style of games, again, it gives me a lot of Crouch Tiger, Hidden Dragon vibes. Has that, Dynasty Warrior vibe, of course, too. It's just, and I like that Eastern flair for a lot of it.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's really, I think it dives into a little bit more than Neo does in some examples, more so on the extreme side. Although I haven't played enough of Neo to be like, this is really similar. But I do like a lot of the story elements they're putting in place here, and they add that extra element of interest in the beginning with one of the other characters that they introduce that is completely mystical, that you're like, who the fuck is this old dude? And they kind of show him in the beginning when they the first cutscenes or whatever. But again, if you could get past the first boss, the biggest thing that I would suggest is to literally just take your time. Move around, see what the boss's moves are. Try not to get hit. You might die as you're trying to do that, but at least what it'll do is give you an understanding of what you're looking for. Because if you don't know what you're looking for, you'll be completely clueless as you go into other games. Because again, even for me, who likes these style of games, I was about to put it down and say, no, I'm good on this. But after I beat that first boss, again, everything else started clicking. Get into the second map, you start getting more weapons. Now I got dual blades that are real. I love the way these weapons fight. Also, I had this big ass hammer that was really dope that I was using that really took it to the next level. And now I'm using a glaive that's really fun to use. So there's a lot of mix-ups in there. That's kind of my thoughts on Wolong. It could be frustrating. Again, you could tell that it has that Team Ninja formula in there, but it does have some classic Souls elements too.
And the character customization is really well done.
It definitely is really well done, and the way that they represent your character throughout the game, although he's not really talking, it does work in this. So it's pretty fun.
The little touch when you go back to the main title screen, your character is customized there. Whatever you're customizing, I was like, wait, when I went back to the main screen, I'm like, oh wait, they've got everything that I did on my character is there. That's my character. That was pretty dope. That is like little touches like that.
And Blue Moon again, he says, I'm stuck on the first boss no matter how much I try to parry. I watch BG clear with ease. And again, some people are going to have that understanding quicker than others, and everybody plays games differently, man. And it's one of those things where, because I don't typically parry in games, that's the number one thing that threw me off in the beginning. But it took me probably 10 tries to beat him. I'm not going to. So, but I'm not one front like it wasn't.
And I don't know if you were in here, Blue Moon, either. Not to be a spoiler, but Steel said just get him down past halfway.
That's the other thing too. Once you get him past halfway in that second stage, there is a special ability that the guy says, "Hey, you got your special ability. Use it on him." And then you press Y and B or triangle and circle if you're on PlayStation, and you'll do it, and then it takes away the rest of his life bar. It's like it's one of those where you're like, "Fucking really?" And then you get him down to a certain point, you're like, "Oh, okay." So it's not as bad, but I can definitely understand why it could be off-putting for some. I also went through Destiny 2's Lightfall this week, story content with my brother on Legendary. We did end up beating it. Was it yesterday? And it was good. It was good, but it didn't explain much of anything. But again, unfortunately, I'm not really there for the story in Destiny right now. It's one of those games where I know people say this about Souls games. Destiny's kind of at that point too, where if you are removed from it, if you haven't been keeping up, where you kind of gotta go watch a video to understand what's kind of going on now. Yeah. But I like what they Strand was dope. It felt good. I like what they're trying to present. They changed a lot of other things within the game itself.
Why are people upset, Steel? I didn't dive into it, but I know there's people really. I know there's always going to be upset, but what's the main time?
There's a majority I can confidently say of Destiny players that are upset because and this is just bad for any DLC story, but you can tell that they did it for a reason. And information came out afterwards that they did it like this because they planning on doing another year release of content next year. Which fucking good.
Okay.
But anyway, essentially what people are upset about is that the story didn't answer anything. All it did was give more questions. It didn't address anything in particular. It was just very airhead like, right? Where it was just like, oh, I'm just here to shoot people and do what? Oh, the witness. What is the veil? I don't know. Oh, I have some understanding. It's something to do with the traveler and the light. And why is he the light in the dark? And like, what is going on? Like, and it doesn't really give you any base of the understanding of what's supposed to be going on in the story. And again, it's a storytelling element that Bungie has missed since they've left Halo, which is super unfortunate because me and my brother were joking about it. Because even in this, again, there's just so much in Destiny that you could tell is rooted off of Halo. We were like, yo, this is literally another version of Halo. Sure. That's all Destiny truly is. The way that the different arena fights feel, the way that the enemies feel, and they fight. It's just like, yo, I played some of this on Legendary Halo Infinite. At least I feel, where there's just a lot of semblance there. It's just like, man, y'all are missing the mark. Not telling a consistent story. But again, as someone who has been taking year-type breaks when off of playing Destiny, when new content comes out, maybe it's just me being disconnected.
Sure.
But it was a good time. We got some PvP in. That was a good time. They got a new rank system in there, so that was cool. But this is kind of like my side piece kind of thing that's been going on. And then other than that, I'm currently under NDA for a couple games. I can't mention what the game names,
Mr. NDA,
because they are out there. I can't share any gameplay. I can't share any screenshots or anything else like that. But one game is called Steel Hunters, which is basically it's an upcoming free-to-play third-person shooter with a strong focus on tactical gameplay and immersive environments, powered by the Unreal Engine. It's all about futuristic gladiator battles between giant robots.
Interesting.
Imagine something like, it's kind of like Mech Warrior, but faster. But faster paced for sure.
Yeah.
Not quite. It's not Armored Core because it still has that heaviness of like a Mech Warrior. It just seems more versatile, right? And it's not as deep where like, oh, weight matters and all that. No, you have these mechs that you can choose, or kind of like heroes, for an example. They have certain things that they can use, like the one mech that you could get has like a Gatling gun, for an example. He has missiles that you can use, but it's basically like a battle royale style mech game. It is really dope. I was really liking it. The only thing that turned me off mainly is because it doesn't have controller support. So I was playing it mouse and keyboard, and even on mouse and keyboard, I was having a good time with it. So that told me a lot about the game itself. That's all I can really say about it currently, being under NDA. But Steel Hunters, definitely go check it out on YouTube if you're interested. The video that they basically, Mech Assault would definitely probably be more, that would probably be the better parallel that I could draw for sure, Psycho. That's a good call right there, Mech Assault, where it is more arcadey in that fact. So that's an excellent comparison, actually, because Mech Assault is the same. It didn't really focus on too much of the nitty-gritty on what Mech Warrior was. But definitely check out Steel Hunters if you're interested in a dope mech game. It's still an alpha, so it may be some time away. Could release this year, could not. And the other game is going to be Wayfinders. I touched it a little bit, not even long enough to really talk about it. It looks interesting, but I had login issues. For whatever reason, I got kicked out, and I haven't been able to log in, and it's telling me that my account doesn't exist, and it made me extremely frustrated. So I just kind of put it away. Currently, I'll wait for the game to either come out in full release. I don't know.
Everybody's like, Steel, you said NDA, and here you are talking.
Nah, because this NDA is more so about showing and trying to give people a visual representation about the game. Everything, all the information that I'm giving you guys is directly off of their site, right? It's just the premise of what the game is. Right. They have YouTube videos up. It's not like there isn't any information about the game. But this NDA just says that, hey, I can't share any screenshots. I can't share gameplay. There's other mechanics that I can't talk about in the game. But I can essentially give you kind of the overview of what it is because their website explains.
Right.
But yeah, Wayfinder looks interesting, but I don't know. It has some issues right now, so I'll kind of put that on the back burner. And that's pretty much been it. Other than Hogwarts Legacy, still playing that, progress a little further in the story. That's still a good time for me. But it's a single player game, man, and things are going to pull my attention in one way or the other, depending on how I'm feeling that day. I might jump in some more tomorrow to see if I can start wrapping that experience up. I have noticed that I'm not, at this point, especially with open world games, when you give me so much to do and I get caught up in that for such a long time, it's kind of the same thing I had with Valhalla, even though it's not as bad as Valhalla, it doesn't feel as mundane. Still feels unique, and I was having a good time doing it. But because I want to beat the game so that I can freely move on to other games without, it's a personal thing more so than anything. So I want to know what the full breadth of the story is before I just move on. I want to experience what they're trying to fully give me in that story. So I do want to fully beat that. But yeah, having a good time with Wolong. Can't wait to jump into that. Hopefully we can get some co-op if we're able to get you through that first boss.
Get me through that first boss, yeah.
Because again, you can't unlock co-op or any of the other stuff until that. Right. But it's definitely been an interesting week in gaming.
Absolutely. Good talk, Steel. Again, go check out Wolong. Again, it's worth the download, and don't
100%.
I guess the main point of our conversation here is that if you don't understand what you're getting into with that first boss, it's going to turn you off. But if you can get through that first boss, like Steel said, get him down past halfway, clear that first boss, then I've heard enough people now talk about it that it opens up, and that first boss is an extreme example of what you're going to face. So if you get through that first boss, you're going to open up and you're going to be like, okay, this is it's not a cakewalk per se, but listen, it's much easier than what that first boss was representing.
And again, I think it's mainly because once you beat that first boss, you get that, of course, that sigh of relief, but then it's also, okay, now I get what the game is trying to get me to do. That's what I'll look for from this point. And again, you just kind of take that along, and then then you get a bow and you can do other things. Just opens up more.
Yep, absolutely. Great talk, Steel. Great talk. Hey, let's shout out the chat real quick before we get into upcoming week of games, because there's a lot of great people. We got almost 60 people in here right now rocking out with us.
Sexy.
Listen, nothing but consistency from all of you. All of you are so damn consistent, showing up every Saturday morning for Steel and I, joining in the fun. Appreciate you all. Sky L, what is going on? Great to have you jumping in here. Nix is in the house, of course. M. Gene, what is going on, my friend? Great to have you saying hi. Talos Ray is in the house, as always. Look, the one, the only, Stubbs Gaming, Mr. Misunderstood out here in this community. If you don't know Stubbs, if you don't know his deal, he might give you the wrong impression, but Stubbs is a good guy. So if you see him throwing some stuff up in the chat, just roll with it, okay? Stubbs is a good dude, all right?
He does for conversation.
Yeah. Tim the Sorcerer, what's going on? Brother Psychonauts up early, chilling out with us. What's going on, Psycho? Great to have you in here, man. Doom Reapers in the house, as always. Doom, great to have you in here. Blue Moon FC, of course, coming in, chilling out with us on a Saturday morning. Great to have you as well. We got Jesse Darby, one of the OGs up in the house. What's going on, Jesse? Great to have you in here, man. Who else we got in here? We got Joe Dunmore. Joe Dunmore is showing up, saying hi. What's going on, Joe? And you know what? this is a name. He's been in this community for a long time. He doesn't show up in our chat very often because usually he's working.
Ooh.
But Crispy Bomb is in the house. What's going on, Crispy? What's going on, Crispy? Great to have you in here, brother. Thanks for dropping on in, man. Nelson Gaming, how you doing? He said to be back in a bit. Well, Nelson, we'll be here. Chances are, no matter what. So that's how we roll here. Everybody, Fifth Horseman V is in here as well. If I missed you, that's as far as my chat's going back right now. Eastside Vandal, I see you coming on in here. What's going on, Eastside? General Spartan 27, downloading Wolong as I listen. Enjoy, sir. Enjoy. And again, like Steel said, just get through that first boss. Don't get too frustrated. Just get through the first boss.
Psycho, Wolong is not as hard as Ninja Gaiden. No, nowhere close.
No.
Nowhere close.
No.
And also Ninja Gaiden has difficulty options. So
yes,
there's that too. But
there is that too.
It's not as difficult as Gaiden.
No, not at all.
But then it's gonna might be
it's got elements, but it's not. Dan the Man Cunningham, what is going on, brother? Great to have you in here as well. Crispy Rambo, we got another Crispy in here. What's going on, Crispy Rambo? Perfect. Shogun showing up in here. Perfect. What's going on? Great to have you all in here as well. Again, if I missed you and you're still rocking out with us, listening us, lurking, whatever, we appreciate you all the same. And if you're listening to us in the future, if you're listening to us while you're playing Starfield, a month or two from now, listen, we love you. It's all the same. Thank you for joining in on this conversation. And we're going to have a great Saturday morning here, Steel. But we got to get down with the upcoming week of games, Steel, which is always a fun episode. And this week we got some interesting titles, actually, this week coming in to play. And in fact, I got one that's not even on this list from Game Informer. Shout out to Game Informer for still putting this out here. It does help us every Saturday. It's not perfect. But it gives us a good rundown of what we can come to expect. So this is going to be the week of March the 6th. That's right. That's what Monday is, March the 6th. And it's going to start off with an expansion that a lot of people are looking forward to. Dead Cells Return to Castlevania is dropping on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC.
This is a game I still need to play, man. I haven't had a chance to
It's a good game, bro.
I have a download.
It's a love and hate for me because it's a roguelike, right? And I like roguelites. But it is a platformer, more so than like a Hades and that top-down kind of view. This is a platformer, and you know me in platformers. I get annoyed. I don't like doing it, but there is platforming in this game. But the game, the graphics, the loop of the roguelike, the different weapons that you get are all interesting. I really like Dead Cells, and the fact that they're combining with Castlevania,
that's really dope.
It's pretty freaking cool, man. I can't lie. I'll definitely think about picking it up at some point. But yeah, Dead Cells Return to Castlevania. Start the week off. And then we got Outlanders coming to PC on March 7th. This looks like this is from Pomelo Games. It's a sim game. It's been out on iOS since 2019, but it's coming to PC. So this is an iOS mobile sim game that's showing up on PC. So go check that out. Then we got a really, when I say strange, Steel, we use a lot of we use a lot of descriptors, and we use a lot of descriptors across all different types of games, right? It's just going to happen when you talk this much about a certain industry. You're going to wind up saying the same things about a lot of different games. But when I say Clash Artifacts of Chaos is one of the strangest games I have ever played my entire life.
Oh, wow.
I mean it. This game, I don't even know how to describe it. It's from Ace Team. That's the developer. Nacon is publishing it. You guys know our love for Nacon here. Me and Steel love Nacon. As a publisher, this is an action game. It's got a cel-shaded type graphics to it, but it's even like more intense than like a Borderlands.
Okay.
It's like this really weird, when they have chaos in the title, right? Artifacts of Chaos. It's a chaos. It's a great way to describe the art style. It's a chaotic art style. You don't know what's going on. You're this kind of Frankenstein. And again, forgive me if you try this game out and you say, Pong, I had no idea what you were talking. Like, I don't understand where you came up with these descriptions, right? But this is how strange this game is to try to tell you guys. you're like this Frankenstein type monster human being in this really weird world that you're going to see things that you're like, what the fuck is that? Like constantly, like, what is this? It has some really great mechanics to it. It's combat based. Don't get me wrong. There's loot in it. Your character, your Frankenstein character, can get different abilities by absorbing different creatures, things like as well. Like it is strange, man. And again, sorry I'm doing a terrible job, but this is a game. This is one of those games that pretty much you have to experience to understand what I'm trying to say. And maybe even then it won't make sense to you because you'll pull something different from it. But this game, I played the demo, and I don't know if the demo's still available. If it is, I'd say go try it just to see what I'm talking about here. But Clash Artifacts of Chaos, unique game. If there's any one word that I think I can say about this game safely, it's unique. Okay? You probably haven't played anything like it. Sure, mechanics, combat, similar. But I'm just saying style-wise, this is a unique game. Like you won't see games like this. So go check it out. Even the cover art, you can just kind of tell what I'm saying here, man. It's really strange. They've got melee-based combat. They've got range-based combat. They got weapons. You can use your fists. Go check it out. If the demo's still available, go check it out. But Clash Artifacts of Chaos, from what I played on the demo, didn't have a whole lot of bugs or anything like that. It was pretty polished in the demo. I don't know how the final game is, obviously. But that's coming out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, March 9th. Clash Artifacts of Chaos. They've got a classic horror franchise making its return here, Steel. This was the first time. Ooh. This would be the first time when well, actually, you know what? Let me jump into the game that it wasn't on this list. March 6th as well. Game Pass. Guilty Gear Strive comes into Game Pass.
Yes.
So again, huge Guilty Gear fan. And you guys know me, I'm a button masher. I'm not a technical fighter player. I love stories. I love animation from fighters. I love just button mashing. I love Guilty Gear. Pure and simple. The artwork is probably my favorite out of all the animated fighters out there. I absolutely love Guilty Gear. So Guilty Gear Strive jumping into Game Pass on Monday. I believe it's March 6th what they announced this week. So go check out that. But to get back to my original one here, March 9th, classic horror franchise. This was the first horror franchise way back that told me that maybe horror wasn't for me anymore. And as stupid as it sounds, it is what it is. Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. Fatal Frame, like I said, I can do horror up to a certain point if you're giving me lots of weapons. Fatal Frame, you have a camera. And I don't know if this new one's any different, but in the other previous Fatal Frames, your weapon was a camera, and you had to take pictures of these things that were attacking you.
No, I'm good.
No, we're not doing this. I remember seriously watching my ex-wife's sister.
I'm good.
Her younger sister was into horror games, and I watched her play this, and then she handed me the controller. I got to the first stupid ghost lady, and I freaked out as I was trying to capture this thing on my camera. And as I'm trying to take pictures and this thing's coming at me. Done. I'm done. I'm not doing this. I've never touched another Fatal Frame, but I know a lot of people love it. And horror's on the rise yet again.
Yes, it is.
So guess what? All you horror fans, go check out Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, coming out March 9th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Koei Tecmo, yet again, another Koei Tecmo published game. Koei Tecmo is on fire right now. They're coming out of nowhere with all these freaking games. So that comes out March 9th. Go check that out. Then what else we got? We got IB or IB. I don't know how to IB for Switch and PC. Game. Well, it's coming out to Switch. It's already been out on PC since April of 2022. Developed by Curry, published by Playism. It's a role-playing game, supposedly.
Yeah, I guess so.
A very simplistic title. So IB or IB coming to Switch. Go check that out. Then another Switch game coming out. No by Heart coming out March the 9th. May. Geez, we're not quite there yet. That is also been on PC since February of 2022. Developed and published by Ice Pick Lodge. It's an adventure game. Looks like a narrative-driven game with friends. It looks like a modern-day kind of game. So go check out No by Heart for Switch. Then we got. I can't believe they keep making these games too, Steel. This is crazy. I thought this series would have died off a long time ago. Monster Energy Supercross 6. There's literally 6. There has to be somebody's playing it. They have to be playing. They have to be making money off this. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep doing it. Monster Energy. Bro, I remember this way back. Monster Energy Supercross 6. PlayStation 5. Xbox Series consoles. PlayStation 4. Xbox One. And PC coming out, developed and published by Milestone SRL. It's a racing title. Maybe it's just the branding Steel that keeps awareness out there. Not that Monster Energy needs that, but maybe that's just
it could. I mean, it's not like there's many like motocross or supercross games that are out there, so maybe that's also what's helping it hold its relevance.
Maybe,
but I literally see nobody talking about it.
Ever. Since like when they first started, like the first couple of people were playing them and like, it's great.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
But nowadays, nobody.
Weird.
Hey, chat, let us know if any of you guys are Supercross players out there. No hate whatsoever, man. It's rare nowadays. Like there's certain genres that just dropped off. We used to get a lot of motocross games. We did. There was a few of them back in the day.
They were pretty good.
Yeah, we just don't see them anymore. I can't believe this one's still being made. So if you're playing it, rock out on it, man. Let us know how you think about it. Then we got another one. Oni, Road to the Mightiest Oni. So Oni, Road to the Mightiest Oni. Why do they title these things this way? I don't understand. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch and PC, so not coming to Xbox. This is developed by Kanai Design and published by Clouded Leopard Entertainment. It's an action type game. Looks like an animated style action type game.
Yeah.
But not coming to Xbox, but it is coming to everything else on March 9th as well. That is Oni, Road to the Mightiest Oni. Then a game that I've had my eye on for a long time. I did a couple of indie shows, year and a half ago with Indie Gamer. I've been on Indie Show a couple of times for a bunch of the indie shows. But Session, Skate Sim is coming out this week as well. This, you've got to go watch the videos on Session. Looks fantastic if you are into heavy skating sim games. I'm not, because I don't want to learn that. I like Tony Hawk style arcade.
Yeah, Tony Hawk is like skate,
but Session looks fantastic. Session really does look fantastic, and I know there's a fan base out there for that hardcore skateboarding sim. So go check this out. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC. Xbox Series consoles aren't listed, and I don't know why. It's coming to PlayStation 5 separately, so I don't know if this is another one of those weird ones, but Session Skate Sim this week, March the 9th. Go check that out for sure. Then we got Before Your Eyes, another PlayStation VR2 game coming out March the 10th. So check that out for you VR fans out there. I know you guys are waiting on lots of games. There's lots of games out for it. And then we got, why haven't I heard about, have I missed this? Oh, because it's the animated version of it. Okay, so DC's Justice League Cosmic Chaos, the animated kids kind of version of DC Justice League. Yeah, that's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, developed by PHL Collective and published by Outright Games.
Don't know either one of them.
Don't never heard of them. But they got the DC license and they're using the Justice League. So, all right, cool. And that's it. Steel for this week. That's it. But some interesting games in there. There
definitely was some interesting ones in there. Again, that was your upcoming week in games thus far. Definitely going to be some more interesting things along the horizon. I know we got Anno coming out here super soon. We got a Bayonetta game that's coming out soon. Remnant from the Ashes is coming to Switch. I didn't. That's gonna be cool. It's gonna be it's gonna be really dope for some Switch players. Not much else is too noticeable for the rest of the month, but we'll definitely let you guys know about those as they come up on. Again, hopefully you find something within. Well, ladies and gentlemen, where should we start today? quite a few different things that we could just jump into. Pong, I mean, what do you think would be a perfect place to start? You wanna talk about
Dealer's
Phil's
choice.
lies?
Dealer's choice, bro. Let's go. What do you want to get into? You want to get into some nonsense early? Let's get into some nonsense early.
You wanna get into Phil's lies and
sure, Phil's lies,
his mishaps?
Yep. Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. I don't know why anybody's worried about this because Xbox is going to sell off, or they're going to become a third-party publisher.
That is true.
They're going to close the doors, man.
That information did go out this week too, and I'm gonna need the get the articles for that too, because I think that'd be cool to talk about. Because guy from VGC, if I'm not mistaken,
Andy Robinson.
Andy Robinson. There we go. I forgot his name. Did we talk about that last week at all? I think we did.
We might have touched on it. I can't remember.
But either way, so that was something else that was kind of in conversation where apparently, if the ABK deal falters for whatever reason, that there are some people in the industry who believe that Xbox would shutter its doors, or Microsoft would shut down the Xbox division or sell it off, whatever the case. Which I don't know what reality that we live in where that just makes sense. But I don't know. To me, when I look at this scenario, a company that's willing to spend $70 billion in their division, I don't think is looking to shutter its doors if the deal doesn't go through. I think if they're willing to spend $70 billion, that means they're willing to spend other amounts of money that's less than $70 billion to make sure that they have content on their platform, which they definitely would make sure that that was the case. So it's just a really weird take to go out there. And again, I believe I talked with Boom this week, I believe. It might have been last week. I do believe that was on Tuesday, though. No, I think it had to have been last week because it was on Thursday.
Week, pretty sure.
Where we talked about the same thing a little bit. And to me, if anything, I think it just gives him some discredibility for the most part. I'm not going to sit there and question his character or whatever else the case. People make bad decisions all the time, but it wasn't smart. Like I said on that show, there had to be another reason why you did it. Again, it comes across like you were just doing it because you needed to. You needed some traction to your site, you needed traffic. And again, that's just the reality of some of that business nowadays, man. Journalism has changed in a lot of ways for the worst. A lot of people do find more of their content through YouTubers, a lot of more of their industry news and whatnot through people who are doing podcasts and things of that nature, because journalism has taken a downturn, unfortunately. There are a ton of people doing things out there for clicks. And, if some are going to be honest with you about that and others aren't, but you as the consumer have to decide what works for you. And in a situation, in a scenario like this, to where, a bunch of mishaps are happening, you have to sift through the BS, man. Anybody saying that Xbox is going to shutter its doors because of a deal not going through is definitely smoking on something. And maybe they actually got that special shipment of shrooms that me and Pong were talking about a little bit backstage. They're coming from an undisclosed source. I don't know. Maybe that's what's going on. But it kind of has continued because in some ways, at least more so as far as like on the negative Xbox side of things, because what started off again this week was the whole Starfield exclusivity fucking conversation. And to me, I don't think it's necessarily a huge conversation to have, but there was people who went out there and again were pitching the idea that, because Phil Spencer came out in an interview this week that he did with Xbox On. Shout out to the people who host that show. It was a good show. They're really, really great. Check it out if you can. But essentially, he didn't really say anything new in that other than double down on a lot of the things that we knew already. The article that I'm going to be pulling from is going to be from Pure Xbox. This is going to be mainly tailored towards the Starfield conversation, because that's what's kind of been coming up in arms. People saying that, hey, Phil lied about Starfield becoming a PlayStation. Oh, and people lying about exclusives mattering and Starfield's exclusives. If sales matter, then why isn't Starfield coming everywhere? So I want to see if this is going to add some context to the conversation. So, from Pure Xbox, this article is done by Liam Doolin. And it starts off by saying Xbox boss Phil Spencer discusses the importance of platform. So, Bethesda Starfield is undoubtedly one of the most highly anticipated Xbox releases of 3. See if I can go ahead. Read along with me if you'd like. But there's also been a bit of uproar in the lead up to launch regarding the game's exclusivity to the Xbox ecosystem. In a new interview with the official Xbox On YouTube channel, Microsoft Gaming CEO and Xbox boss Phil Spencer clarified how exclusivity for all titles, including Starfield, will be decided on a case-by-case basis moving forward. Ultimately, it would depend on the game and series involved. That's literally where the ball starts and where the ball drops, because that is the exact quote that he made last time. Starfield does not have a history of being on any other platform because it is a new IP. If you're going to say that because Bethesda games have traditionally been on other consoles, although Bethesda games did start off on PC, then went into Xbox first, if we want to use any history at this standpoint. If we want to use Fallout being on other consoles as a reason why Starfield should be there, unfortunately, that conversation holds no water. It doesn't make any sense either, at least in this conversation. He further mentioned how it's just a part of marketing beats of consoles as a way to sell systems and stay competitive. Also something that we've mentioned here. What was also reiterated, is that Xbox won't be taking existing releases away from platforms like PlayStation, and will continue to support those communities as it has with games like Elder Scrolls Online, Minecraft, and Fallout 76. We'll see if they end up talking about it within this article, but there was one point that he brought up talking about exclusives and how the way that exclusives have been traditionally done, the exact thing that we've mentioned here on this show and for shows like on the Fun Speculation Network have mentioned, exclusives, Xbox is viewing them very differently. Yes, exclusive still matters, but only for certain types of games. Right. Other games, they're not trying to take away from nobody. They're just trying to give people more access to those games. So, and that's kind of been the point of. But Bills goes on to say, I don't think I ever said Starfield was not going to be exclusive to Xbox. I think what I said is we're going to take it on a case-by-case basis. I said we're not going to pull games that are on other platforms, so we'll continue to support the communities of games. Elder Scrolls Online has been doing their annual drops and content drops. Those have been on PlayStation. We've updated Fallout 76 on all platforms at the same time, that's something extremely important because there are a lot of games out there that don't always update all at the same time, right? I'll give you an example like Black Desert Online, PC versus what the consoles get. Of course, because it came to PC first, though they were trying to more so streamline that process, it's completely separate, right? What you get on PC is different what you get on consoles, so you still have that disparity there. Just trying to use that as an example. Exclusive titles in the console space is part of the business. All platform holders do it. They are our marketing beats for the platform. Our competitors have a lot of exclusive games. So when we're launching new games on Xbox, PC, and cloud, again, those are 3 places. So if that already doesn't demonstrate to you how they are viewing exclusives, and even he mentioned in there when they were talking about Starfield, it was like, when I mentioned Xbox, PC, he was like, well, say exclusive, I mean Xbox ecosystem more so. He made that little joke out there a little bit. Again, more access to more gamers. Some of those.
Hey, good night, Talos.
Hey, shout out to you, Talos. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Yep.
Some of those won't be available on other competitor platforms. But there's no examples in Bethesda of us pulling something away from the PlayStation community or us not continuing to update those. I think people playing more games across more devices is just where game. We'll get into what Nick said in there. He's getting a little spicy. I love what Nick throws that other side of the perspective in there. And I can't necessarily agree. We'll go ahead and throw it out there. Nick says, Phil talks a lot. It's easy to understand why it's perceived that he's lying. While some think he's a great talker, he's inconsistent when repeating the same message. I would definitely want to see some examples of why you would say that he's been inconsistent in his messaging. I believe, at least on this aspect, when people are talking about what he's lying about in this, that it has been extremely consistent. I mean, a lot of what I hear from Phil,
basically the same line over and over.
A lot of what I hear from Phil is extremely consistent on what they're trying to go for. Again, that's just from what I've seen on my research. I would love to see things on the opposite end of that. Just, I'm all open for that conversation. Because again, at the end of the day, these are guys, they got to do what makes sense for their business. And I'm not going to say that they're not going to say certain things to make it seem a little bit more juicy than.
Oh, there's corporate speak for sure.
All the time.
They have to. It affects shares. He can't say shit.
Yeah, exactly. Xbox has mentioned on multiple occasions since the reveal of Starfield how the game is exclusive to Xbox and PC. Bethesda's legendary game developer, Todd Howard, even reconfirmed this himself late last year, noting how the company was traditionally a PC developer first and followed with a transition across to Xbox, where it often delivered exclusive games. Phil also mentioned in the Xbox On interview that Xbox won't be making any content exclusive when it comes to Call of Duty in the future, highlighting that certain skins and modes, for example, won't be locked to the platform. And that was a little extra spice that he ended up throwing in there for a particular reason. And again, the main thing for me and the main crux for me in this competitive space of gaming has been the ones that are truly in the competition to be more competitive, i.e., that's why Nintendo gets put out of the conversation, because at the end of the day, two that really get looked at for a lot of consumers who that are looked at kind of the same is PlayStation and Xbox. Now, both sides have their varying differences, of course, and all ecosystems have their things that some people like more than the other. But it's been blatantly obvious that one platform, i.e. Sony, has always cut deals to look better in the eye of the consumer and to cut from underneath their competitors to make sure that they always had an advantage. And a lot of, from what I heard Phil speak on, and a lot of that I've seen him mentioned, and a lot that I'm seeing from Xbox is clarification that that's not the direction that they want to go. They're not, if anything, especially from this Xbox On interview, what I garnered is that they're moving more into the direction of giving people more ways to play. Whether that's on mobile, whether it's on the Xbox console, whether it's on PC. That is the goal. We're not giving people exclusive content for games that are multi-plat is not our goal. That's not our move. And at this point, I feel like it comes across more like it's a waste of time for Xbox to do things that way, because they have been trying to do it that way and it did not work for them. Which is why Game Pass exists. Again, this is something people forget about, which is why we still haven't got first-party games, because they haven't got any of those things until 2017. Unfortunately, it takes 5 to 6 years to make a game. So we're at where we're at right now, waiting for things to get churned out. I'm having a conversation about what's exclusive and what's not, and what deals make sense and what doesn't. What's crazy to me is that I do still believe, in my personal opinion, that there still is that blatant bias there to where when things are exclusive to one ecosystem versus when they're exclusive to another ecosystem, they get looked at completely differently. If Starfield was exclusive on PlayStation, the talk of the town would be right now, hey, you got to get a PlayStation to play Starfield. Boom, bow, that's it. Same way that people say, oh, you got to get a PlayStation to play Starfield. Same way they say about God of War, same way they say about Ghost of Tsushima, the same way they say about all these other games that are taking, hey, whatever. I'm not going to get in that because, again, I don't think it should take 5 years for a game to sell to its max potential. That's a whole different conversation I've always mentioned here. But anyway, obviously that this is different, but also this is another step that Xbox is not doing things outside of what they have already stated. Starfield is a new IP that has not been on any other platform and is exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem. And even as an exclusive, because Xbox's version of exclusive, Microsoft's version of exclusive is not the same as their competitors now. They mean, when they say exclusive, they mean to their ecosystem, which is different. And you can take that and run with it however you want. If you say that's not acceptable to you, I get it. Think that that's a lie and, oh, now they're playing two sides of the same coin. I get what you're saying, but I can't agree with it. Unfortunately, not even unfortunately, but in my opinion on the topic. So, Paul, when you hear these conversations about Starfield being exclusive, and people kind of being up in arms and saying, man, Phil lied about exclusivity and, oh, why isn't Starfield coming here and all these great things, although we've known these things for quite some time at this point. Then you also, because I'm kind of doubling down on it, mainly because Phil did talk about it in the interview, and it Phil's talking about how they look at exclusives and how he's never even mentioned that the game was going to be not exclusive. And it kind of really clarifying some of his points. What do you take overall from the conversation? Do you think it's a more so like a nothing burger, or do people have a right to be kind of confused or be up in arms because of how things within the gaming industry, especially coming from Sony, have been kind of played out at this point? What are you thinking about?
Well, I mean, where to start with this? It's again, it's ridiculous because every time Phil does speak on this, people are just waiting for him to use the same line that he's always used. And, I disagree with Nick's. Sorry, my dog's being annoying because she's not liking us talking. But the deal is that every single time Phil has spoken about this, he's said the exact same lines. That's where I do disagree with Nick's. Now, is his words, could they be, when they were first said, open to interpretation? Yeah. For sure, of course. But again, that's because he has to speak that way because of his position, and the power behind that position makes it so that he has to have more open-ended conversations. He can't lock something in because that's going to affect stocks. It's going to affect shareholders. It's going to affect a lot of things. So he does have to use corporate speak, which can be very grayish a lot of times, right? It can be very, well, he could have meant this, he could have meant this, because things can change down the road if he tries to lock himself in. But what I will say is, since the first conversations happened, especially after the ZeniMax acquisition, Phil has been very consistent in his talk, right? People liked to take it and dissect it and try to run with their own narrative, but that doesn't change the fact that he has done and they have done what they've said they were going to do from the beginning. And when it comes specifically to Starfield, he never, ever once said that Starfield was coming to PlayStation. Never once. Again, that has been crystal clear. As you stated, Steel, it is a new IP. And I'll go so far as to say this, because now, again, goalposts being moved. They're now incorporating, well, Elder Scrolls 6 isn't going to be on PlayStation. Fallout 5 isn't going to be on PlayStation. Those, you can say, well, the franchise has been elsewhere, but those are solely independent games within that franchise. Those are not continuations. Those are not ongoing expansions of current games. Those are solely individual games. And Phil said, we will take those on a case-by-case basis. The point being is, when somebody says Phil's lying, and what about these games? And if you didn't want to take games away from people, why aren't you putting all these games on PlayStation? Phil is saying that his true intentions are never to take away from other people. His true intentions are not to remove games from ecosystems. And he's lived up to that, because if you want to get down and dirty with this conversation, if the idea was Xbox, Microsoft making these acquisitions, and I'm going to use some regulatory body language here, if their intention was to foreclose on PlayStation, right? If their intention was to foreclose, what they would have done is, the minute that ZeniMax deal went through, they would have been like, oh, you guys enjoying ESO? Yank. Oh, you guys are enjoying Fallout 76? Yank. Oh, you think we're going to give you the updated Skyrim? Yeah, no, that ain't happening. Oh, you want that Fallout 4 current gen update that's coming for free? Yeah, no, you guys on PlayStation, you're going to have to come on over here because we're pulling all of that. Instead, they are getting the Fallout 4 update for free over on PlayStation. Instead, they did get the updated current gen Skyrim version offered to them. Instead, they got Fallout 76 in PlayStation Plus, even.
Right.
What does that tell you? That tells you that their true intent overall is not to do that, to pull games off of other systems. And then Phil backs that up by saying, but I do understand exclusives are still a thing. Again, people, the kumbaya Phil talk is real. Phil, deep down, if he had his way, Nintendo, Sony, Xbox, they would all share their games across ecosystems. It would be all kumbaya. That's his true heart, right? That's what he believes. Now, again, if I was Phil, I don't agree with that. I'd be much more hardcore Phil than that. But that's what he believes. But he still understands the business, and the business still to this day in 2023 is that exclusives do give your ecosystem an identity. They do differentiate you from a competitor as to why people should come and play over on your system. So they're still important, whether Phil likes them or not. It's still a part of the business model. So Phil has said, listen, our acquisitions overall are not intending to pull games away from any other gamers, existing games. And in fact, we're going to offer them in more places. And again, the Call of Duty discussion shows that. There's certain games where they're going to offer them to more people while keeping them elsewhere. But overall, the Xbox ecosystem as a whole, when they put out an exclusive, it's available on Xbox consoles. It's available through the cloud. It's available on PC, day one, day and date, with no exceptions. So in general, an Xbox exclusive, because that was another thing back in the day when they first started saying, hey, our exclusives are going to go to PC as well, day and date, that everybody loved to run with. Well, you don't really have exclusives anymore. But now you guys want to come back around and say, oh, but you're not offering them to us over here. Listen. They're not taking anything away from you. Just because a game you can assume was going to be on your preferred platform, and now that Microsoft owns the IP, that somehow is taking that a game away from you? No. When they go out and spend the $7 billion, or in the case of Activision Blizzard, $70 billion, that's their right to say that game is now exclusive to our ecosystem, which includes cloud, console, PC. That's their right as owners of that IP. Just because your preferred platform is not capable of going and making those type of acquisitions does not make it bad. Again, that's an imaginary rule that you people created for your own narratives. There's no rule in business that says big bank can't take little bank. There's no rule that says, well, Sony can only spend this dollar amount, so that means Microsoft and Nintendo can only spend these dollar amounts to acquire IP or to acquire companies, developers, publishers. No, that's not how business works. And you don't have to like it. We can have the discussion about if you believe this is going to lead to the demise of the gaming industry, we can have those discussions. But when it comes to exclusive games, Microsoft has every right to withhold those games. If they were going to foreclose on you, PlayStation, and PlayStation gamers, they would have eaten the cost. They would have paid the fine to break the contracts of Deathloop, to break the contract of Ghostwire Tokyo, and would have laughed all the way and said, you want to play those games? You were expecting to play those games? Come on over. No. They honored those contracts instead because their overall intent is not to do that. But on a case-by-case basis, Phil understands and Microsoft understands that it's still important to have those exclusives. And there's a reason why they go and spend $7 billion on ZeniMax or $70 billion on Activision Blizzard. But it's not their grand scheme. They still want more players playing their games. And we're seeing that with this ABK deal. For as much people tried to run with, oh, they're taking Call of Duty away from us. Microsoft has gone out of their way to show that that's not the case. And Phil brought up another interesting point in this interview as well with Minecraft. You know, people were really worried when they went out and bought Mojang. People were very worried that Minecraft was only going to be playable on Xbox. But they said all along, that's not the deal. And again, I know there's some smoke out there that potentially the contract Mojang originally said, hey, if you're going to acquire us, we'll agree to it, but you also have to include the stipulation that you're going to continue to keep a Minecraft everywhere. But Phil's comments in this interview, which was quite shocking. I knew the numbers had gone up, obviously. But Phil said, look at Minecraft. When we said we wanted to put it more places, we've proven that. When we took over Mojang and Minecraft was at 20 million users. He said today it's at 120 million users.
I think he said 130 million.
120, 130. He was guessing at the numbers. He didn't know the exact number. But the point being is right. They took it and they expanded it. And these are the same type of language that they're using for Call of Duty. Call of Duty in their mind is the same as Minecraft, right? They want to put it everywhere. They want to blow it up even more than it is. Again, that's why it's going to go to a Nintendo console, whether that's the Switch or whether that's the Switch 2 or whatever Nintendo winds up doing. It doesn't matter. They want to do that, and they've made that commitment now. They made the commitment to bring it to NVIDIA GeForce Now. And you could say, well, that's just, who cares about GeForce Now? Well, the regulators did care about GeForce Now. NVIDIA cared about GeForce Now. And Microsoft said, yeah, we'll give you all the ABK games. And on top of that, you know what? We'll give you Xbox PC Game Pass games as well. Take them. Go. Run with it. It's just going to be better for us in the end run. So all these tales that people like to tell, again, it's willful ignorance or it's intellectual dishonesty. Because again, if you've been listening to it since the beginning, if you've been following along with what Microsoft has done, they're not looking to create the dystopian future where Microsoft owns everything in gaming. That's not what they're going for. There's going to be games that go everywhere, and there's going to be exclusives. That's the way the business is run. If we ever get to the point that sometimes I believe the digital future where everybody's a third-party publisher, then it ain't going to matter at the end of the day. Everybody's going to have access to everything no matter where you are. Right? But that's down the road. But right now, Phil understands business model still has to include exclusives.
Well, to that point, though, Pong,
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but when you make that point, though, where you say you have, a digital future where everybody's a third-party publisher and, you just pick what you want. What do you say then to like the people when people bring up the point that, well, what's going to be the point of getting a console? What's going to be the point of you jumping into a certain ecosystem?
There won't be at some point. In my belief, there won't be hardware at some point.
Well, I guess my a little bit of a retort to that to me would be it'll still be kind of like Disney or Netflix or Hulu or anything else like that, to where you're still gonna have certain people like you don't get like on Hulu and Netflix, for example, what you get on Hulu is not what you're going to get on Netflix, so it's still going to have that separation.
But you got it.
But it could be all in one app. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You got to think of it like Amazon. Like Amazon, I can go in, I can subscribe to Showtime. I can go. I get Amazon Prime, so I get the Amazon stuff. But then I can subscribe to Showtime. I can subscribe to HBO Max. I can.
And guess what? They had to cut deals to make that happen.
Right. But that's exactly the digital future that I saw, and that's what I've always said. That's ultimately what Microsoft. They want everybody hosting their content on Azure. And they want to have the gateway to all that content, right? That's my thought. That's my personal opinion. There's no proof of this, but that's what I believe Microsoft ultimately wants to do is to say, hey, you log into one app, whatever that's called, Microsoft Gaming, whatever. I'm just throwing that name out there, Microsoft Gaming. But then within there's your PlayStation ecosystem, there's your Nintendo ecosystem, there's your Xbox ecosystem, right? And they want to be hosting all that content. And all you do is just click in, you sign in once, you're in, all your content's available, no matter what ecosystem is on, and you can go play whatever game you want to. I think that's the ultimate future. Again, when I'm talking about when there's no consoles anymore, right? And that's not going to be for a while because native hardware is still going to be the best place to play for a long time. Okay, that's, again, unless technology takes a massive leap here in the next 5-10 years, that's still going to be the future for at least one more generation, if not two more generations, okay? So I'm just talking about down the road. But ultimately, again, to get back to the main point of the conversation, Phil said nothing different here. It's just that there's a group of journalists and there's a group of the circus, the clowns, the fanboys, and fangirls who wait for Phil to have these interviews and to speak those magic words when he says, each time that he does an interview like this, Steel, he says, our intent is not to take games away from other gamers. He constantly says that. And then people jump on it and say, nope, you're lying. Look at this. Look at this. Look at Starfield. Look at the Elder Scrolls. Look at Fallout. Look what you did with Bethesda. That's a lie. That's a lie. Come on. Why not put your games everywhere? Blah, 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 blah. It's the same thing every single time. It's the same game.
It is. Yeah.
And so, again, if you listen to Phil, though, I just kind of laid it out for you guys. That's how I take it. Now, if you disagree with me, that's fine. I don't have a problem with you disagreeing with me at all, of course. But I'm just saying, if their true intent was to foreclose, they would be foreclosing. Their true intent was to pull games away, they would pull the games away. They have a right. They own the IP. Now, could regulatory bodies step in and say, hey, you can't be doing it? Of course they could. But that's the safety net, right? That's why this doesn't hold any water, because that's a safety net. If Microsoft goes for that dystopian future as a monopoly in gaming, they're going to get shut down. The regulatory bodies are going to step in and say, no, you can't do that, right? Look at the trouble they're having just with this ABK deal. And this is one publisher out of hundreds of publishers, out of thousands of dev studios out there. This is one. And they're having this hard of a time. Now, it's a big one, of course. But that's where the regulatory bodies do step in and give us that safety net as consumers so that Microsoft can't take over the entire industry, right? That they can't control everything. So, again, Steel, this conversation's weird. I think the thing that you did bring up that was most interesting, this is a good interview. Phil's always good at what he does.
Yeah, I mean.
It's programmed. The one thing that you did bring up that I also found interesting that I didn't hear a lot of people talking about this week at all through the interview was the fact that with Call of Duty specifically, he said it is going to be absolutely the same across every single platform. And that includes even things like skins, which was a little weird for me because we had talked about it originally, Steel, that I thought that when they owned it, yeah, it'd come into Game Pass, right? That'd be a benefit.
Right.
But they would also kind of have that the marketing right side of things, because they would own the IP, that they would offer Game Pass Ultimate users or Game Pass users in the Xbox ecosystem some benefits outside of just Game Pass, like, hey, you do get an extra skin, right? Just like Sony buys when they get the marketing rights. I thought that Xbox might do that to give a little bit more bonus, but Phil made it absolutely clear they're not going to do that at all. No, there's going to be no extra content for anybody. And he made a point to throw a little bit of shade at Sony for the Hogwarts Legacy extra DLC and said, nope, that's not what we're doing here. So if that's the case, then that shows even more so how neutral Xbox is trying to be in all of this and how they are not trying to take anything away from anybody. And in fact, they're going to make it even more level than it has been. So that's my overall thoughts on it. Great interview. I thought he did a good job. Again, what the circus wants to do with it, they're going to do with it no matter what. It doesn't matter what he says. So it's an argument that's is going to be as old as time at some point in this community. So it is what it is.
Yeah, 1,000%. And I saw some conversations going on in the chat too, where people are like, "Oh, well, maybe this is only a conversation because you got your the hardcore folks talking about it, and it's the people who are trolling that's really causing these conversations to happen." But the reality of the situation is that the consumer is very jaded one way. Again, you go out and ask people what's a PlayStation versus what's Xbox. And even on a cool factor side of things, I thought I heard this get brought up and I forgot where, man, I wish I could remember where it was brought up. No, it was brought up on Xbox 2 yesterday, where Jez ended up asking Rand, hey, how recognizable is PlayStation and Xbox in the States? Because he was kind of making this thing to where it's cool to own a PlayStation where it's not cool to own an Xbox. And even in younger groups and whatnot, that's kind of the thing that's been going on that Jez had been seeing. And, Randon couldn't really come from anywhere. So I wanted to kind of come on my platform and say, that is a very real thing currently in the States. It is like that with a lot of different things, with a lot of different hardware that people are skewed one way versus another side. You see it all the time with Android. It's like, look, and what's crazy is it's not just Samsung and Apple, for an example. It's literally Android versus iPhone. And for me, a phone is a phone is a phone. I don't really care. Phones have done more than we have ever had. I grew up in the era where flip phones, even the base Nokia brick phone that everybody was in love with because it was damn near indestructible. Where your phones couldn't do much but play Snake. You know what I'm saying? And now you have your phone, which is basically, I can turn my phone basically, if I hook it up to my computer, basically take it and turn it into its own or hook it up to a monitor where I could make it its own computer using DeX. So there's like so many other things that are there, but you see those biases happen consistently anyway. And let's say in the Knicks, like Android would never be cool, JK. See, and although, again, Knicks, it's really funny when we have those conversations because you can never tell who's being for real and who's not, because there's a lot of people who are like dead ass. Yo, if I see them green bubbles, I'm not talking to you, bro. You're a broke boy. Like the phones don't cost the fucking same amount. Like
there's class systems everywhere. Everybody wants a tribal. Yep. It's a tribalistic thing that's within everything. Yeah. And PlayStation has had that this entire time, especially in gaming, is because and that's because PlayStation is a hardware-based company. And they have made other things outside of PlayStation that make them recognizable. And you just can't deny that. So there is a popularity factor to PlayStation. When you tell people you have an Xbox, they immediately ask why. It happens so often. Especially when I was coming up in middle school, high school, that was the thing. And that was during the time when sports games were the thing that really told the difference, right? Where you got games like 2K or Madden and they played or looked better on the PlayStation console, PlayStation 2, 3, whatever the case may be. And again, we as we found out, it's not necessarily the case, but a lot of people had that belief in them. It was just like, I'm not getting an Xbox. The game plays better on the PlayStation. Why would I do that? And the sports games are better over here. Why would I even do that? It's lame. And that has continued to be a thing to this day. Xbox is not a cool console to own. It has a lot of stigma that goes against it. And to me, the only thing that makes sense to why is because of the brand recognition. It's like Jordan, right? Everybody wants to own a pair of Jordans or a pair of Nikes because they're the most globally recognized brand. When you see somebody with a pair of J's on, you know the type of money they spent on those. Unless they, got a plug and whatever the case. I mean, Steel, it comes down to, and again, Microsoft is obviously a huge recognizable brand, right, overall. But the difference is, when you think of Microsoft, you think of Office and you think of Windows. When you think of Sony, a lot of us think of Walkmans, think of stereos, right, car stereos. We think of entertainment when we think of Sony. We think of Sony movies, right? You think of all these different things. With Microsoft, it's, Windows, Office. That's what Microsoft is known for, because that's where they started, right? Software. So it is a difference, and you're absolutely correct, Steele. But, and even in the United States, where it's much more even, it's much more closely contested. Outside of the United States, that difference is huge. That difference is gigantic. I mean, I just talked to Boxenberger a couple weeks ago, and he says still in 2023, there are no advertisements for Xbox. He is still one of the only individuals he knows that owns an Xbox in Germany.
Yeah.
Like, and Brad Smith showed the chart, 80-20 in Europe.
People think we're fucking crazy.
In the EU.
This is still the reality. Like, you ask why these questions come up,
right,
or why these conversations. Yeah. Bro, this is the reality still.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but that's just what it is. And and Nick, you made a point about the younger folks not really having that. I don't know if you were saying that they do have that brand loyalty or if they don't.
Yeah,
and from what I noticed,
Apple.
No, they don't. Unless it's Apple. If it's Apple, then yeah, of course they got this whatever. Because Apple has done well to finesse that base, right? It starts at the parent, but it always starts at the parents, right? And they bring it down. Oh, it's an easy ecosystem. Everything's connected. And although other ecosystems do the same exact thing.
Yes.
So
and Sky L, that's correct. There's a chance, and that's what Sony's afraid of, right? Because there's another element to this. There's an element to this with the casuals that certain games become naturally associated with a console when they own the marketing rights, which is exactly what happened with Call of Duty. It happened with Destiny back in the day. It happened with Call of Duty after Sony took over the marketing rights because Xbox didn't want to pay the extra dough, which was absolutely insane and one of the biggest mistakes Microsoft has ever made in this whole gaming space. But anyways, that association, if Xbox does own Call of Duty and if they do market it properly and they get the word out that, hey, this is now in Game Pass, that is Sony's fear. That there will be, and I think in the court documents, they said 20% when they did their surveys, 20% of people would move over to Xbox.
Yeah.
Right? But that still wouldn't take away Sony's number one position. Like it would be more even, but it still wouldn't be, even if that whole 20% actually happened, which we don't know will happen. But you're right, Sky Al, over time, as more people come to realize year after year, hey, I can get this game every single year on Game Pass, that is Sony's greatest fear, that those casuals will begin to shift because it's a friend thing at that point. Once enough of your friends or your one main friend shifts and then you want to continue to play with them, even if there's crossplay, you just naturally move yourself over. A lot of people do for a game like Call of Duty, for a game like Madden. Again, they will go where their friends go to play.
That's why I love the Xbox ecosystem as much as I do. And I'll be 100% honest in saying that, like I have previously. The reason I am jaded to the Xbox ecosystem is because of the online multiplayer experience that I've had with it since its existence. And it started at Xbox Connect, at XBC.
Right.
Sony has never had that. And when I did experience it, it wasn't the same.
Right.
And very far from, even to this date on PlayStation 5, the ecosystem, as far as community, as far as just jumping in a party, talking, chatting, looking for groups, whatever the case may be, it is so much easier in the Xbox ecosystem than it is in the PlayStation ecosystem.
Yep.
And it's mainly because Xbox is more Microsoft, which is a service-based company, which has an understanding and also created this huge influx of multiplayer gaming, at least on the console side of things.
Yep.
I honestly think it more so brought more attention to it in total, but that's what caused it. You know what I mean? Right. So it's just like for those who see that, you see it, but then you still have your people who like you were, Pong. If you're more single player focused, if you're more so to yourself, then I get why you will always say PlayStation. That makes sense to me. But it also feel like, unfortunately, that doesn't get away from the stigma though. Like as popular as you may be, you still have this stigma that you're this is the type of game that you put out.
Correct.
Oh, look at that new God of War. That's what people
and that's what Xbox is trying to change with the Western RPGs with Bethesda, right? Because now they've got the best of both worlds. They've got multiplayer and they have single player games that people do hunt down. Again, Sony, nothing taken away from what they did. They created a genre and took it to another level when it comes to that heavy narrative, movie-like, cinema-like experience in gaming. And they've created that. Now, Xbox is trying to diversify, and they're trying to, and we'll see if Hellblade 2 can maybe take that role for them as a one game off in that mode.
We'll see. Went out on the deep end a little bit and said that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Come out this year, but.
Yeah, we'll see.
Anyway.
But again, they're trying. And to who said it here? Was it Crispy? Was it Crispy Rambo? I think it was Crispy Rambo. Yeah, my Crispy Rambo brought up the point that we've made consistently here and elsewhere. He says, my 10-year-old daughter games with a huge group of friends, but they all game on tablets. And that's the other advantage that Xbox will have, right? That's the other advantage with the younger generation.
That is a fact.
When they start hitting the masses with cloud, when cloud gaming becomes much more normal, when Game Pass is one of those things that is downloaded onto your tablet everywhere, right? Where you can have access to the game Xbox ecosystem, the younger generation, because of how they game, will come to know Xbox more than Sony, because Sony doesn't have a presence yet in the cloud gaming sphere. But they don't have that marketability within the cloud where I'm going to play on my phone, I'm going to play on my tablet. That's where all my friends play. They're going to naturally know Xbox is more available than Sony down the road as Xbox continues to grow out this whole process, right? As they expand out, that's exactly why they want this ABK deal. That's exactly why they say mobile is so important to them, because they're going after Google. They're going after Apple. And ABK, the King side of things, the Call of Duty mobile side of things, that's what's going to help them there, because then they become instantly recognizable when they get their app store out there and they start competing against Apple, Google. They're going to have these prime mobile experiences that you won't be able to get anywhere else but on Microsoft's app. And that's how you start to transition that over. But you're exactly correct. The next generation, again, that's why I say hardware eventually will go away. As soon as they can get the experience down where the hardware and the cloud experience, the streaming experience is close enough, that hardware is out of here. That's for all of them. Nintendo, Sony, Xbox. Well, maybe not Nintendo. Nintendo will probably still be rocking out 200 years from now on consoles. But Xbox and Sony, because of the cost, because of the R&D, because they're losing basically on most console sales out the gate, they will get rid of that hardware and move over to streaming only at some point.
Or at least what'll end up happening, in the far future, for sure. I can see it moving that way, but at the very bare minimum, what'll end up happening is that it would just turn into an option, just turn into an additional option. Hey, you can get this, or you can play it on your TV right now,
or you can go buy a PC at that point. Just go buy a PC if you want hardware, because PCs will still be around. PC hardware will always be around, right? That will always be the hardware.
And that could be very well a case where we do move into a future as the computers, I know a lot of people don't see it this way, but computers have become more accessible. More people are building computers. More people have computers than ever before. I can't see a future where everybody in everyone's home, there is some form of a piece. Everybody has some form of access. But just like the conversation about the younger generation, you have to be able to acknowledge what the young ones are doing, because they're the next market, guys. Like, of course, they're going to pitch to us certain things, and we're going to play games like Wolong, and that's understandable. And we're not going to play Wolong on a cloud service because it's all we need, precision and all this great stuff. But they're not even playing these games.
Mm-hmm.
My youngest loves the fact that she can go from her tablet onto the Xbox for Roblox, and it's all connected.
Yep. Right.
Like she can just keep. When I tell her, hey, you have an issue with a tablet, whatever, it's acting up because Roblox acts up on tablet sometimes. And she gets a little flustered. I'm like, oh, you can just nobody's playing Xbox right now. You can jump on. I'm like, oh, really? Boom, picked up right where she left off. If you don't think that they're going to start noticing these things,
right?
Or even my oldest, like she doesn't necessarily care about the branding of whatever phone she gets, but she just wants a phone. Like that whole brand loyalty thing is changing in some form. It's not as heavy as it used to be. Like when I was coming up. Like again, another good example. Because I try to draw, parallels to reality. Reebok is in Walmart now.
Mm-hmm.
That if you can go wear some Reebok out of Walmart, nobody will make fun of you. Back in the day, or Champion is another one that all of a sudden it's expensive.
It was garbage.
But that shit was at Walmart for like $10, $15 for a pair of sweatpants. Now they're charging $60 just because it says Champion on it.
Mm-hmm.
It shows you how things kind of change, how things, there's always going to be that ebbs and flows.
Research done by
global
nonprofit
Doom. I'm not saying they're
Earth,
doing away with hardware again.
Pollution and toxic
I'll reiterate
lead
when I talk about that, I'm talking about down. Like I said, we got at least, I think personally, a generation or two at least before they even start considering hardware. And again, a lot has to happen in there infrastructure-wise across the globe to even come close to that transition. I'm just saying there is a future probably within my lifetime, which isn't as long as some of yours out there, but within my lifetime where we may see hardware go away. Because again, the hardware is an expensive piece of this industry
it's an entry point.
that these manufacturers would just rather not deal with, right? It doesn't matter who you are. If you can get rid of that piece, then it's all gravy, because then all your content, digital content, is bigger profit, right? Bigger profit overall.
Apple.
Right, exactly. So, Doom, I'm not talking about anytime soon. Phil is absolutely correct where he says, I'm not on that train where people like to go, oh, Microsoft's getting out of the hardware business. They're going third-party. No. Phil's told you flat out they're going to continue to produce hardware because it is a gateway, right? It is an entry point for their ecosystem. They will continue to produce that. And as of right now, there is no replacing that native hardware experience or coming close as
input delay,
right? As good as cloud, as good as Stadia showed that it can be done, as good as NVIDIA GeForce Now is, it's still not the same as having your dedicated hardware to run your game. So no, I'm not saying that's happening anytime.
And the internet still has so far to go, like, ladies and gentlemen, before that even becomes a true reality.
Right.
Like, even back then when streaming started becoming a thing and we started seeing more people streaming is still not as heavy intensive on the internet as gaming is. And with people still having data plans, and we're still having this whole, I at least believe it's an internet infrastructure crisis that we're in. Because a lot of it is, we want to talk about monopolies, a lot of it is monopolized. And not many people have a choice, or it's extremely expensive, right? For just an example, I don't mind talking about it, just for my gig of internet speed, it's like right at $110. It's like, how do I expect everybody to pay $110 for internet? I can't.
Right.
Like, I don't know what else they get. Maybe they still have a home phone. I don't know many people with a home phone, but maybe they do. Maybe they still got cable. Not everybody sees that play yet. And not all infrastructure has it. There are so many places that still, again, last time I did the research, the average meg for the typical consumer today is 40 megabytes. That's insane to think about. I was just joking with Pong, like back in the day, 25 was like, man, you had 25, you were the guy. Like, man, you got some good speeds. Now we're getting the gig. You know, anytime that I see anything over 100, I'm dumbfounded because I remember what that experience was like, right? And I do and can relate to people who don't have that same value for the internet or don't know what it's going to take to run that effortlessly, and not run into all these other problems that we're currently running into, especially in the reality of it all, right? So,
right. And we're talking, when we talk about the future, it's not, I don't know if you guys can see this. Got some reflection.
We can see it. I can see it. That's perfect.
Okay, you can see that, right? This is a Palm Trio from 2003. That was 20 years ago. I rocked this exact phone.
Wow.
Okay,
I remember that phone.
So this was 20 years ago, folks. 20 years ago, when we first got these, did any of us see the Galaxy S22?
Hell,
no. The new iPhone?
No. Hell no.
Did anybody see us holding this much power in our hands at that point in 20 years? No.
People are making movies off of phones, guys. What are we talking about?
Right. You can take a picture of the moon of telescope quality off of your phone camera. Listen, technology moves. So the things that we say are so unbelievable to even think about. Someday we won't need hardware. Someday cloud gaming will be that good. Yeah, you can say, well, yeah, no way. That's not going to happen. There's no way Listen, technology does move. Yes, a lot of things have to come into play, but we've seen it time and time again. Throughout history, things do come into play. Dominoes do fall, and all of a sudden, things that we thought were impossible are here. And that's exactly what we're talking about here down the road when we talk about the future. Again, I'm not talking about the next generation. I'm not talking about, I'm just saying that eventually that's going to happen. And then we got to think, that's how we think about the bigger picture. That's how you take your step back and you go to that satellite view, that RTS view, as Steele likes to say, and look at this industry because things 20 years from now, and Strauss Zelnick from 2K, say it one more time, said we got at least 20 more years of growth. At least 20 more years of growth. So what the kids that are being born today that are going to be 20-year-olds 20 years from now playing on, who knows? It could be VR. VR could be all the rage. We could be playing, Ready Player One style games in 20 years, right? I'm not saying we're going to have holodecks like Star Trek, but who knows? Who knows? Quantum computing could change everything. We could have holodecks in 20 years. Who the hell knows? I'm just saying that that's the way we kind of look at this stuff when we're talking about this futuristic stuff. But right now as it stands, the hardware is here to stay. It's the best way to play games still. As Phil said, cloud is just another option. Mobile is just another option to access your ecosystem, to access your games. It's not replacing native hardware in any way, shape, or form. It's not, and it's not going to for a while. That's where we stand today. So I think that's the important thing to come across. But these companies, they have think tank groups, they have futurists that they specifically hire to think about that next decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades. Where are we going to be with technology? What are those generations going to be doing with that technology? And how do we position ourselves to take advantage of that and be there to be one of the leaders? That's what these people do. And that's what we do as a small piece right here. Me and Steel, just gamers, just thinking outside the box, trying to think about this stuff. Great conversations. Chat, you guys. Always, every Saturday, you guys come up here, you guys throw out your opinions, you guys discuss in the chat amongst yourselves, you discuss it with Steel and I. Love you guys. This is what Steel and I wanted. We love the lurkers too. Don't get me wrong. You're lurking, you're sitting back playing games, you got us on in the background. We love it.
I do it.
We love it.
I don't blame you.
But this live conversation is a big part of what we do here on the show. So thank you all for that. That was great stuff right there.
Greatly appreciated. And
yes.
In the Eastside Vandal says, yes, Pong, we are now using Star Trek communicators on a daily basis. I mean, pretty much. Literally, text, phone call away. It's really simple in many different ways. It's fucking insane, man. And I can't wait to see it go forward. And I saw Nix was saying that sadly, phone tech has reached its apex. Evolution has slowed big time. And again, the only next step is what? Making your phone a laptop. But it's like, we're even getting flip phones again to do that.
Yep. or we get AR screens somehow. That takes a leap forward. We get AR screens. We get an earpiece like her, and we're talking to Chat AI. And Chat AI is doing everything.
I personally think that some form of AR glasses is going to be the next step. Personally, taking it from you're never having to take your phone out of your pocket. It's always instead I can have prescription glasses. AR contacts. That too. Yep. But you can, instead of having prescription, like not only having prescription glasses, you'll also have an option to say, hey, you can also get this built in. Since you use these every day, you have an option to turn it off. It's not here right now, nowhere close, but I do see that kind of being the next step, just because of how us as humans kind of interact with things on a day-to-day basis. That would be the only other thing to make sense that was the biggest reason this was created. Apple had an idea they wanted to because Microsoft was so stuck on bringing Office to everything and so business oriented. Apple had a different outlook on putting a computer in your pocket. And they were able to make it happen. You're muted, Paul.
And BlackBerry became the blockbuster because BlackBerry laughed and said nobody's going to want to use that tech. Nobody's going to want to do a keyboardless phone. Nobody's going to want to have keys on the screen. Nobody's going to want to use touch technology.
and guess what? The phone came out and blew up the world.
And for you people out there not old enough to remember how big BlackBerry was, BlackBerry was the Sony PlayStation of the business world. They dominated. You had to have a BlackBerry to run your stuff out of business because their security tech was so far beyond anything currently being done. Their phones were the most secure phones in the world. They had something like worldwide of business users. It was something like 80% at one point, almost 90% of people ran off a BlackBerry. Yep. That's how dominant that was. Where's BlackBerry today? Gone.
They tried to come back with a touchscreen phone and why would you get a
BlackBerry? Far behind.
Yeah, why would you get a
BlackBerry? No, Apple's tech caught up with security. Google came along, created Android. Android security got up to
Samsung
enough where
has its
exactly
own.
all of it. Samsung took its own way with Google, with the Android, I should say. So yeah, crazy.
Did you
Yeah, the Palm Pre, Sky L. I had 2 Palm Pre's. Palm Pre's were they were remember they're small and you slid them up. It slid up, right? But they broke all the damn time. They had so many technical issues, but damn were they cool. Wireless charging. I had the little Palm Stone that you set it on. That was like before anybody else was doing wireless. Palm back in the day was dope to have. Like people look at me when I pull that thing, I'll be like, what are you rocking that for?
That and them sidekicks. That was the thing. If you had I love sidekicks. I never had an active sidekick. I was just too young, but even when I got one passed down to me, it was just so dope. So just flipping the screen open, texting, flipping it back down. I just thought.
Yeah, Stubbs. Yeah, Google did buy Android, but Google took it to the next level. Right. That's when it really took off. But yes, you were correct.
1,000%. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you all for tuning in. That was an excellent first topic to start us and get us rocking and rolling. And again, if anybody's tuning in now, you're wondering why is the title Phil Spencer line? Again, please look at that end quote, end punctuation that's used with a question mark. Again, if it got you here, I love you. I do much appreciate you. And rewind a little bit, and you'll get some detail on why we. I think the next cool thing would be to get into, and I know some people might not think this is cool because people are tired of the whole FTC conversation. Activision Blizzard, this deal going through. Oh, there's nothing else to talk about. Can't you guys just talk about games? Well, let me tell you something. Unfortunately, I care about the industry in total. So if you wanted just game talk, I'd have to do live streams or something like that to be able to do just game talks, and even then, I end up talking about other shit.
We had over an hour of game talk right at the beginning. We always start off our show with game talk. We had like 50 minutes of long talk, and then we went into upcoming games.
That is very true. So
we talk a lot of games,
and we, if anything, too, we also typically have our. We also have our time marks and everything. So if you got a specific conversation that you want to tune into, instead of hearing this, you're more than welcome. But Sony, this is coming from Benzinga. Sony wanted to block Activision Microsoft merger, maybe giving ammo to the antitrust fight. This article is written by Chris Hadji. Hopefully I'm saying that name right. If I'm not, I greatly apologize, Chris. But again, this is adding on some additional information because this week we might have gotten some information to signify that the deal may end up going. Now, again, whether the deal goes through or not, that's something that they're going to have to deal with in court or in these governmental bodies. I'm not part of that. But I have been on the fence that I don't see any reason for the deal to be blocked. Microsoft's goal with this deal wasn't to take away content. They made that very known up front, to the point that now, with the additional information they got this week, Microsoft is even willing to hire an outside party, third party, to make sure that those deals do get done. I want to start off by saying, before I get into this article, if that doesn't tell you the level of dedication that they have towards expanding the gaming industry, I don't know what else needs to be presented to you. And at this point, with that now being on the table, especially, and shout out to Hogue Law, who has made that wonderful return. We talked about that earlier in the show. Please check out his content at Hogue Law. He talked about it too, kind of doubling down. But if this, just on a common sense standpoint, because I can only come from that educated consumer's perspective, that ECP, I literally see no reason for this to continue to get held. Microsoft is saying all the right things, doing all the right things, whether this is something they wanted to do or not. I do believe this is exactly what they wanted. This is what they planned for, because they had no ill will or bad intention. Now, 10 years down the line, if they own the entire cloud market and that all changes, then we got a different conversation to have. But again, these governing bodies exist to be able to go back on these deals if that ends up being the case, at least to look at them. Anyway, so with this, I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can bring it up for you guys again. Again, this is coming from Benzinga. But they go in and start with PlayStation owner Sony Group Corp. has been vocal in its attempt to block rival Microsoft Corporation manufacturer of the Xbox, from buying video game publisher Activision Blizzard for roughly $69 billion. And while it would appear that Sony would get its way with the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, suing Microsoft over the deal, citing antitrust issues, the company may soon find itself under regulatory scrutiny. And this is something that me and Pong have also mentioned, that there is a possibility, because we also got information this week, is that Sony does have to go into their history, at least till 2019, and demonstrate what their deals look like and show these governing bodies why they are saying Call of Duty is going to be the demise of them, right? At least that's the way that they've kind of painted it. We've gotten more news from PlayStation also that Call of Duty actually helps fund some of their third-party deals and other IPs
AAAs, their
to
first
be
party.
developed.
Yeah, their first party. It funds their first party AAA.
Oh, my fault. So it funds.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
God damn, I don't know. I missed that.
Yeah. That was the exact quote. They would make it harder for them to produce AAA first party titles.
I had my moment of silence right there, ladies and gentlemen, because wow, I thought
I
it was
don't
more so
believe all
towards
that,
third party. I don't
no.
necessarily believe that in total either.
No,
There's definitely has to be some other smoke there. But the fact that you even said that, it's kind of like, okay, this has to be a conversation. Right? Anyway, let's see where we're gonna go.
I want to say, real quick, LCD Gamer said, who knows where technology is going to be? Jim Ryan might be teleporting over to Brussels in 20 years from now instead of flying.
They're going to stop the transport. I'm out. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see. What happened? A new report says Sony attempts to block a Microsoft subpoena to gain access to the company's documents have not been entirely successful. As a result, Sony may be forced to reveal how much it pays to keep games off the Xbox Game Pass, which is something that's a very real reality and something that most of us know that they do. The FTC Chief Administrative Judge, D. Michael Chappell, sided with Microsoft in the request, according to Kotaku. From what I've heard about this judge, he's one of those nonsense kind of judges. It kind of sees things more fairly than some others may. But to me, this was kind of like a common sense thing again, because it was just like, at the end of the day, when you're making these claims, you're talking about this deal, you're bringing up reasons for why this shouldn't go through, although you are the market leader in this industry. Anybody that did a little bit of research would want to say, hey, well, let me see why you're saying these things. Let me see how much of an impact it truly has on your business so we can address this properly. Because if you bring these documents to me and they say something completely different, and that you're actually making enough money to cut deals, because again, you can't say that, oh, you won't have money to fund your first party, but you got enough deals to make sure you have enough money to make sure that certain games don't go on another platform. That doesn't go hand in hand with each other. So you're already conflicting issues. Excuse me. The request from Microsoft centers on details of exclusivity agreements that Sony's PlayStation gaming console has. Microsoft has accused Sony of paying blocking rights to keep some content off of the Xbox Game Pass, which we have seen in the past, some deals that have stated that they can't be on subscription services or whatever the case. The nature and extent of SIE, Sony Interactive Entertainment's content licensing agreements are relevant to the complaint's allegations of exclusivity arrangements between video game console developers and video game developers and publishers, Judge Chappell said. Now, why does it matter? Exclusive deals are rarely made public. Extremely important. And according to The Verge, the new ruling by the judge could open up Sony to taking precautions on exclusivity to compete with Microsoft. The development also serves up a bit of irony, considering it was originally Sony crying to regulators, claiming a Microsoft Activision deal would lead to major games like Call of Duty franchise being made exclusive and taken off of the PlayStation. Again, this has been the main cruxes of this entire conversation. This has been the thing that people always go right back to and say, oh, it's a PlayStation. It's just about Call of Duty. Call of Duty, Call of Duty, Call of Duty. And places, fortunately enough, places like right here on Living Splitscreen, on Speculation Network, have more than mentioned that has never been the case. And in that recent interview with Xbox On, Phil also reiterated that this deal was for us to get into the mobile market because the competition is Google and Apple. Again, if you think Microsoft only looks at Sony with the side eye about being in the living room and having people's attention, you're crazy to think that Microsoft doesn't also look at Apple that same way and doesn't like the fact that Apple has really gotten a stronghold on the mobile market without having to create specific studios or specific hardware to run those games. They just got games, they make money, and that's it. Hand over fist, easy for them. Anyway, Microsoft's gaming CEO, Phil Spencer, has said otherwise. We're not taking Call of Duty from PlayStation. That's not our intent, Spencer said on a podcast. I don't like when they do this, when they say, when he said on a podcast, so Benzinga, do better. When you should have said what Phil Spencer said on the Xbox On podcast. Put a link in there in the description so people have a resource to go to instead of just saying, he just said it on some random podcast. No. Phil does go on to say, our intent is not to do that, and as long as there is a PlayStation out there to ship to, our intent is that we'll continue to ship Call of Duty on PlayStation. Brad Smith also clapped back, claiming that Sony has a larger market share than Microsoft in markets including a split of around 70% to 30%. That's 70 Sony, 30 Microsoft globally. Smith also cited a strong share for Sony in Europe and Japan, but did not provide market share for those areas because he didn't need to. You can go do a Google search right now and find out that there's almost about a 90% of a market leaning towards Sony in those markets, almost. Again, leave Nintendo out of these things because
the regulatory body said so. Sony said so.
And again, I do think that it is fair for them to leave out Nintendo because, again, unfortunately, the market does look at Xbox and PlayStation, like I mentioned earlier, as very similar to each other. Mm-hmm. They don't look at Nintendo as that. Nope. Although it does not make sense to me when you're talking about video games, why we're not including Nintendo in the conversation. Right. Because we should be questioning their shit too.
But it's fine. It's fine. It works out for Microsoft.
Yeah, it does. Because again, Microsoft is bringing Call of Duty to Nintendo, which in hindsight is going to cause Nintendo to have to cut other deals at some point. Next, that's not the case. Stop being funny. Anyway, meanwhile, Sony has many exclusive games like God of War and The Last of Us, which are not available on the Xbox. As this trial gets further along, Microsoft could build its case that exclusive titles are nothing new in video games, and this comes as Call of Duty is not exclusive to Microsoft, only speculated by its rival for in the future. Another item that won't help Sony is a rumor that the video game giant is rumored to be acquiring the video game publisher. And guys, let's literally like step back for a second and ask ourselves, in what universe would Sony ever be able to afford buying Take-Two? What universe does that make sense?
None.
And who started this rumor?
That dude on Twitter,
bro.
That troll on Twitter. That dude who is so delusional he believes that he increased the Take-Two stock price because he put that out on Twitter.
Wow. Okay.
That's where we're at 2023, bro. Seriously.
Well, maybe you've been smoking crack. I'm sorry. I mean, hey, I don't know what else to say. Look, it is what it is. That's the most absurd thing that I've ever seen in my life. Why would Take-Two
ever sell?
GTA
they have
literally lived off of GTA 5 for a decade. And actually, I could argue that they probably could have did more with the money they garnered in from that game than what they've done to this point. Mm-hmm. So, hey, to each their own. They're their own business. They've made money. Bro, I can
You think
guarantee
Strauss
you,
and those shareholders are gonna be like, hell yeah, Sony, come buy us?
I can guarantee you they made at least 10 times the amount of money that it cost to make that damn game.
Oh,
Had to. Way beyond that.
We're past that now.
Way beyond
Past
that.
What did they sold? 150 million copies?
Yeah, something like that.
150 million copies at $60 each. You're talking about just straight sales. You're talking about a billion,
Bro.
over $1 billion,
Bro.
and then you're talking about microtransactions and GTA Online.
Yeah, it's extremely retarded. It's extremely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't want to say the R word. That's kind of just.
Yeah. Some people,
but it's extremely. I think it's disingenuous to even for them to have
to
put
entertain
this,
it. To entertain it.
In,
it's just dumb.
Again, journalism, whatever is what it is. Benzinga, do better, please. One, not giving a link to the podcast that you were mentioning, but also acquiring this. Like, you made it seem like there's this giant rumor. It's not a giant rumor. Nobody, I don't think anybody else believes this outside of literal fanboys. That would want that because all of a sudden they want GTA to be exclusive to one console. Although, if anything, if that did happen, Take-Two would be just like Bungie. You're not telling us what we can.
Oh, after all this, the regulatory bodies would never allow that to go through.
Oh, and that's a fucking guarantee too. Yeah.
Without guarantees, they would never allow that to go through. And again, Sony can raise some capital. Sony can make some purchases. I'm not in the camp that says Sony's broke as a joke. They've got a lot of debt, but so do a lot of companies. They can raise capital.
They can't buy. They can't buy.
But Take-Two. I don't think Sony Corp would even want to do it.
They better go
way too much of a risk.
They better go get capital to go buy Embracer or something.
Well, that was the other rumor too, that they were going to buy Embracer too. Steve.
I can see that happening more than I can see. But again, Sony is also about quality. So do you want them to go through the fat of Embracer? Good God, good luck.
Regulatory bodies would look at you're gonna now own 250 IPs, Sony. Yeah, okay, no, we're not doing
after having 70 to 90% of the market share globally. I don't think that would be smart. So, with Sony kind of going up in flames a bit about this entire situation, and also airing out, seemingly having to air out some of their own dirty laundry, as we've seen, as we know, it's only going back to 2019. That is going to have us see some opportunity for some of the deals that have been cut up to this point. For example, they might have something in there for the Demon Souls remake. They may have something in there.
Well, Stellar Blade's going to be in there for sure. There's going to be some other titles in there. Final Fantasy VII Remake. What happened to that? Why was there one date put on the box and then all of a sudden, that date comes up and you still don't hear Hogwarts
anything?
DLC is going to be in there. There's going to be a lot of stuff.
It's just going to be a lot of information, even just going to 2019.
Stuff we don't know. We don't know.
And actually, I think even 2019 is a good date to go back to. That's before the next gen consoles came out. So that kind of gives you more of a look behind the scenes on how they were prepping for this generation, right? So how do you there's a lot of this information kind of add to the majority of the things that we spoke on, as far as you guys mentioned on PM to PM this week, that you even named the show that more so it was like a fuck around and find out moment. Had they finally really hit that wall where it's like, look, you're either gonna have to unlock this door and walk through it, or somebody's gonna come busting through the door. You're gonna have to put a new door up anyway. So, well, where are we at now with this situation?
Specifically here, this is the perfect fuck around and find out example in a lot of ways. And again, it was great to have Hogue back, and Hogue said it himself from an M&A standpoint. You don't want your company secrets, any of your company secrets, in your main competitor's hands. You don't. That's why Sony's attorneys fought against this so hard. People can be out here like, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's not just exclusivity deals. They get access to some of the communications from Jim Ryan. They get access to some of the communication emails from the corporate, one of the heads at corporate, a Sony corporate, which are all in Japanese, which are going to have to be translated. They're going to have access to any communications that weren't client privilege from one of the Sony's attorneys. in their communications to the FTC and other regulatory bodies. This is huge. Now, again, what we get to see publicly, that's up for debate. Hogue personally thinks that the judge will lock it down and seal it. Anything that is released to the public will be heavily redacted. But as Hogue pointed out, whenever this stuff happens, leaks do tend to happen. Yeah. Epic v. Apple, we got leaks. Capcom, that's how we got to know about one of the exclusivity deals, because the Capcom Resident Evil Village contract got leaked from Epic v. Apple. And that had nothing to do with anything, Steel. That had nothing. But we still got it. So leaks do tend to happen when this information gets out there. And the thing is, with Sony, as I've been stating on other shows, listen, you probably knew that if the FTC went this route in the United States, because it is a legal proceeding, that discovery is a part of legal proceedings. You open up yourself to this consequence of positioning yourself in this matter the way that Sony did. Even though this is the FTC's case, because Sony is the main entity standing up and opposing this deal, and because the FTC's case is based upon a lot of Sony's concerns, they are now wrapped up in all of this. And the FTC would have to drop its case to make sure that this discovery doesn't go through. So it's not like Sony can all of a sudden go, oh, no, we'll take that deal now, Microsoft. Right. You don't need our documents. No. Microsoft still wants those documents because it's evidence to argue against the FTC's concerns. It's to show that Sony itself has a history of cutting exclusive deals to prevent Microsoft from having games come over to Game Pass, to prevent Microsoft from having games come over to the ecosystem at all, to the console. They want to show Sony has its own history of exclusivity deals. So I'm sure Microsoft's attorneys, they were disappointed that they didn't go back to 2012, because obviously that would present a huge
that would have been a whole different
of these deals. But 2019 forward, 4 years, is going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of deals. That's why Sony said, well, no, this is going to be too difficult on us to produce this. We don't have an organized system where we can search for specific files based upon what type of contract we sign. Like Hogue said, that's basics in any corporation nowadays, because when when a corporation does get sued, when there is litigation and you need to find these files, it's kind of important to be able to find them real quick. So he said, well, that's fine. Maybe Sony doesn't have that software built in, but he goes, damn well better be sure you can go still find these files, because this is a situation that's not abnormal when you're a giant billion-dollar corporation, that you're going to have to produce files on a regular basis for a multitude of different reasons. So you better have a system in place where you can go find them. But Sony tried to fight against this, and the judge said, yeah, no, I'll cut down the date range for you, but you're not going to say that this isn't relevant. Sony tried to say it wasn't relevant. Judge is like, excuse me? This is the whole basis of this argument is exclusivity. How are your contracts, exclusive contracts, not relevant to the situation? So it was a big win overall for Microsoft. The people that try to downplay it, again, intellectual dishonesty, willful ignorance, whichever one you want to choose, that's what it is. Because overall, the judge sided with Microsoft in this and said, no, Sony, you got to produce these docs. They're very relevant to this case. We need to see those. And if they do leak publicly, again, how much does it tarnish Sony? Outside of our community that pays attention to this stuff? Well, again, as I said yesterday on the Gamers Initiative podcast, if the IGNs of the world, if the game industry.bizes of the world were doing actual journalism and presenting the facts as they stand, sure, this might reach more people out there and tell people that Sony can be kind of shady themselves, right? They're kind of hypocritical in this whole case, but they're not going to do that. We've seen the slant in all the articles. We've seen the slant in all the titles. Gamesindustry.biz, after this news broke, came out and titled their article, Judge Denies Microsoft's Access to Certain Documents, or whatever they did. Like, that wasn't the main point of what happened. Sure, he cut down on the time frame. Microsoft's not getting all the documents. They said, hey, you guys don't get to see the performance reviews of the higher ups at Sony and PlayStation. They did deny them that. The judge said, no, that's not relevant. And again, that was a gray area to begin with that Microsoft wanted. I knew why they wanted it, because they do want to see maybe that they get maybe Jim Ryan gets a performance bonus based upon how many exclusives he signs for Sony, right? That's certainly a possibility, right? I understand why they wanted it, but it was a gray area because it's human resources, it's personnel files. Judges usually don't like to give up that information to somebody else. So they did get denied some things, but overall, if you listen to the experts out there, this was a big win for Microsoft and their attorneys. This is huge. So this could be that moment that Sony regrets. And I've been saying this from the beginning, that they're opening up Pandora's box. When you open up Pandora's box, you don't get to go, oh, we were just kidding. We're cool. Don't pay attention to us. We didn't want any of this to happen. No, Hogue said it yesterday as well, that down the road, now that the regulatory bodies, and this is something you and I discussed, Steele, we discussed in other shows too, now that the regulatory bodies have a better education on the industry as a whole, and now that they've been privy to documentation from all these companies behind the scenes, and they can see that maybe there was some deals being made by Sony that weren't necessarily consumer friendly to other gamers. Mm-hmm. That maybe they were out to actually foreclose in a lot of ways on Xbox and try to keep content away from Xbox overall. Maybe down the road here, now once this ABK deal gets done, these regulatory bodies go back and say, Sony, come here, we got to talk. We got to talk. Like the EU and the EC and the CMA, we're worried about not just our PlayStation gamers. Part of our job is to think about all consumers. And so what you've been doing to keep games away from our Xbox gamers, and there might not be as many of them, but there are still consumers, isn't exactly right. All right. It's not exactly right what you've been doing. And we could see the regulatory bodies start taking a bigger look at Sony and their practices when it comes to their dealings. And even if that doesn't happen, at the end of the day, what Sony's done is exposed this industry as a whole to government regulatory bodies much more. And again, this deal, I'm not placing it all on Sony. This deal was going to get looked at just because of the sheer size of the deal itself. It was always going to have a microscope put over it. But because Sony screamed so loud and cried so loud, I believe the spotlight was much brighter than it would have been had Sony just sat back and said, no, we're okay with this. Again, not taking anything away from what Sony did. They're protecting their business. Mm-hmm. Jim's doing what he has to do. I still say to this day, Jim don't care. Sony don't care what the rest of us people think out here. Our talking heads, they don't care about our opinion. They're protecting their money. And when it comes to that, you do what you got to do, okay, at the end of the day. But there are consequences to this. And I think down the road, they could see those consequences expand. And having these documents not only in your main competitor's hand, but also in the judge's hand, in the FTC's hand, potentially other bodies as well. That's not a good thing for Sony. And when it comes to Microsoft specifically, Steele, between the emails, between the contracts, they could get a much clearer picture of Sony's roadmap into the future. They could see some things that competitively give them an advantage. And that's why Sony fought against this, because they could piece together. They're both in the same industry. They both have extremely smart people at the top, Steele. You don't have to have all the puzzle pieces. All you got to do is have a couple here and there, and you can start to put together the picture.
Oh, yeah.
So this really could advantage Microsoft on the road. They could really see what Sony's going for the next 5, 10, 15 years, just from these little bits of information that they're going to get out of this dump that they're going to see through this discovery, which again, if you're Sony, no way in hell you ever wanted this to happen. No way you ever wanted to get to this point, ever. But this is what happens when you fuck around. Sometimes you find out.
Yeah.
And that's why I brought that up.
If you like that fire.
Yeah. And I think that overall, again, the CMA is still tricky. I don't know if you were going to talk about it, Steele, but overall, the sentiment is that the EC is now swinging Microsoft's way, that it looks like through the remedies that Microsoft proposed, which included, as you stated, hiring and paying for a third party to monitor this deal. My God, talk about taking the extra step to say, fine, you guys are concerned about how you would monitor this, and it's going to cost you as the CMA and you as the EC, it's going to cost you guys resources to actually monitor this deal. Guess what? We'll take that piece off the table too. We'll go ahead, ease your fears. We'll hire somebody. You guys call the shot. Pick out who you want. You want a judge over in the EU to monitor? Cool. We'll pay them. We'll pay them as a third party. That's taking the extra step. And now that we see this kind of shift with the EC, we'll see where they get with the CMA. They're in talks with the CMA right now. They had closed doors with them this week as well, but we didn't get any real information. Microsoft didn't hold a presser like they did when they were over and with the EC. We didn't get that kind of presser. We didn't get that kind of information. But we'll see, because with the EC specifically, the NVIDIA deal, Nintendo deal, and the offer supposedly to pay for this third party to monitor it really seem to flip things for them and really seem to satisfy them in a lot of ways. Now, we'll see if that translates to the CMA. We'll see. The CMA was the one that was... Yeah, but the CMA was the one most vocal on structural remedies, divesting themselves of the interest. So we'll see how much of that was just grandstanding. We'll see how much of that would behind the scenes, now that they've seen Microsoft put forth this effort, maybe they back away from that and they do look at just regular remedies outside of structural remedies to clear this deal. It's going to be very interesting. They've moved their date now. They got their final extension, not Microsoft, but the CMA put in their final, or the EC put in their final extension for 10 days. So the EC and the CMA's final, what am I trying? Why did I just lose my train of thought? Their final decisions are both due within a couple days of each other at the end of April. So we're going to know clearly. And again, the FTC, if the EC and the CMA don't block, they're done. The FTC is done. Microsoft's going to close over the top. The FTC has no case in the United States Court of Law.
Yeah,
they will lose.
If you take it there, you're literally just wasting money.
Right. And the one thing I do want to remind people is something that a lot of people have forgotten. This judge internally with the FTC, even though it is an FTC judge, he is representing it as a neutral judge in this case. He can make the decision himself. This doesn't have to go to federal. He could tell the FTC straight out from their own inside, saying you're wasting your time. You can't move forward with this. This is done. You're done. So this judge could see all this documentation and be like, yeah, no, there's nothing here for us. We're not moving forward with this. And he could rule against themselves. Like the FTC could rule against itself with this judge, who is technically a neutral third party in all this. So we're going to find out real soon. We're coming to a close here, Steel. Yeah. We're going to get a real good idea. I think sometime in April. It might not even take till the end of April till we start hearing things, because if we start hearing the CMA has been swayed, that they're kind of moving in the direction of favoring this deal overall with concessions, then look, it's a slam dunk from there on out. It's a slam dunk. The FTC it's worthless. It's done. So, but Sony's still going to be exposed. That's the main point. This discovery, it's not even a matter of just waiting for the EC and the CMA. The discovery files have to be given in a certain time frame. I don't know what the exact due date is, but I believe it's within a few weeks that they have to provide those documents. Those documents are going to be in everybody's hands. Even if the EC and CMA approve this, it's not going to matter. The documents will be out there. So Sony definitely lost.
Yeah, this is one of those things to where, since Sony isn't in a lot of different companies, even Nintendo, since they don't like to have conversation that often, since they don't like putting themselves on Front Street, this is Microsoft literally playing to its advantage, because it is vocal. It doesn't mind, like, all of the deals and dealings that you can kind of imagine have been put on Front Street for Microsoft already. That's why everybody is so critical of what Microsoft does, and so critical about them keeping their word. And, oh, you said it's going to be everywhere, but then now this isn't everywhere. And that's why those things are in conversation, because Microsoft does talk. Sometimes not enough, sometimes too much. They haven't quite found that median yet. But now this is working perfectly into, again, it would be really hard for me to sit here and say that they didn't predict this happening. It would be really difficult for me to sit here and say, and again, I'm not a professional. I know there are some professionals out there who are like, oh, no, this deal's going to get blocked. But again, just from a consumer's perspective, there's literally nothing in these dealings that should be preventing it from going through outside of just the money being spent and the possible futuristic issues that it could cause. But again, we can't say that we can, and I'll continue to reiterate this, you can't say that you can go back to look at something that you're worried about later and then also be worried about right now when there's no issue right now.
Right.
How does that make any sense?
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see how these things play out, man. Again, I know a lot of people say that they're trying to talk about, they want this deal to be over so we can talk about other things. What else you guys going to talk about? Because you don't have to talk about this week to week. You can talk about something else. You could.
You're good. You're not required. Again, for us, we do because it's the biggest deal in gaming history.
That too.
We're going to look back on it. Again, if you're into it like you and I still are, and we're this passionate about the industry as a whole, when you look back at this like 10 years from now, I'll remember all these discussions we had about ABK. 20 years from now, when I'm approaching 70 years old, I'm going to think back to these discussions because this really will shape the future of the industry in a lot of ways. It's not the be-all, end-all of the industry, but this deal, for how big it is going to shape Xbox's future and Microsoft's future in the gaming space, no matter what.
Yeah.
And so, again, these deals don't happen, and we don't get this inside look into this industry. That's why it's fascinating to this day. For me, that's why I enjoy talking about it, because this is stuff we never would get to see. Ever.
That's what I'm saying. That's the thing we got to focus on. And real quick, side tangent. You know how Apple was forced by the EU to have to regulate.
I was going to bring that up. Did you see Luca's retweet?
Yeah.
I was going to bring it up.
What kind of dumb, shady shit is?
We were just talking about.
We're going to have a USB port. Since you're going to make us have this USB-C port, if you don't get your cable from Apple, if you use something else, it's going to have half the data transfer. It's going to have half the charging time. It has to be Apple approved.
Shout out to Apple. That's why I don't support them.
Really?
I hate them.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Got to be Apple certified.
I already saw it. I already saw people like, oh, this is a great thing because that means Apple can certify it and make sure that it's going to work with my phone properly.
We're talking about a charging cable. Bro, Google's had universal charging cables forever. And I've never had a problem with any $3 cable I've bought at fucking Target. Give me a break, bro.
It's already hard enough to have consistent charging, fast charging. That's a difference. There's a difference. You have to have fast charging, and then you have your regular cables, and now you want your Apple cables. Like, this is so Apple to figure out a way to have their own charging cable, although they're meeting whatever the requirement was.
Yes. It's USB-C. It's no longer the lightning cable. So now you can use your regular USB-C cable, but if it's not Apple certified, you don't get the full performance. Gotta love them. Man.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I get it for business wise because man, they're just gonna make more fucking money, but it's ridiculous. Again, it's proper representation. Why that shit needs to be addressed too, man. Microsoft needs to get into space so they can liven some things up because phone market's getting really dry. I think Samsung's tired of trying to play that game with Apple at this point, and they can't do it by themselves. They're the only one really providing that.
Like Jez says, Microsoft, bring back the Windows Phone. Bring it back. Let's go. Let's rock.
Let's see if they do it.
I gotta say, I rocked it for a while. I rocked it when I worked at Sprint, and I did rock it for a while, and it was a cool phone. Looking back at it, it was a great setup.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was an interesting phone. Zune, I thought Zune was dope at the time. I wanted
Zune? Oh yeah.
Like coming off of the iPod, and I got him right there. I thought that was
Original,
a good idea.
OG, and then the 80 gig HD.
I thought those were a fucking fantastic idea.
If you listen to audio files, they will still say Zune had the best.
Really?
In a lot of ways, yeah. Zune had the best bit rate out of any of them.
Damn.
Zune was again ahead of its time.
It was.
Do you remember all the features, Steel? Did you?
I don't remember all the. I didn't get to play with the Zune really.
You could share between Zunes. You could share with your friends. They had all of that capability in here. Like they had everything that. Yeah. It was way beyond its time, man. way beyond its time.
Damn.
Dune was awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I was so caught up in having an iPod Touch and regular iPod, and I was fascinated by that enough that I got one. I think I got, what's it, like 120 gig version or something like that.
Yeah.
That was gifted to me, and I was obsessed with that.
Yeah.
Well, I think this would be a perfect segue to get into some more smoky business. And that's with Baldur's Gate 3 heading to PlayStation 5, and it possibly being a bigger deal than Starfield. This is going to be coming from VG 24/7. I know this is going to be a conversation that Pong was really looking forward to. Because
this is 3 weeks straight of rants on journalists,
but
professionals.
But you're a fan of Baldur's Gate, so it's like
I am.
I wanted to make sure I brought this point up because maybe you feel like it could outsell Starfield or it could be a bigger deal.
And we have at least one big fan in the chat too. Shout out to Doom Reaper, who is a huge Baldur Gate. Like he is hyped about, he's been waiting 20 years for this. Like he is extremely hyped about this. So
right, exactly. So I mean, if he's hyped, then I mean it has to outsell Starfield. At least that's what I'm hearing.
He said in the chat earlier that it ain't happening.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I had to put it out there. I mean, that's what they're saying. So this article is going to be coming from VG247.com. And this article is written by Tim Trinka. Yeah, man. So, goes on to say, let me make sure that I bring my good old page up. He says, could Baldur's Gate 3 be bigger than Starfield? It seems like an absurd proposition. Bethesda, after all, are giants. RPG world. Said it seems like an absurd proposition. Okay. Skyrim is probably arguably the most successful role-playing video game to date, and Starfield promises to be Skyrim in space. Word of a release date is naturally awaited with bated breath. There probably won't be a more significant release this year. Am I in the Twilight Zone?
You are, sir.
We're already contradicting yourself.
Not
okay. Interesting. Assuming it's still coming. Assuming it's still coming this year.
Right.
With a colon to follow.
Right.
Huh. Okay. We're assuming that it's coming this year. The radio silence on that front has been deafening, although there are rumors that Starfield Focus Showcase is imminent. So there's a rumor that Showcase is imminent, but it might come out this year. Maybe. We don't know. But consider, there was a time when the idea that CD Projekt Red could challenge the might of BioWare and Bethesda in terms of cultural impact or business done would have been daft. But The Witcher 3 is probably on par with Skyrim in terms of critical, cultural, and financial success. It encapsulated a niche series of Polish fantasy novels, popular in their home country, but fairly unknown elsewhere, to huge international success with a Netflix series and everything.
Steel. I gotta stop you right here. There's so many problems with this article. Like, again, I shout out to anybody who puts out their work in public. You're always up for scrutiny. And I don't take anything away from people who do this and who, again, get their stuff published. He's, again, VG 24/7 isn't one of the. It's a well-known site. It's not the biggest by any stretch.
Yeah,
but it's a known site. It's been around. And this dude, again, I don't know him, obviously personally. He seems like a younger guy in his picture. I don't know how old. I would probably say around your age, Steel, or so.
Doesn't take away from you actually doing some research and
no. But I have a problem with the entire structure of this article in a lot of ways, and this is one of the main ones right here. That's why I stopped you. We're talking about Baldur's Gate 3. What style of game is Baldur's Gate 3, Steel?
It's isn't it a CRPG?
Yeah, it's a CRPG. It's a turn-based classic CRPG.
Oh.
Why are you bringing The Witcher as an example of a company competing with the big boys, since you're using CD Projekt Red and you're using The Witcher 3 as an example, when The Witcher 3 is an action RPG, which has naturally much more reach than a traditional turn-based CRPG, which at this point has become a niche type of genre of game.
Extremely niche. Mm-hmm.
Why would you use this as an appropriate example to try to bolster your argument in this? Again, it looks like you don't even understand the game that you're talking about.
I mean, but CD
do this.
CD Projekt Red was competing with BioWare and Bethesda.
Facts.
And Witcher 3, made people look at games differently. And
but again,
you have a show
different genre. Again, action RPG, much more inclined to be played by the masses than a CRPG.
Look, CD Projekt Red was able to do it with The Witcher, so apparently they could do it with Baldur's Gate 3.
Right. Ignoring some facts. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Ignoring some facts. And we'll get to that because again, this is from Larian Games. Fantastic developers. Fantastic. Created Divinity of Sin 2. One of the ultimate GOATs in CRPGs, Steel. Divinity Sin 2 is considered one of the GOATs in that genre. And it's sold, I think, under 2 million or right about 2 million copies. One of the GOATs of all time. And it was everywhere. Console, PC, everywhere.
Man, Vandal, it looks like maybe Vandal. Look, Eastside Vandal, maybe you should go apply for VG247.com.
Right. Thank you.
Because a better comparison would have been Wasteland 3.
But then there would have been no comparison because, again, as great as In Exile is, another one of my favorite dev studios, as great as Wasteland 3 is, as great as the Wasteland series is, still, nowhere's near sales. Nowhere's close. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
All right. So then they continue to say, significantly more people have played the third Witcher game than either of the first two. It's difficult to determine the reasons for this. It's difficult to determine the reason for why more people have played the third game than the first two games. It's difficult.
Have you played the first two, sir? I'm not talking to you, Steel. I'm talking to the right. Have you played the first two, sir, and then go play the third Witcher? If you can't see or determine why it's so much more popular, I don't.
Oh, no. I got a better statement for you. I mean, an obvious one is that it's better. And that's it. Just a quick sentence. And then it says, but aside from the leap in quality, what is it that made the third game go stratospheric from the stratospheric in there. Oh, okay. Mixing it up a little bit. See ya. When the previous two enjoyed a certain cult status, but were only really a thing among the hardcore gaming audience. It could have been the timing. When The Witcher 3 released early in the PS4's life, big AAA open world adventures were a bit thin on the ground. It could have been simply that CDPR had procured a huge injection of investor cash. It had a beefy war chest to spend on lavish marketing. It could have just been that the first two games were good enough to build some word of mouth recognition. And by the time the third game came around, the property was ready to explode into the mainstream.
Came out broken.
It came out completely broken.
Came out broken.
Actually, people hated the game in the beginning because it was broken.
There was some people who enjoyed it, but yes, the sentiment at the time was this game's broken. What are you doing, CD Projekt Red?
Whatever the X factor was in The Witcher 3's case, Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't necessarily enjoy any of that same favorable conditions.
So again,
I'm just curious on why we continue to refute ourselves in our own article. I don't know. But maybe he'll answer that here for me soon.
Yeah. Keep going.
But he goes on to say, but it is a 9th gen exclusive arriving at a time with the PS5 user base starting to rapidly grow as the supply shortages that marred its early years have become a thing of the past.
Yeah,
for PS5 owners looking for that next big RPG.
What?
My fault. I was looking for the RPG. Baldur's Gate 3 could be an enticing prospect. It'll make good use of their $500 leisure box with its hyper-detailed game world and beautiful character models, and it's a game they can really sink some hours into, making it well worth the investment if it does retail at the $70 end. And crucially, it'll actually be heading to their console, unlike Starfield.
Facts.
Okay.
Larian, at least he admits that. At least he didn't question that.
That's true. Larian have made it clear that it'll be on Xbox as long as they can get the co-op working properly on the Series S. Although, anyway, and there's little doubt that they will, but optimization is a tricky thing.
Okay.
And there's little doubt that they will. But optimization is
Mm-hmm.
I also heavily suspect that it will be officially supported on Steam Deck too, as Divinity Original Sin 2 is. The studio has made no secret of its fondness for the platform, and considering that controller support on PC will no doubt occur as a natural result of the console port. Seems like a slam dunk. Whatever happens, Baldur's Gate 3 looks likely to be Larian's biggest and best game to date. They built a loyal following over the years with Divinity series, and are generally seen as a very solid choice to steward the Baldur's Gate license.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it'll go one better. It challenged the big boys in terms of active users. It's got the name recognition, the pedigree, and the quality to succeed. Plus, the timing seems favorable, as the trickle of genuine 9th gen experience is on the cusp of becoming a downpour. And hobbyist, tabletop gaming itself is enjoying a huge renaissance in the era of video conferencing and online fans. I don't know for sure, but my gut tells me it's going to be huge.
Sir, check your gut. You might want to go to the doctor for that gut. It's going to be big. Or a CRPG. Again, he ignored the genre.
No, he called it an
throughout
RPG.
The entire,
he called it an RPG.
Right. He ignored the genre throughout the entire article. Bolstered his argument with an action RPG, open world action RPG in The Witcher 3. Again, these guys pump out articles. These guys have to write things. These guys, again, the main part that he got right was in the title. He included PlayStation 5 and he included Starfield. Those will get you clicks every time. You did good with your clickbait title. No doubt about it. But when you get down to the nuts and bolts of your article, it was terribly structured and didn't do anything to convince your readers of your argument in any way, shape, or form. At least any reader who has any sense of what Baldur's Gate 3 is. Again, huge fan here. Love Larian games. Love Divinity of Sin 2. Can't wait for Baldur's Gate. Me and Mav were yelling when it was announced on the PlayStation State of Play that a console version was finally coming. And then we went through the whole rigmarole. Is it coming to Xbox? Is it not coming to Xbox? But the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 is coming to console shoots to the top of my list this year, assuming it's going to come out on Xbox on time, shoots to the top of my list as one of my most anticipated games. I say all that to say this game will be big for CRPGs, but it ain't ever going to come close to any Western style open world RPG, especially one made by Bethesda. Ever. Okay? Just, it's the genre. That's like me, Seal, that would be like me writing an article saying, can Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition finally coming to console finally beat out, take your pick, Zelda? It doesn't make any sense for me to ask if an RTS will ever compete on the level of Call of Duty, of an RPG, of Madden, of 2K, like of Grand Theft Auto. Like, no, it's not. It's not. Now that Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is on Xbox, can it beat out Spider-Man 2?
I guess, maybe.
Come on.
Maybe. I mean,
come on, man. Come on. These guys.
Now that, we don't know. It might. It's definitely funny to see how things continue to get played, be portrayed, at least in the space, especially when you're using other games to try to compare, going into.
This is dumb. Again, this is dumb.
There's so many parallels that you could draw, right? And I get it, but I don't get it at least in this facet, because it's like you got to compare RPGs with other RPGs, especially these Western RPGs that teams from the places like Bethesda, Cinemax, and Total have put out throughout the years, throughout the decade. And using The Witcher 3 as a comparison, like I get what you're doing with that. But even that's not.
I don't.
Like,
I don't
not the same. It's not the same experience. Like,
the only slice that even represents that steel, the only slice that is even close is that he's saying because it's Baldur's Gate 3, the third entry into the series, and The Witcher 3 was the third entry into the Witcher series, that Baldur's Gate 3 is primed to explode like The Witcher 3 was. Okay, sure, you could say that if you were saying, could Baldur's Gate 3 be the biggest Baldur's Gate of all time? Sure, we can go down that road. That would be an apt comparison. But not, again, comparing different subgenres within the RPG market. No, you can't ignore that it's a subgenre that is very niche in the grand scheme of things. You can't ignore that. Anyways, we've spent too much time on this. Again, another example of journalism this week. This is the third week in a row that I've had to scratch my head and just go, what the fuck are you guys doing? Why did you choose this profession and you don't take pride in what you're putting out there? Like, you don't take the time to even investigate the basics, or you ignore your knowledge to write a clickbait article. Like, for me, I wouldn't want to do that job if I was asked to write clickbait articles. I would never do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit down at my keyboard, type that thing out, and be proud of what I just wrote, knowing that I was being intellectually dishonest or willfully ignorant because I didn't even do any research. I couldn't do it. These guys do it all the freaking time. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs for journalism right now.
Yeah, nah, I don't. Some ways I get what they're going for, but in a lot of ways I don't, because it just doesn't make sense to me in reality. But again, not everybody lives in reality, and that's what they want to bring. Again, it caused me to click on it. It's caused others to click on it. So if that was the goal, then great. And shout out to those guys. Hopefully everybody's getting paid fairly, and you guys hopefully work on creating, better articles. Yeah, I mean, but again, you bring up another good point, Nick, as always. But the whole entire point of journalism is that you're doing the work, you're doing the research to make sure that you're giving out accurate information. Like, there's nothing wrong with being clickbaity. Again, you got to give people a reason to click, and especially in this era, you got to give people a reason to be like, oh, even if it's hate clicking. But even if they do, you have to provide good information within your article that actually makes sense to the subject that you're speaking on. And in that specific example, I don't see how any of what you said holds credibility to the point that you're trying to make. Right. And that's not good journalism to me. And if you want to say, oh, well, he had to go she had to make a check. I mean, I can say the person at McDonald's just needs to make my burgers. Doesn't mean that I want a half-ass burger, though. Right. I'm going to be upset if my burger fucking looks like it got slapped together by a minion in the back. Like, I don't, that's not what I want. I want it to be presentable. I want it to taste good when I eat it. I want to feel good about what I have just bought, or what I'm playing, or what I'm doing. And that can go many different ways, but hey, it's weird. It's definitely weird. Let's see. Give a small little thing here. There is going to be a Capcom showcase that's going to feature Resident Evil 4. At least that's what it said here, although I didn't think that there were... No, that's Street Fighter that I'm thinking of, that they're not going to have there, which is weird, but it's not at the same time, because it just showed Street Fighter at the PlayStation event. So why would you show more?
They showed
Street
Resident
Fighter?
Evil 2.
They did, but
yeah,
they didn't show as much of Resident Evil as they did of Street Fighter. We got, I don't know.
No, we've seen a lot of Resident. It's coming out though, so it makes sense that they're going to promote it right now, because it's
coming out soon, right?
It's coming. Yeah, it's coming out in April.
Oh, so that
or no, end of March. Is it March? God damn, I forget all.
I didn't see it in the list for upcoming games.
No,
but it might,
so I think it's 8. Anyways, yeah.
But the Capcom showcase is supposed to feature Resident Evil 4, Exoprimal, which I'm extremely excited for.
Man, I'm still excited.
I'm still like kind of sad. Look, anybody Capcom, anybody from the Exoprimal team, Don't hit me up. I want to get into a beta. What's going on? I need a beta. How come I
Yeah,
can't
Resident
get into the
Evil
beta?
is this. Resident Evil is this month.
Okay, this was nice.
Yeah.
So that also makes an addition. Yeah. A lot of sense. Resident Evil 4, Exoprimal, and more later this. This showcase is happening on March 7th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
March 9th. Excuse me, March 9th. So that's going to be very dope, man. I hope that they end up giving us a. There's also going to be a Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak expansion that's supposed to be coming.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But hopefully we do get some additional information because I want to see when is the actual release date for Exoprimal going to be. Is it releasing sooner than later? Overall, I just want to jump into that game. Again, Mech Fantasy is one of my more anticipated games for this year thus far, especially seeing how they've kind of put different elements together, right? Where they have that PvE VP kind of experience where everything is like, hey, you are playing against the other team, but it's also very objective based, a lot of dinosaurs and stuff all over the place. And there's a lot of variety, a lot of dopeness to it. I like the style. So I want to see more from that. Resident Evil 4 looks fucking phenomenal. It's a lot better than what I remember. Again, Resident Evil 5 or 6, I believe. I think it was Resident Evil 5 that made me jump off the bandwagon. That made me jump off the wagon, that I should say more so. It was like I stopped at Resident Evil 2, then I picked up 3, 4, and 5, which I played co-op on 5, which was really a good time. I don't think I jumped into 6. I don't think so. But I have been debating here recently of kind of trying to maybe jump into some of those remakes because they do look really good. Because I don't see Resident Evil as scary as much anymore, although set aside from Resident Evil 8, because that just that looks kind of wild, and I don't, as much as other people might fantasize about some chick with big boobs like stabbing you with big scissor hands, that doesn't seem appealing to me. I don't have any like side fantasy about that. Where I just find
what's wrong with you, Steel?
Where I want to be choked by her, or I just don't
stepped on. You want to be stepped on, Steel?
No.
Yeah. You do.
No,
you just don't know it yet.
No.
You just got to hop in the game, and then you'd be like, "Oh, this is what everybody was talking about. I'm turned on. Oh, this is the shit."
Chicks with the black stuff around their mouth, they turn into flies or whatever. I just don't think
I ain't gonna lie, the sisters are kind of hot. In a very goth way. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like extreme, like almost almost in a very Wiccan way, you know? I don't know if
I've been down with. So
I've had my experiences with Wiccan too. I've seen Ouija boards move on them. Like again, that's why it's just something I don't play with. I don't play with that type of shit. I've seen too much for me to be like. And I wish I could tell you guys that it was a string connected to that. It wasn't. It literally wasn't. Nobody was touching it. I found it really weird. I wish it was a magnet or something. No, it wasn't.
It was the wind. It was the wind.
Yeah, in an enclosed house. Yeah, it was the wind making it move.
Yes.
Anyway, that's a whole nother side tangent.
Air currents are.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what people say, right? That's how they try to explain it. Hey, you know, it's science, right? Paranormal activity is just science at the end. The wind moving around. It's the wind slamming your cabinet. Yeah. That cold you feel when you walk through certain parts in your house that aren't normally cold. It's just that's global warming.
It is.
Anyway, but yeah, so I'm excited to see what's going to come out of Capcom. Again, Capcom seemingly being back in their prime form from where they were not even 5 years ago. It's extremely exciting to see. Again, Capcom's a GOAT. And the more and more we can get from out of them, especially with them putting titles out, they get it. Let's put our games everywhere, get as much of a player base as we can, get as many people playing our games as we can. We'll cut deals where we can cut deals at, and just kind of go from there.
And they're trying new things again, too, which is great. Again, this is the company that brought us Lost Planet, right? This is the company that brought us Dino Crisis.
Which I need to bring back.
The company, that's what they used to do, and we're seeing that, and that's why I'm so excited for Exoprimal, right? Yeah. Exoprimal represents Capcom trying new ideas again. Different. Because, again, they did some great things. Lost Planet, underrated game back in the day, bro. 1 and 2 especially, bro. Some of the best times I had on the 360 was Lost Planet multiplayer. That multiplayer was dope.
Yeah, and hopefully they do. Hopefully
Yeah.
they do talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't anticipate them
Dragon's
talking about it
Dogma.
right here. At this, since it doesn't say anything about that,
No.
I'd imagine that there's still quite some time off of Dragon Dogma 2. I don't know if they're still having, because I know before they wanted to add a true online experience. I know they were also teasing that it could possibly be an MMO style game too, because that was something else that they were working on in the background. That they kind of stopped working on. So it depends. The first Dragon's Dogma was really cool for what I played of it. I put about 30 hours into it, 30, 40 hours into it. It didn't end up being it because just a lot of content in that game. And there's just other games that I ended up playing that would
so good
pull my attention. But at current, even the original Dragon's Dogma, if it was remade for current generations, I think we'd be.
The special effects in that. I saw people posting spells after Forspoken. Of course, it was Forspoken slander because everybody was showing off everybody was running through Forspoken and whatever, making fun of it. But there was people out there that brought up the Dragon's Dogma spells from back then.
Yeah,
like the spell casting in that game, the special effects that they had with like the tornadoes and stuff was so far beyond anything else we had. I can't believe Dragon's Dogma has been an extremely slow burn that now has a huge. I don't even know if I call it cult anymore. Most people have experienced Dragon's Dogma at some point because the word got out about how good it actually is. Even now to go back and play it in backwards compatibility is fantastic. Dragon's Dogma 2 in the RE engine, it could blow our minds. It could be one of the big surprise hits of this generation. Dragon's Dogma 2, talking about the Witcher 3 leap in that article, Dragon's Dogma 2 could have that Witcher 3 leap.
The AI leap, because they have a very complicated AI system.
Yes,
there's so much that would go into that I would find.
Yep.
I'm excited for that. So be on the lookout for that showcase happening this week from Capcom. But talked about Square Enix earlier, so hold on. What happened?
Before you move away, I thought you were going to do the other shows next week. I'll do the other shows next week as well. Next week is show week. So Capcom, which is, of course, the big one for everybody. That's probably going to be the most popular. But I want to remind everybody, Paradox has a show next week. Paradox publishers, again, not going to be for everybody, for a select few, like this guy right here. Paradox does Age of Wonders series. They do Stellaris series. They do City Skylines. They have a fantastic relationship with Xbox right now. This is a close partnership. In fact, their show next week on March the 6th, it's going to be at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 1800 CEE time for any of you guys over on the other side of the world. This is sponsored by Xbox. So they are doing a specific show. So this is, we're supposed to get 3 new games. Okay. They've already announced Age of Wonders is coming to console, including Xbox. Age of Wonders 4, for you guys who don't know, turn-based strategy, high fantasy game that has been PC, now coming to console too for the first time in Age of Wonders 4. Looks ridiculously good. I can't wait. That is coming out this summer. But anyways, we're supposed to see 3 new games, and we're supposed to have, I think, 4 announcements of DLC for current games. Again, Paradox, one of my favorite publishers out there. Oh, God, this is going to be a great show if you're into those types of games. Again, I know it's not for everybody, but I want to say that. And then also next week, Steel, we talked about Nacon earlier. Nacon has a show next week as well. That is happening. Nacon Connect 2023, set for March 9th. They're going to have updates on Lord of the Rings Gollum, which I don't care about. I don't know why they went this route, but there are going to be people who are interested in Gollum, for sure. It's Lord of the Rings title. It's changed a lot, so I'm kind of curious to see what it looks like now, because from the first showing we had like 3-4 years ago to what they showed us last year, different game. So I want to see this. We're getting close to launching that. Lord of the Rings Gollum. RoboCop Rogue City. Now, this is the one. This got announced last year. As a OG RoboCop fan, I am all in on this game. I don't care if it's cheesy. I don't care what it is. It looks violent. It looks like RoboCop. It talks like RoboCop. It sounds like RoboCop. I am hyped for this game, and we're getting an update on RoboCop as well. And what else? Raven's Watch is another game. TT3 Ride, which is the motorcycle game that's pretty damn good looking. TT3 Ride on the Edge, that is also going to be there. And they're also going to have some sports and simulations games as well.
Okay.
So NACON next week on the 9th at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So I wanted to get those shows in there as well, Steel.
That's perfect.
It is a big week of shows. We're going to see some games, folks. Again, this is what we're here for. We're going to see some games.
And it's still,
whether you like them,
early.
whether they're up your alley or not, it's games. And a lot of them are coming out this year. Again, this year is so freaking gigantic. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, and even then, it's still early. We still got a lot more that's supposed to be announced this year, especially coming from other third and second party devs. So we'll see what ends up coming out, man. I'm excited. There's going to be a lot. I know this year is definitely going to throw into question. This might be one of the toughest years as far as like a game of the year or what's your favorite game, or you might have to end up putting a top 10 together for the year this time around.
Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be tough. Oh, quick side note, too, because we were just talking about Paradox Strategy games, whatever else. I want to keep getting the word out as well. Anno 1800 is a city builder game from Ubisoft that's been out on PC for a while. It's coming to consoles. It's coming March 15th. They announced, I think it was late last week or early this week. I don't think I mentioned it last week on Split Screen. But Anno 1800, if you have any interest in city building, it's actually got some combat in it as well, because you can you get military naval stuff. Anno 18 been pretty big on PC, pretty popular. It's coming to console March 15th. It's not going to be in Game Pass. It's not a full price game. You can get the deluxe edition for $50 and the regular edition for $30, or $40, excuse me. But Ubisoft announced that Anno 1800 will be free for the first week of gaming.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, you guys can download it and try it. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And if it's the full game, it's not a demo. They're going to let you just play the game for the first week of launch. So I just wanted to get that out there because a lot of people are going to pay attention to it. But if you have any interest, go check that out. It's coming. I'm picking that one up for sure. I'm picking up the deluxe.
Dope.
I want to play that. Yeah.
Dope.
Yeah.
I think we should actually just talk about Starfield and whether we believe in the March date still. How about that?
UK Lad says Anno is amazing. Thank you, UK Lad. I can't wait, man. Play it on console. It's gonna be great.
1,000%. I think for anybody interested in that, I will just drop some quick bars on about Starfield really quickly, because we haven't got any news, and it is getting. I mean, we're at the beginning of March. I heard you swaying on your date a little bit, Pong.
Oh, God. Splendiferous was coming after me through the chat, man. Splen kept saying, cold feet, cold feet. Pong's got cold feet.
Pong's got cold feet, man.
Nope. I don't have cold feet. I'm still on it. And I've hedged my bet with April. I still think April is solid release date as well. And we're counting it for the Marchers. If it releases in April, it's counting. Okay. We don't care where it's counting, because it's earlier than what everybody else was saying. It's still something that nobody believed could happen. So again, I'm not getting cold feet. I was being rational because we were Steel. I don't know if you listened last night.
I did.
Okay. We were in tinfoil hat territory.
You guys were.
Like even to me as a conspiracy theory guy, we were going away. We were trying to turn the Redfall event into a secret Starfield.
Again, there could be a high, very high possibility that they are pulling people in.
Very high.
And you could, some of those
very
people,
high Steel.
They're already
at best 50-50.
They're already there.
Right. But
well, if it's ready to be displayed, and you just so happen to be there for Redfall, hey, why don't I bring you into this other room real quick and show you this other thing you're probably really excited for? As in Starfield. I don't know. It could be a potential. It's definitely tinfoil hat territory. As the Oracle of the Marchers. Because I mean, again, Pong has gotten the brunt of being the leader of it, I guess. I'll just continue being the Oracle. It's fine. Everybody needs a Neo in their life, so I'm perfectly fine with that. You'll be the chosen one, and I'll just be your Oracle. That's fine.
Oh my God. You've heard me on all the shows, Steel, be like, Steel was the first.
And it's
every time.
It's funny. It's funny when people talk about it and they first thing they say, hey, it's probably just because they got a little bit of a better relationship with than I do. I don't talk to them that often. I haven't been on any shows with them for real like that. So it's one thing. And then the other two, for me personally, I'm still going to hold on to the March date again. I'm going to double, triple, quadruple down on it, no matter how people feel. If you think it's stupid, hey, I think it's stupid. I think it's fun to be able to just try to have a good time, have some fun, and think about when these games could release. That's the entire basis of the conversation to begin with.
It's a solid theory. It's
and
not a ridiculous theory.
It's not a ridiculous theory. I don't think it's too outlandish or anything else like that. Nobody ever said that it needed to be shadow dropped. Nobody ever said
Super Bowl commercial had to happen or
any
not.
other crazy ideas that people have been throwing out there. I do find it a little bit shady and shaky because I wouldn't sit here and personally clown on people for things that make sense to them unless I had inside knowledge. But even then, it's just not the type of person I am. If you're just having a good time with it, just because I got personal knowledge of something different doesn't mean that you having a different opinion if I actually listened to what you were saying, because that's the other thing too, because people have the opposite end of the conversation, calling people like that crazy, calling us crazy for having this belief, but then not actually being able to iterate the reason why we feel this way and presenting it to their audience, which to me personally is extremely disingenuous. You could take it how you want. You could say, oh, you're just so salty. And no, it's just as a person, I'm not expecting for nobody to be perfect, but it's all about credibility. And when you demean other people's credibility just because you may have a bigger platform, that's an issue for me. Sure. Again, if that's what you use to help yourself rise, great, man. I whatever. I'm not here to judge nobody. Not the way that I'm going to do my content. I love speculating. I love talking about the industry. Even if I had all the information, even if I knew when the exact date for Starfield, I wouldn't undermine anybody coming up with information like Bethesda's history and saying, hey, these things
intelligent conversation.
Probable. Exactly.
Intelligent conversation. It's not just some random weird thing like, oh, it's going to shadow dropped on February the 3rd. I know it's a Sunday, but I don't care. It's shadow dropping on February 3rd. Just trust me, bro. No, we had a full theory, intelligent conversation behind it as to why it's all provable. It's all there. It's in the history books. Oblivion dropped the same freaking way. Again, it wasn't just some random, stupid guess. Like, that's not what it was at all. We built a theory around it.
And that's my biggest thing. Again, I just don't. And to each their own.
And we weren't dropping it for clout.
No, and no way, shape, or form. And again, if that's how you feel, then you don't understand us. You don't pay attention to the show. I'm not asking you to pay attention to the show. And like Nick says, opinions, listen to, understand, and not react. It's nonsensical to react or be emotional about it. Yeah, and exactly. But this in that same breadth, is why I'm saying what I'm saying now. It is all opinion. It is all opinion based, and I'm just not the type of guy to kind of do that and undermine people, and make them seem less than or seem crazy, just because I have an audience that I got to cater to or whatever the case. It's just not my thing. It does, to me, it does lose a little bit of credibility, as far as I'm concerned, but it is what it is. I'm also not a super emotionally driven person. So, I mean, I'm more so with kids, but I'm not so emotionally driven about my personal opinion, all this other stuff where I'm just like, oh man, you talk shit. No, I mean, I can take a joke, but there's a blatant difference between telling a joke and being funny and telling a joke and coming from a certain angle that is demeaning and then trying to write it off like you're being funny. That's shady. That's uncharacteristic of some people.
It's high school.
And it is high school BS.
It's like we're the cool kids. So we can only talk about what we want to talk about. And if you come in trying to create a narrative, then we're just going to downplay you and try to stop that conversation.
And if you feel like, and the one thing that I will say right here, because if I have something to say, I'll say it directly to the people. I never have had that problem. If you feel like I am talking to you directly based off of this conversation, wear the shoe.
Yep.
And then come talk to me. We could chop it up. But you're not about to like pander to your audience and just make things seem a certain way. That's not the case. Please, if you are going to come off the basis of truthful information, that's what you hold yourself to. Anybody out there, please do your research, because I wouldn't do that to anybody else personally. Again, like I always say here, don't expect for people to think like you, feel like you, and do the things the same way that you do. But in that same breath, I'm also going to speak my mind on things that do kind of bother me.
Yep.
Neither here or there. I'm going to continue my opinion.
And C-Splend shows up right on time too. It says King is 98% right. Prong, what represented you? See, that's King's deal. King likes to portray himself as that, right? That's not why we started this conversation. That's King's deal. Again, I don't care how right I am or how wrong I am. I don't give a shit. I just have my conversations. I'm not here collecting knees. Again, that's not my thing. I'm not out here for clout. I'm not out here for W's and L's. Yeah. I'm not. No, we're having good conversations about what we believe. Especially in certain aspects of it.
Especially when it comes to the gaming industry.
This is.
If we're counting W's and L's, I'd tell you, let's go jump on this multiplayer game, which a lot of y'all don't play. So it's
I'll leave that stuff to the kings of the world. I'll leave that stuff to the insiders, the people who like to believe they're insiders and tout that stuff all the time. Listen, that's all cool. You guys do that. You guys, hey, that's not a problem with me at all. I enjoy all of their content. I don't have a problem with it at all. We're just having a good time discussing and came up with a theory based upon a date that Steel pulled out, 8-9 months ago. And we built out the theory together and we came up with all this information and it all kind of came together and we ran with it because we were having a good time because just like everybody else, it's all speculation and we're all just trying to guess when Starfield's coming because we're all excited. So it don't matter. It don't matter at the end of the day. So, yeah.
No. Anyway, it is what it is. I just want to have a little heartfelt moment there. I think it's perfect time as we get towards the end of the show. To kind of drop in, we were talking about Square Enix earlier.
Say it so, Steve.
Already, right?
Say it so.
We're talking about a little bit about Square Enix earlier. Square Enix is replacing President Yosuke Matsuda, pending approval. The company wants to keep focusing on adopting ever-evolving technological innovations, like NFTs. So take that as you will. But obviously something's awry, man. This article is going to be coming from VGC, Video Games Chronicle, who has been in the news here recently. Not for the greatest things, but again, VGC, I still believe has some reputation to them. But just like anything else, I'm not holding exactly what they say as the Bible or the gospel, whatever you want to use in that phrase. It's just information that's being put out there that we can talk about and discuss further. So this was written by Chris Scuddian, and it goes on to say, Square Enix has announced that it plans to replace current president Yosuke Matsuda. In a notice to shareholders published today, Square Enix Holdings said it intended to replace Matsuda with relative Square Enix newcomer Takashi Kiryu, pending on shareholder approval. According to the notice, approval will be sought at the annual shareholders meeting scheduled for June of 2023. Should the move be approved, the meeting of the board of directors will finalize the details. Matsuda took over from previous Square Enix president Yoichi Wada in 2013, and in recent years has spoken about the company's need to focus on blockchain games. Now, I won't get into that. Anyway, based on Square Enix statement, it does appear as if their plans are going to change following Matsuda's planned departure. Under the rapid change of business environment surrounding the entertainment industry, the proposed change is intended to reshape the management team with the goal of evolving technological innovations and maximizing on the creativity of the company's group in order to deliver even greater entertainment to its customers around the world. I don't 1,000% agree with some of these things, especially with a lot of the moves that Square Enix has made recently. But maybe
because of the president. Maybe he's had all these things set these in motion and said, oh, we're not going to cut these deals and we're all going to be exclusive here and we're only going to make these games and these games aren't good enough and get rid of our Western division and we're still not making enough money. Hey, Forspoken didn't do good enough for us. Hey, let's just fold us in. We'll fold them on in and Final Fantasy 16. It's going to be bigger than any other game that's out there right now. So we'll just focus on that. I don't know if it's all working. The proposed incoming president, 47-year-old Takashi Kiryu, joined Square Enix in 2020 as general manager of its corporate planning division. For that, he was the general manager of Dentsu Innovation Initiative, an R&D organization focused on scouting of new disruptive technologies, including blockchain and Web3. So one thing with this is like, so you're going from one person who believes in blockchain to another person that believes in blockchain. Not saying that blockchain is bad, but and it could have some good uses, but it seems like they have the same mentality. So why would this necessarily be of benefit? At least from what I am kind of garnering. I could be wrong. Could prove me wrong. No, we'll see. In a New Year's letter discussing the company's plan for 2023, Matsuda said blockchain remains the biggest focus for Square Enix medium-term investments, despite what he called volatility in the blockchain space. So, with good old Yosuke Matsuda leaving, pending approval, not even leaving, being replaced, because he's not retiring, he's just being replaced, by the shareholders, the big people at the table. What does this kind of tell you about Square Enix at this point? Does it kind of lead credence to what we've continued to see from them, that they're kind of scrounging for coins on the floor right now, right? They're kind of all over the place. They don't know what's really working for them. They do have a style and a certain swagger to them that's not necessarily working if it's not Final Fantasy. Especially if it's not Final Fantasy 14, which seems to continue to be the only true workhorse. The best parallel that I can draw into this would be Call of Duty, although not all of their teams are working on Final Fantasy 14. I can see a team like the people who worked on Forspoken being folded in and being made to do something in addition to Final Fantasy 14 as they get ready to put out additional content. Because again, they've seen a player drop off in that, so you got to keep people invigorated. What are you seeing from out of this? There's a whole is this like additional ammo towards Square Enix? Does it have you question some more of their goals? Or what are you thinking about?
About damn time, Steel. How many conversations have we had, Steel, here and elsewhere about Square Enix and about their decision making? Again, bad leadership. We see this at Ubisoft these days. Bad leadership screws up your whole entire company from top to bottom. When you got a terrible leader making terrible decisions, what are you going to do? Eventually, it's going to catch up to your entire company. Again, without Final, I've made this point for years now, Steel, since I started podcasting. Basically, we started talking about Square Enix. Without Final Fantasy 14, Square Enix would have been done a long time ago. Either would have been sold off or they would have been in bankruptcy or whatever. They would have sold off stuff. It would have been ugly without Final Fantasy 14. They're very lucky that miracle happened, that they turned around Final Fantasy 14 and turned it into the juggernaut that it is, and a moneymaker that it is right now. But yeah, I mean, this guy's been in charge for 10 years, Matsuda. And for those 10 years, I've seen nothing. I've had nothing but head scratching decisions out of that company. Like, it just makes zero sense. And I got to believe that he's been the key to all of those decisions. I mean, he's the head man. Again, I don't know. I'm not inside the meetings. I'm not inside the decisions. But I got to believe he is, and I got to believe that's why there's been a vote of no confidence. That's exactly what this vote is. It's a vote of no confidence, and they take it to shareholders, and hopefully the shareholders will do the right thing and put somebody else in charge. Because again, I'm an old Square Enix fan. I'm not even the biggest Final Fantasy guy these days. Again, that's not me, but I grew up with Squaresoft when they were on NES, when they were Nintendo. The Secret of Mana, right? Dragon Warrior before it became Dragon Quest. Those were my games back in the day. Again, I love Square for what they are. Now, again, I haven't liked everything they've done, but That doesn't matter. I want to see Square shine. They're one of the best JRPG makers out there when they're on top of their game, still to this day. But they made making terrible decisions, and now this has led up to this point. Again, I gotta believe the nail in his coffin, Steel. The nail in his coffin was selling off Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal and all that IP for $300 million. That had to be
sold it for pennies on the dollar.
The pennies on the freaking dollar. Look, the word is on the street. We don't have official confirmation, but the word is in the street that Embracer flipped the Tomb Raider IP to Amazon for what, $1 billion? Or whatever it was, three times.
Easy money.
That just the IP, not the team, like supposedly. We'll find out more as that
we'll
deal
see.
comes to fruition. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you attached yourself to Sony. For good or for bad, you attach yourself to Sony, okay? That can have a lot of benefits, which they talked about, they talked about it. But if you're trying to move forward into the future and you attach yourself to a company that is right now still basing their whole business models on the old practices of the past decades, that's going to make your practices that old as well. And that's exactly what it feels like with Square Enix, is that they look like a company in 2023 that are running their business like it's year 2000. That's not going to work for you. It's all about expanding your fan base. It's all about cultivating a fan base. It's all about engagement nowadays. It's all about offering your games in more places to make sure that you're selling more games. So unless you are actually owned by Sony and you are a Sony dev studio, a first party, why as a third party do you make, again, an exclusive here, an exclusive there? Sure. But this randomness that Square Enix has with all their games about where they go, where they put them, doesn't make any sense. And then you have your biggest franchise, Final Fantasy. You had a down Final Fantasy with Final Fantasy 15, right? Again, Steel, I know you love it. Yeah, they happened before that, but I'm just going to use that because that's a prime example.
Yeah,
right? You went in a whole different way. You created Final Fantasy 15, right? Mm-hmm. Luminous, before they were Luminous, created it. It's your probably B team of Final Fantasy. Mm-hmm. But they created a game that was divisive with the Final Fantasy fan base, right? Yeah. The boy band look. Some people didn't really like it. You loved it.
I mean, I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah. It was a mixed bag, okay? Yeah. But now you go back. You got your A team back on Final Fantasy again. Your A team is making a high fantasy, which I will to this day, and I love 10, which is not technically high fantasy. I love 10. It's my favorite Final Fantasy. I love Titus as a character. But I would argue that your high fantasy Final Fantasies are your best ones, okay, at the end of the day. And I know people will scream, but Final Fantasy 7, I don't care. I'm not a 7 fan. I just think that when they do high fantasy is when they do their best.
Yes, work. I agree. I 1,000% agree.
That's just my point. And you can see it in the hype of 16, right? You can see it in the hype of 16 still. They've gone back to high fantasy.
Very high.
And they've also introduced new battle systems and all that kind of stuff. It's looking like Devil May Cry in a lot of ways, whatever you want to compare it to.
Looks like Final Fantasy 15. Right. I'm just saying.
Sure, from a battle from reaction.
It looks like a reinvigorated version. It looks like a AAA version of what Final Fantasy 15 was supposed to be. Right. That's what it looks like.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know.
And I know, and I don't disagree with you. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you've got this ultimate hype behind Final Fantasy 16. Like, people are really pumped for this. But then you go and sign a timed exclusivity deal with PlayStation that not only takes it away from Xbox, which whatever, we're used to this by now, Square, but you limit yourself that you can't even put out the PC version for 6 months at least. And then you come out and admit that you're not even going to have the PC version ready after that 6 months expires. You're going to need more time.
Takes time.
Bro, 2023? And you wonder why your bottom line isn't looking so hot these days. This is just stupid, common sense stuff that a couple of gamers sitting back looking at it go, why? What are you doing? And this is not the first time that we've seen this.
So I feel like they're also not acknowledging the fact that you also have a huge part of your player base that don't like the fact that you took Final Fantasy down an action RPG route.
Right.
They don't like that.
That too. And again, if you want to move forward with the franchise, I'm not that.
Like,
you can do what you want. I'm not that guy, but again, you should probably be thinking about bringing back a classic style at some point too, as well. To get, but again, you're not cultivating a new fan base, Steel. You're in fact taking your big fan base that you had and now splintering it with all these different decisions that you're making, and then looking at your sales numbers and going 75%, 80% of the time, you're looking at your sales figures for these games going, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. That's just like, how many times does that have to happen before you realize it's because of what you're deciding to do with these games? It's the dumbest thing in the world, Steel. And we've been talking about this since you and I started podcasting. We've been talking about this because this is what we've seen on Square Enix. So this is the final end result. Again, eventually, you got to make a change at the top. It's not working out. Your decisions are not making. I hope the new guy comes in and reverses course. I'm not claiming that this is going to be the silver bullet, because if new guy comes in, and there was some articles saying new guy is going to be about NFTs as well, well then
again, it seems like more of the same. Like,
right. Then it will be more of the same. You won't get any. Again, it's the definition of insanity. Just because you change the face doesn't mean it doesn't change the end result. Okay, it doesn't mean that the end result becomes anything different if you're going to continue to make these decisions. Again, if I was Square Enix, I'd be looking to cultivate fan bases elsewhere. I wouldn't be signing all these exclusivity deals with Sony, especially the ones that limit me from even putting it on PC. That just seems ridiculously dumb. I understand why Sony did it. They want exclusives this year. They don't have a whole lot of first-party exclusives that we are aware of as of this moment. So they're generating exclusives by doing this deal. They can claim that Final Fantasy 16 is truly an exclusive. You're only going to be able to play it on PlayStation 5. Okay. I understand why Sony does it, but I don't understand why Square says, yeah, that's a great deal for us. You give us tech, and the producer came out and talked to it. You give us technical help.
Help us with the.
Bro, why is Square Enix in 2023 needing technical help at this level?
Because they're using Sony's engine.
Right. Right. And that's another problem. So I'm glad a change has been voted. At least the initial vote is for a no confidence vote, and that they're going to put it to the shareholders. I hope the shareholders do the right thing and do get Matsuda out of there. I don't like to see anybody lose their job. But again, when I watch a company that at one point was considered one of the best, if not the best JRPG maker in the world,
that's why
fall down the way that they have, make the decisions they have. Again, Octopath Traveler. We can talk about the small decision, Final Fantasy Tactics. One of the GOATs, Final Fantasy Tactics, and you're not going to put that everywhere. That game costed you nothing to remake. It's Final Fantasy Tactics, for God's sakes, one of the GOATs, and you're not going to offer that? Or not Tactics, excuse me, Ogre. Ogre is the first one out. Final Fantasy Tactics Remake hasn't been announced yet, but we assume it's coming. Anyways, Tactics Ogre. You got one of the GOATs, that's like 1B for me as a Tactics. It's a niche genre, but you're not going to put that on all the platforms you possibly can get that thing on? Like, why? Octopath Traveler 1 comes to Game Pass after being exclusive to Switch forever. You finally put it on Xbox and PC, and it comes to Game Pass, but you announce Octopath Traveler 2, and it's not back on Xbox? Why? You're giving it to PlayStation, and PlayStation doesn't even have the first one?
The deal.
Right.
It had to be a deal cut.
It was time for a change at Square Enix. It is time for a change. I hope this guy does bring some different ideas. Either Sony's got to put a ring on it, or Square's got to look them in the face and say, you guys aren't any good for us. This is a bad relationship. This is an abusive relationship. Our love for you is not reciprocated. And in fact, it's hurting us, and we got to do something different.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not they have the resources to do that, well, that's a whole different question, Steel, because they kind of locked themselves in a box right now. I don't see a whole lot of ways out. They're kind of forced to these exclusivity deals, but you got to find a new way through if you want to survive in 2023 and then into the future. Again, it just feels like a company that never changed. Like, they have some of the oldest mentality I've seen in the games industry. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
And this NFT chase is stop this NFT chase. Stop. You let people chase those types of trends when you are coming from a position of strength and you could take risks. You cannot take this risk, Square. You let everybody else do the work. And if NFTs become big at some point, if somebody comes with a great idea for blockchain, then you swoop in with your big IP Final Fantasy and do something great in that space.
Love that.
Right. Then you do it. But you don't try to be a trendsetter right now. Hell no. That's not the position you're in right now.
I remember maybe they do feel like they're in that position again. Excuse me. Nick's brought up another good point. Yeah, exactly. Nick does bring up another good point. He's like, not sure why a studio leaning on either Xbox or PlayStation for development help is a big deal. And the only reason like why I would make a big deal out of it, and we're kind of making a big deal out of it here, is the main thing is that you can't complain about sales or you not garnering enough attention and then continue to do business the way that you've been doing it. If it doesn't work, then why keep doing it? Again, if it's just because you cut a deal, then you have to respect the deal. It is what it is. But at what point are you going to sit back at the table with the people that you cut a deal with and say, look, you might have 150 million players that we can get access to, but they're not buying our games. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII is supposed to be one of the greatest Final Fantasies ever made, right? To a lot of different people. People go 8, people go 6, people go 9, some people go 8, and then people go 10. A lot of those are turn-based. Final Fantasy VII Remake, I personally feel someone who played it, I feel like they did a really good job with it. But I'm also somebody, I don't have this over-investment into Final Fantasy. I liked Final Fantasy because they focused on high fantasy, super high fantasy. Making the summons come down, the over-the-top gods, having everything involved in it was the over-the-top nature with these people that you felt like you could relate to in some facets, of whether it be personality traits or whether how they kind of came across as giving that more so that human element, but you have like all these other things going on around you that it's not just about this team, it's about the world. And then you find out about what's going on, and then you find out why all these gods feel like why you're fighting these fights. And it's just, that's what I thought Final Fantasy was. And you see that more in Final Fantasy 14, your MMO, than in the games that you're trying to consistently put out that don't have that same love, care, and attention. But even like you mentioned earlier, Pong, even Final Fantasy 14 went through an extreme rough patch. And if they wouldn't have fixed it, it wouldn't be here right now. So it's like, again, when do you start doing things a little bit differently? And it doesn't, in this case, it doesn't matter who lends support or who ends up reaching out to Square, because you have to cut those deals. You have to do what's going to be best for your business, but you can't come out here and say, man, we're not selling well, and then wonder why it's not going the way that you want it. Your IP is not as popular as you think it is, especially not today. It's not. Take it for what you want. Final Fantasy has potential to be that, again, easily before anything else, because it's just name recognition. And people know what Final Fantasy is. But when you're treating it the way that you are, it's not being treated like it is. It's not like there's any care, and you have people coming out and making racy statements and saying things like, "Oh, in this era, we just didn't. Why isn't there more diversity? Oh, well, in this era, there wasn't any black folks, so there's no black folks. Just a bunch of European accented people. We didn't want to have any other accents because Americans, they don't understand our game either. So why would people play your game? And then you go in and make a game based off of the combat system that people did not like. That's what people complain. Oh, it's so basic. It's easy. Oh, so now you get a God of War version of Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy 16 that is going to be more Devil May Cry-esque. Again, you're still pulling from games that people don't like Final Fantasy going in the direction of. The core base of the Final Fantasy fans, the young people don't care about Final Fantasy like you haven't pulled their attention enough. If it's not Final Fantasy, if it's not your MMO, they're not buying your regular games. Again, Final Fantasy VII Remake only sold 3 million copies. If that, because I can't even find a solid number on that. And that's supposed to be one of your most recognized games. That wasn't, and you said that wasn't enough. So when's the breaking point? And I think that's what really,
think that's what really is kind of grinding my gears about the entire situation, because I do want to see Square Enix to continuously be up there, not kind of constantly just chop on their own foot. It just doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I, as someone who likes the way that they're going, I'm also not a turn-based fan anymore like I used to be. So yeah, I mean, you're talking all the right languages to me. Not when you're saying the NFTs, but if you're going to lose 5 of your core to gain 1 of me, is that acceptable to you? Or 10 of your core and 1 of me, is that acceptable enough to you? I don't know. And Square has to end up making that decision. Hopefully this is going to be the right decision. Hopefully there is change. But again, like me and Pong both iterated, it kind of seems like you're still going to be moving in the same direction. Putting somebody else at the helm, unless he makes drastic changes, I don't know if it's going to change that. But we'll see. I just want the best, because right now, again, when you bring up things like Octopath Traveler, and again, you get the game wherever you need to get the game to play the game at. I got you, but it doesn't make sense. You might as well have just made it exclusive to Switch again, and then release it on other platforms later.
Right. Exactly.
Why would you do it this way? I mean, again, you're working against yourself. Like, are you in a whirlpool? Like, oh, I'm just going to continue fighting the current because I can. That's because, friends like that back in the day used to drive me crazy. The person that purposely, maybe you have people like this in your life currently, the people who purposely go against the grain just because, and it's not working for them, and you tell them, hey man, I don't know if going against the grain is working, and they keep doing it, what else can I do to help you? Nothing.
Being contrarian for the fact of being contrarian.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And Nick's he's making another good point. Nobody's can necessarily be mad at the publisher for making whatever decision they felt was best in their interest. That's not what it's about. But what it is about is you being contradictory. You can't say this is what's good for my business and then complain about the business that you're getting.
Right.
Because then it's not good for your business. And that's the point that we're making.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, no, Nick, I don't think anybody, again, I'm not.
And if anybody else is doing that, that's really weird. Like, if anybody else is coming from an angle like, oh, well, I don't get why, this
has to be on Xbox.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't have to be on Xbox, but it's a way to cultivate fan base. And Nick's, I don't agree with the argument that those games can't sell on Xbox. I've never agreed with that argument. It's because they haven't been here consistently. Again, you can't judge the viability if you're not consistent with the product. And that's been my problem with the whole deal. Right. That's been my whole problem. Nobody's tried consistently. Nobody's tried to cultivate that fan base. And again, this Xbox is not the Xbox of old. This isn't the 360 days where it was the dude shooter box. This is not that. They've grown. Yeah, Xbox has really diversified their entire fan base. The fan base is completely different nowadays. And I think just looking at the future, you can't assume that anymore. Right? Atlas has seen great success. And yes, I know it's in Game Pass. I know they brought Persona to Game Pass, but they've seen great success. They announced 2 more million people, right? And Persona.
Which is dope.
So, which is great.
2 more million.
That's how you cultivate. That's how you cultivate, right? That's what I'm saying. In a company like Square, like Steel was just pointing out, how many more times are you going to say, well, this is disappointing? Again, if you're doing that consistently, then you have to look at what decisions are leading up to that disappointment. And you can't point to an example like the Avengers from Crystal Dynamics and say, see, we tried to put it everywhere. Look at what we got. That's not a great example. Right? That's the game. That's the developer. You tried to force the developer who had never made that type of game before to make you a game that they had no experience in, monetize the hell out of it, and they failed. So you can't point to those examples. You have to give it a real go before you can judge it. And that's my only point of Square. Never consistently gives anything a go. Again, it was great to see Octopath Traveler come over. Square praised Game Pass and praised the new players that were playing Octopath Traveler. I saw more people jump into a turn-based old school type JRPG and Octopath Traveler and enjoy themselves and get excited for Octopath Traveler 2. And then they come out and say, oh yeah, sorry, it's not coming here. What? You guys just got everybody excited and now you're not going to do it? Those are the decisions where I just have to question whether or not that Square's ever given it a full go chance. And I don't believe they have. And so I don't think it's a good judgment call to say, well, nope, they just won't sell over there. I just don't believe that at the end of the day. So I could be wrong, right? I could certainly be wrong, but I just would like to see them make a full go at it. That's all. So those are my problem.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's the biggest
thing. Giving it a full effort, really, streamline it and see if you can. And again, hey, deals are deals, and that if that's what's causing these things to happen, then you have to sleep in the bed that you made. And you stop complaining. You got to stop complaining about, oh, it was disappointing. I don't want to stop saying it was disappointing. Just stop talking. You wanted this, and that's mine.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think this was good so far. I think the last little bit, the only other thing that I had on my docket is we are supposed to see some more from Atlas Fallen coming up. I don't know if you guys remember that game. It was another action-based game that's supposed to be coming out here shortly. It's actually, well, we didn't get a date before, but this time Focus Entertainment, they go on to say, take a heroic journey in a breathtaking world covered by sand, exploring ancient ruins, unearth the mysteries of the land of Atlas. And this is Atlas Fallen. And again, Focus Entertainment hasn't been the best when it's come to hitting with their games, although this game does seem to be extremely creative. And if this game does end up playing exactly like what they showed, even though they showed only a little bit of gameplay, I think they're in for a good time. The release of Atlas Fallen is supposed to be on May 16th, which is really dope to see. Hopefully it doesn't get delayed. I would love to play this sometime soon, especially since it's supposed to be more co-op based. I think it's up to 4 people, if I'm not mistaken. And then a gameplay reveal trailer will be coming soon. Stay tuned for the new game footage. Awesome to see more gameplay they can show us. Again, another game that's seemingly going to light up 2023. Armored Core 6 is reportedly targeting a September launch, will arrive before Elden Ring DLC, which was also announced this week, which FromSoft did in a very classic way. If you're going to be more Eastern focused, like have that Eastern kind of mentality, do it like FromSoft does. Give me very minimal information. Just tell me a DLC is coming and then put it out whenever it's ready to go. Like, I don't know what else you want.
Just give me a title and that's it.
That's it. So Elden Ring gave us a title this week. So that's going to be dope for the DLC that's coming. It's not supposed to come out to the end of the year. But Armored Core is also supposed to be coming in September. And I was telling Pong behind the scenes that From Software, everybody in that studio has to be on some form of coke, or they just got the best drug plan. I don't know. They got to be the happiest people in that studio because, good God, hopefully Armored Core ends up being extremely high quality also. I have no reason to believe it won't be. Every Armored Core has been of the utmost quality, especially with as much as they throw at you. The only problem is it hasn't garnered that fan base that they've needed. And hopefully with, which is kind of why I'm figuring they're kind of doing the staggered release, where you had that Armored Core release from FromSoft in September, then have an Elden Ring update follow-up maybe October time, maybe in November, so you get the constant communication going and people steadily talking about what's happening. I think it's perfect for their marketing strategy, but maybe something could change within. Armored Core 6 is one of my most anticipated games for this year thus far, beyond anything else that could release. 1,000%. I want to see what they're going to bring in, especially since they do have the prime opportunity to have so many players to really sell the way that I feel Armored Core games should sell, instead of not having any numbers that we can look to, because to be honest, their sales numbers have been kind of embarrassing.
Still, next iteration of Armored Core, is it primed to sell more than Starfield? What do you think?
Is it primed to sell more than God of War? Ooh. No. I mean, hey, maybe.
According
to my sources, they're very
popular now.
They're very similar games.
Yep, they got Elden Ring, so why can't Armored Core sell more?
You know, Armored Core, Starfield, they're both in space. I don't know if Starfield has mechs.
Both futuristic.
But they might, but they're futuristic.
Well, they got a mini mech. They got a mini robot, your buddy.
You can make your ship the same way you can make your Armored Core. So
similar.
It's very similar. You got to watch for your weight. You know, maybe you get to choose some guns. I don't think the ship has fast movement or anything like that. But yeah. I don't know.
I know Armored Core is only sold like, under 1 million copies, but
like 700 million on a good day, on a good year, maybe. Oh god, 700,000. Excuse me, 700 million. I wish.
Really interesting still. I know we got to get out of here. I got some stuff to do, and you guys to do. We're over 4 hours, but speaking of post up _ BBB for anybody who doesn't follow him yet on Twitter, he's a good member of this community. He's definitely an Xbox dude if you're looking for that, but he's definitely been all over this ABK deal, especially in the absence of Hogue. He really picked up at least he's not an attorney or anything like that. He's a regular gamer dude. He's a cool guy, but he's been out here posting every single article, breaking it down for everybody and all that good stuff. And he just had a new one, Steel. It's actually an article that came out February 20th that people didn't see, I guess, because nobody picked up on it. It was from Ion Analytics. I took a quick look. You always got to be wondering these days because these sites pop up and they look official and they're all pretty, but you never know this. It seems like this site has been around for quite a while. It's from Deal Reporter. They specifically cover mergers and acquisitions throughout all industries, not just gaming. They cover everything. Kind of a stock site, analytics site as well. They put out an article about the ABK deal, and I guess there were some sources claiming a couple different things about the deal that Microsoft potentially was offering Sony behind the scenes and kind of the responses back and forth. It was interesting. I'll just read this through these posts that Post Up, because Post Up kind of summarized it here. A factor here is the shifts from console gaming offers where games can be priced at around €70 for where the revenue split is typically 30% to the platform and 70% to the publisher to a subscription service model, said the source. Under the subscription service model, publishers are typically either paid up front for the rights to their game, which can be good for smaller gaming studios, but less beneficial for blockbuster games like Call of Duty, which would likely see a limit to their upside. Another model for subscriptions is a Spotify-style model, where it would be paid for a share of time spent on a game, he noted. A third option would see a licensee, such as Sony, paying the wholesale price for Call of Duty multiplied by the number of users who play the game for more than a set amount of time, he noted. Sony is likely to take the view that this contract that the contract on offer by Microsoft results in diminished revenues for PlayStation, leaving it unable to put investments into its own games, said the third source. It would be forced to offer its PS Plus subscription service at a higher price than Game Pass. As for Microsoft, it takes the view that the 10-year remedy covers access to Call of Duty on its subscription service, PS Play, or PS Plus, it should say, and will offer a much better revenue split than Sony's existing contract with Activision, said the first and a fourth source familiar. It would likely result in hundreds of millions of dollars in windfall for SIE. Last week in the remedy notice, the CMA said that Activision Microsoft did appear to be a suitable case for behavioral remedies, noting that it had been informed of Microsoft's proposed contractual agreements. Structural remedy would also be very complicated. There are 3 studios that are working Call of Duty within Activision, actually more than that, but 3 main, I guess you could say, that would require the development capabilities and not solely the IP for the game to be divested. The 4 source familiar with the transaction said the structural remedy would call into question the deal and would likely prove to be exceptionally complex. Yeah, that to say the least there. Let's see here. Sounds like, yeah, that breaks it down pretty much. So it sounds like really Sony is resisting. Microsoft supposedly behind the scenes, according to this report, is offering PlayStation a way to get Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus to their subscription service. And Sony is turning it down and saying, no, we don't want that because we're going to lose revenue. And we obviously might have to increase our subscription price because we're going to have to pay you guys so much for this. And Microsoft's like, okay, well, then you don't have to have it on PlayStation Plus. And Sony's turning around and saying, yeah, but we don't want it on Game Pass either. You can't put it on Game Pass. So Sony really seems like, if this report is to be believed, and again, these are just unnamed sources, so whatever. But if this source is to be believed, again, our thought all along here was that Sony really wants their cake and to eat it too, right? They want everything. They don't want Microsoft to be able to put it in Game Pass, but they don't want to have the option to buy it and put it in PS Plus because that's not good for them there. So they really just want the status quo to remain, where Xbox can't put it in Game Pass. Xbox owns the IP. Xbox sells it to Sony at the same regular old price. And that's all there is. Like, they don't want any changes here whatsoever with Call of Duty by the sounds of it. But it does sound like the CMA is open to this kind of negotiation and open to hear, Microsoft offering Sony a multitude of ways to get this deal done. And if Sony turns them all down, the CMA can't sit there and go, well, we know you tried, but that's since Sony won't accept this deal, we're just going to nix it. It sounds like the CMA is shifting their stance and saying, obviously, Microsoft is doing everything in their power to offer remedies to Sony to make it acceptable, but Sony just doesn't want anything to do with it at all. So,
yeah, it's definitely interesting. We'll see how it ends up playing out. Good information on that too.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Yep.
And again, thank you, OCD Gamer, for being awesome and playing and saying, hey, if you're not subscribed to these guys, consider subscribing. Let's help them push to the 1K mark. Please, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be awesome. Again, only hit that subscribe button, hit that like button if you are enjoying what you're getting here. Only if you truly support the content that's being provided here. Again, we are live, raw, and uncut. We give you that energy to fuel your soul for your Saturday morning going into the afternoon. I know I leave energized from here, ready to kind of tackle the world. Hopefully you guys do also. And again, there will be timestamps. I saw somebody mention about what did Phil lie about. Again, there will end up being timestamps typically about the different topics that we do discuss. So if you want to go back and see why that is in the title, and again, there's a whole reason there's a question mark at the end of the title. But if that was a good reason for you to get in, hey, I appreciate you for coming in. And we go into it deeply, talk about everything that's happening and the different dealings that are currently happening within the gaming industry. But with that said, it is towards the end of our show. I got a couple quick hitters to mention. Guilty Gear Strive is coming to Game Pass. Please, ladies and gentlemen, check out Guilty Gear Strive when it comes out March 7th. It is an amazing fighter, in my personal opinion. Again, Guilty Gear has been one of those. If there was going to be that type of style, I never could understand Street Fighter, but the more anime-esque versions, whether it's your Guilty Gear, BlazBlue, for an example, we're more
which is coming later.
And BlazBlue is supposed to be coming too, which I'm super excited about because I love BlazBlue also. Need to actually jump. I have such a high expectation, like, oh, I need to be so good. It's a personal thing. I think that's pretty much it on that standpoint. Let's get into this day and
Make me feel old, Steve.
The section that makes Pong feel old, but
and you too, because you're old now too.
Yeah. That's what Pong was trying to get me roped into it. But
the
biggest reason why we do this day is gaming is we go back almost 30 years or over in gaming history, so you can kind of have an understanding from where we were to where we kind of are today. And it's always awesome when we get these different titles that to drop in here, like this time at the release of the PlayStation 2. Apparently in Japan, in the year 2000. So we got some things that we can look forward to, man. Gaming as art should be treated as such. Is another big reason why we do this. Everything should happen is representation. And maybe you'll go back. Another game, Fatal Frame, we talked about earlier too. I love how these kind of work out sometimes in this day of gaming. So let's get into it, ladies. Much love. Jacob says, you said Blaze Blue wrong still.
Yes. You always say Blas. You
Do I
always
say?
say Blas. Yeah.
Oh, no,
I let it roll because it's your style, and I always say names weird too. So
Say
it's
Blas
like
Blue, I don't
whatever.
know.
Blas
It's
Blue
Blaze
is
Blue,
Blaze
my
Blue.
fault.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
fault.
yeah.
I don't know. I guess I grew up saying Blas Blue, and I don't know. I'm about to look that up. I feel like that's really weird. I feel like somebody else told me that actually Blas. I don't know.
Forever we started talking about it that you always said Blas. I was just like, hey, that's his style. That's the way he rolls. Like I said,
I mean, again, if I'm
always
saying it
screw up
wrong,
names.
please correct me because I
Wow.
like getting the name. I like getting the name right. If it's Blaze
No,
Blue,
it's your
I get
style.
Blaze
You
Blue.
got your little spin on it, Steel.
I
It's like blase blase,
But
man.
I can't say that I have a thing for saying names right too. Though. You see me when I get these complicated anime names or fucking Japanese names.
Right. But even if they're right or wrong, they still sound good when you say them. So it doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day.
I appreciate it. Maybe they can hit me up and that'll be the new name of the game. Blas Blue Eternity.
Blas Blue.
That'll be the next one.
It's like I think I give Black Card Day. I say Black Card Day, and I think it's just Black Card.
It might be. I call it Black Card Day. I like Card Day.
Yeah, I like Black Card Day.
But that's also because of Card Day, the rapper. Like I don't know. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Who knows?
Card A B. Let's go.
There you go. There you go. All right. So this day in gaming. Let me see if I can make this actually a little bit bigger. I don't know why it ended up. All right. So in this day in gaming, we're starting in 1995, and that's with the Super Nintendo releasing Last Bible 3 in Japan.
Last Bible?
Yeah, Last Bible 3.
Speaking of which, the Jesus game is launching on PC. You gonna play it?
No, I'm not.
Did you see that one?
No, I didn't. I'm about to go look.
It's a first-person game where you're actually Jesus.
Really?
You perform miracles and stuff. No joke. Like, yeah, this thing's been getting some play. Like, you go turn water into wine.
I'm good.
Like, you go through the whole story, bro, at first person.
I'm good.
That's
like,
it's called.
That's like to fulfill somebody's fucking. I guess that's their own power fantasy.
But that shows that it's game. Somebody out there had this idea that they wanted to make a first-person Jesus game where you perform miracles and go. It's like an RPG. It's open world. You're going around talking to people and doing stuff. Like, it's crazy.
In Delusions of Grandeur, the what you brought up right there is actually an excellent point because it's been something that we've constantly touched on and other people mentioned. He says, I just think it's funny that this year, now that Sony may only have one first-party game, aka Spider-Man, the Sony guys are now saying the third-party games filling slots are good enough for Sony. Mm-hmm. And it's not good enough when the opposition does it.
Of course.
So you can't win for losing. That's why gaming is such an interesting conversation to have with people, because people are going to have their own opinion on how they view things or why they feel these things are better. But again, I'm always open for conversation. If that's what they want to believe, hey, that's what you want to believe. But I personally feel like it does add into that. This is why they get the pull that they do. Mm-hmm. That's popularity. A character here, I guess maybe even a game that still seems popular today. In 1999, PlayStation released Pepsi Man in Japan. Got the
Pepsi Man.
People are still obsessed with Pepsi Man.
You know what was a great game was the 7-Up dot. Do you remember his game?
I think I do. I think I do remember.
It was a platformer, and you play. Remember when 7-Up used the little guy? He was
the
red
I do
dot.
Remember that. I do remember
Spot.
that.
Was his name Spot or Dot? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
But yeah, they actually had a game, and it was a full-fledged game. It wasn't like a stupid like a Burger King, like when Burger King.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
This was like an actual. I forget who developed it. Great game though. Great game.
Seems dope. Yeah,
it was PS.
I can remember it was pretty decent game.
Sega Saturn. I can't remember anymore, but yeah, it was a great game. Anyway, sorry.
Then in 2000, you had PlayStation 2 release Eternal Ring in Japan.
Okay.
Then in 2000, you had PlayStation 2 release Kessen. That thing is really.
Yeah, I think I remember Kessen. Yep.
And then in 2000, PlayStation 2 released the PlayStation 2.
Nice.
Then in 2000, another good game here. PlayStation 2 released Ridge Racer 5.
Oh,
what a lineup right there with those
Ridge Racer.
2000.
Yeah.
Then in 2000, PlayStation 2 released Street Fighter EX3.
Nice.
What a year right there. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2001, Nintendo 64 released Conker's Bad Fur Day. Got to Conker. A lot of people want Conker to come back.
Never got the appeal, but shout out to everybody who did.
Yeah,
I don't take it away from you. So
then in 2002, PlayStation 2 released Fatal Frame. Shout out to Fatal Frame. We were talking about that earlier.
Oh, God, freaking.
No, yeah, it was scary as fuck. That's why I remember this is the game that I remember playing, and this is what it's another reason why I'm good. Then in 2002, Xbox released Rally Sport Challenge. Okay, shout out to Rally.
Rally Sport Challenge? Yeah, Rally Sport's been around for a while. I think they still make them. I'm trying to remember. But
then in 2003, GameCube released Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc. Not the Rayman.
Rayman's awesome.
Then in 2004, GameCube released Custom Robo in Japan. Yeah, I didn't play that. I wish I could have. Then in 2004...
Would Custom Robo 3 outsell Starfield? What do you think? Is it primed?
Is it primed? I don't think it's primed. That's the only problem. I don't think it's primed.
Can't help myself.
Yeah, I know.
This is so funny.
Then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released the Ghost in the Shell standalone complex.
Yes.
Not the Ghost in the Shell.
Did that come west? I'm trying to remember if I played it because I'm a huge Ghost in the Shell fan. I'm trying to remember if I played that one. Yeah. Great anime. All the series on that is really.
I actually thought the show was pretty. The movie that came out was it didn't hold true, but it wasn't what I completely wanted. But I saw what they were trying to do, and I thought it was alright.
Yeah. Plus, what's her faces? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it helps.
Yeah, we're good.
It helps. When you think,
Scarlet.
I can't go wrong. Yeah,
no.
Just to be honest, if there's one I'd pick, that would be the one.
The uproar about that too was so funny.
I don't know why. People always got to pick something. I guess. I thought she did a fucking fantastic job.
And Major in the anime. Anyway, we're not gonna.
Yeah. We won't. Yeah. It's completely different. But
yeah.
Then in 2008, Anno 1701 Dawn of Discovery released on the DS. Then in 2008, the God of War Chains of Olympus, was released on PSP.
Actually, a fun game. I know not everybody agrees, but I actually liked it on PSP. It was actually pretty good.
Then in 2008, MLB 08, the show came out on PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PSP. But yeah.
Shout out to that first party title coming to Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't have to be Asian. Like, it worked. Like, it worked and goes, like, it worked.
And again, in the anime, she wasn't specifically.
She wasn't. She wasn't.
No.
She looked kind of had a look, but no.
But not really, too. If you look at some of the scenes, not over the top. Not like in your face.
If they wanted her, especially during that time of animation, if they wanted her to look like that, they would have. There's anyway. The anime is great. Movie was solid. Check out Ghost in the Shell if you don't know what we're talking about. I'll tell you right now, the anime is a little bit risque though. Just be on the word. Just don't watch it around your kids.
Oh, but it's don't watch it around the kids. No.
It's very gruesome. They
don't play. That and Akira, no.
Yeah, like I know Akira has gotten more and more attention, but don't watch Akira around the kid, please. That's all I'm saying. It's good. It's really good. Just don't watch. I watched it as a kid. Probably shouldn't have watched it. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. Anyway, I might go back and watch that. Then in 2008, you had Warhammer 40K Dawn of War Soulstorm released on PC.
Oh, freaking great game.
Then in 2010, you had Dot Hack Link released on PSP.
Dot Hack, been around for a while.
Dot Hack. I actually have not gotten into Dot Hack.
No, I watched some of the anime,
but I haven't watched it.
It was all right.
I want to check it out. I know a lot of people, it's another one of those animes too, where they have different, kind of like Gundam in some facts, where it's just like, you have your main timeline, which is like the Mobile Suit Gundam, which led into other things. And then all these others. I think Dot Hack has something that's also very similar, where it doesn't focus on the same set of characters the entire time.
Yeah.
So it can be kind of convoluted in some aspects, but I think the main crux of the anime that they had, the one that has the most seasons, I can't remember what it was. I heard that was pretty good.
Eastside Vandal, Ninja Scroll, one of my all-time favorite animes as well, up there. Do not watch that around your kids either. That and Demon City Shinjuku. Do not watch that.
No, Demon City Shinjuku is really good too. Yeah, don't watch that.
Bro, that lineup back then of those anime, they
were good, but they were also
they're adult. They very flat out adult.
Very adult. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I think. That's what made it interesting. It didn't have to be tentacles for you to be interested.
No, and it wasn't popular like it is nowadays, but they were still making those, and those are still classics that hold up to this day, like flat out.
You can watch it.
I know a lot of current day anime kids have never seen it, right? Yeah. Have never seen the originals of what started, like Robotech. Nobody's, a lot of people haven't seen the original Macross in Robotech. You should go back and watch it. They hold up. That hand-drawn style anime, I still think beats most computer anime. I will say there are some now that I go, damn, that's good. But I love the hand-drawn anime.
Like Trigun is another good example of that, where redone it more so in CG. I haven't watched it yet, but from what I did see of it, the clips, it is, for somebody who watched the original Trigun, it is very jarring to see.
Yes.
But I've also, from what I've seen, it looked like they've done well with it, and there has been some effort in there. Yep. But it's just something that disconnects me from it with that animation style. Dragon Ball has started doing it, which is just like,
it's not the same feeling.
It's
weird.
I don't know.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with it. I understand why they do it. Again, technology moves forward. You're going to do it. It's great. But there's something about the classic cell hand-drawn animation that still hits me the right way. Vampire Heart to D, thank you, Nix. Vampire Heart to D, I got the books actually for Vampire Heart to D as well. Fantastic, ridiculously good. I love when we bring up anime and everybody brings out the old school stuff, man. Appleseed, man, Trigun. Oh my God, man. Just the classics all down the way.
Voltron was really dope, bro.
Voltron. Lions, Voltron, both of them were good. I like the Lions.
I think Voltron was the reason why I fell in love with Power Rangers, because Power Rangers was the more modern version of Voltron, and me as a kid, that was easier for me to relate to, and that was directly based off of Voltron.
I just like the fact that when you look back at Voltron, we didn't realize it back then because, of course, it was all new to us. But you watch it now, they had a different kaiju every show. That was so cool. Like Voltron was fighting a different kaiju every time. The witch would bring forth a new kaiju every single show. That was so damn cool.
That shit was dope as fuck. Awesome. It was dope. And they actually redid Voltron, and I think that one was actually done. It doesn't have the same. Again, it's feeling. It just goes back to feeling. It doesn't have the same feeling as the old one does, and you can tell they've changed. I mean, it's when they get to the action sequences, it's still. I was only able to get through the first season. I sat and watched. And I had a Voltron when I was young, so Voltron was super popular. Love that thing. Yeah, Car Voltron was trash. It was all about that lion gag. Yeah, 100%. And again, I'm somebody who's obsessed with lions since I was little. That's probably the main reason why. All right, let's continue here. Let's get us out of here. So
we got an anime.
2013, you had Tomb Raider released on the PC. Got the Tomb Raider. Then in 2014, you had South Park: The Stick of Truth released on PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360. Shout out to the South Park fans. South Park has its moments, but I can't.
I loved it for about 7 years.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then in 2016, you have Momodora Reverie Under the Moonlight released on PC.
Is that that's the kid. That's the little girl one where you're sneaking around and you got to avoid the spirits, I want to believe.
Fist of the North Star.
Yes, Fist of the North Star. Yeah, that's a good one too. I saw that pop up.
Y'all are killing me there. 2016, you had Ultimate Chicken Horse released on Linux, Macintosh, and PC. Out to Ultimate Chicken Horse. Then in 2018, you had Kirby Star Allies released on the Nintendo Switch. Got to Kirby.
No.
Hey, God, Kirby can get bricked up. He can become anything, man. Shout out to Kirby. Shout out to the pink Bob that eats everything.
Yeah, somebody posted a picture of him eating.
I don't even want to know what else he was
eating Cammy's ass. Some new Street Fighter.
I seen that.
With her pose.
Yeah. New pose? Yeah.
Yeah.
I seen that. It was so funny how many people I saw thirsting over Cammy after that trailer.
Bro, they did her right. I was just gonna say.
I think I like her new version better. I didn't like the whole thong butt crack Cammy. I didn't like it.
Whatever, Steel. You just act.
But
like
I'm also the guy where
this perfect halo.
No, I think that
Angel Steel.
I think that Samus looks good in a suit.
It's too much.
No, I don't.
Look at Steel. It's just too much. My virgin eyes. Oh.
No, it's just maybe I can see beauty with the clothes on. Maybe.
Oh, all right. Let's hurry up here. This is getting thick now. All right, let's go. Chad, are you listening to this?
Saying, man. Just
saying. My God. This is what happens after 4 hours. Let's go.
Then in 2019, again, this is one of my all-time games. I got almost 1,700 hours in this game at this point. Black Desert released on Xbox One. I shot the Black Desert. And then in 2022, you got Gran Turismo 7 released for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. So, shout out to GT7. Hasn't been the same since about GT3, but hey, nonetheless, that's either here or there.
Still, we didn't even talk about that one. Did you see that conversation this week?
What?
Forza's trash because it doesn't have VR.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, Forza's absolute trash now. GT is back at being king again. Well, they don't even say that because they believe it's always been king. Gran Turismo is the best ever because Forza doesn't offer a VR mode. So how can it be good? How many GT7 players are going to play in VR? How many? What's your percentage?
I don't think very many personally, but again, to each their own. If that really, and I heard a lot of people say
again, I'm not taking away that it's a great experience. I'm not gonna. I said it. That's like one of the VR experiences I would like to try.
Yeah.
But to try to come out and say that Forza is now trash because it doesn't offer a VR mode when Xbox doesn't have VR, and that's your argument. Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I don't know. That is it. Again, hey, if that's what you want to use, hey, more ammo to you. I don't really care. I would still rather play flat Forza over GT. Yeah, but that's my personal opinion. With neither here or there, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for checking us out for the almost 5 hours that we've been getting at it today. Look, we had a lot of great conversation. I didn't anticipate it for actually going this long today. Thought we were going to be more so along the lines of 3. But, hey, when you're having a good time, when you're taking things from multiple different angles, pause, and talking about the industry in total, especially on a non-console-centric platform right here with Living Splitscreen, where we do cover everything in the industry from an RTS perspective, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together and building up that foundation so we could potentially reach 3 billion gamers. Although we got to release some more shorts out there. Because I want to hit 3K this year, but we got to do more shorts and be more lively all over the other place. I've set some things up in the background to make it a little bit easier for us to do that, like doing quick clips and things like that. I just need to start taking advantage of it more. And I don't like when we take ourselves out of context either, because but anyway, neither here or there. Thank you all for tuning in today. Hopefully you got that live run uncut energy to feed your soul, to get your day started. And if you haven't, just hug somebody and tell them that you love them. I don't know what else to do for you. But anyway, with that being said, you can find me, Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere that has a search bar. Google's the easiest place. It comes with all the links. I frequent the streets of Twitter, the Xbox ecosystem, so PC. I'm not really too active in Discord, though. It's kind of off and on. If I had a reason to, I probably would be. But yeah, just hit me up on Twitter mainly. Hit me up in the DMs. Let's chop it up. If you want to get some gaming in, shoot through a message. Or if you just want to talk in the messages, hit me up, man. I'm always down for that. Never shy away from people. And if I'm busy playing a game, don't want to talk, I'll definitely let you know. I'm not one of those people that is hiding from somebody. I don't get that. To each their own, no. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I have to pass it off to one of the most uncanny gentlemen to get us out of here. And that's my brother from another. I want to thank you for, continuously being another half of the Living Splitscreen thing that we got going on here. Greatly appreciate you continuously doing.
I'm like 25%. You're like 75% of the show. So.
Whatever.
No, thank you, Steel, brother. Again, it's fantastic. Again, I was being extremely genuine with my smile and my laughter when you went off behind the scenes when we were just getting the show started, because like I said, I show up Saturday morning, I'm like, hey, it's gonna be a good show, and then Steel just rolls on in here ready to rock, and he goes off on a nearly 20-minute tangent before we even start the show. The man's just rolling, and I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. This is my brother. It's my brother. We're ready to go. Let's go. Let's get into the show. No, this has been great. And chat, you guys were absolutely amazing. We hit over 70 people. Like, consistently over 50 people were in here for 4 hours. You guys are man, that's just absolutely amazing. It boggles my mind still. It doesn't matter how big the audience is, whatever show I'm on, whatever I'm at. Again, I always picture it as if we rented out a gym or a theater. We had 50 to 70 people constantly for 4 hours sitting in their seats listening to us. Like, that'd be crazy to me, right? It's just super awesome. And you guys' conversations, again, we have so many different characters in our chat. You guys bring so many different perspectives yourselves, and it's conversation, and you guys keep it clean. You guys keep it fun. You guys are having in-depth conversations while we're chatting. We bring your conversations in. But that's what Steel and I always wanted. Different perspectives. It doesn't matter where you come from, how you game, where you game, what your history is. You come with good ideas. That's what we want here, because Steel and I hope we're presenting different perspectives and good ideas as well to drive some of that conversation out here in this community. Because again, the gaming industry, #1 entertainment industry in the world right now, whether it's recognized or not, we all know it is. And that's why we're here, because we're passionate. We love this hobby of ours. So thank you all for joining us again. Nothing but love and respect. And again, if you're listening to us in the future, same. No matter what, 5 minutes or you listen for the full 4 hours, we don't care. 4.5 today. We don't care. It's all the same to us. Thank you for giving us any of your time. So appreciate you all. Listen, tonight, it's the Shop Podcast. You guys all know that. PTK Blam's channel. Be there. It's me. It's Fuzzy. It's PTK Blam, of course. One of the coolest shows you'll ever roll up into. Chill, great conversations. It's just a great time on a Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Be there. Tuesdays, you already know the drill. Xbox Factor Podcast, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick. Shout out to Boom, who's going to listen to this later, I'm sure. Always doing his thing. 5 days a week now. Incredible that he can put together that many shows with all different panels. But Tuesdays, it's all good things green. Xbox Factor, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. Thursdays, it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. Great two-man show. Again, sometimes we do have guests over there, but Mav and I do the same thing on Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Community's growing over there. Fun Speculation Network has been blowing up over the past year and a half as well. Getting some great audiences there. It's a fun time on Thursday night. Again, same type of deal. We don't do 4 hours over there. But we have been doing consistently like 3 now. That's where we're kind of at this point, because the news has been crazy. But be there, PM in the PM, every Thursday night. And then Friday nights, it's back on Fun Speculation channel for Xbox Ultimate, where up, down, left, right, all the way around, lots of laughs. But we do talk a lot of gaming stuff too, and we get different perspectives. Sometimes 3-Bit shows up. We get Psycho in there. We get Jasper in there. Fuzzy's always there with us. He's part of the fam now too. But you get different perspectives. So even if you heard me and Mav on Thursday night, try to let everybody else get their conversations on. And it does spark some different things, because everybody comes from a different way.
1,000%,
so yeah, be there 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time every Friday night. Otherwise, everybody, it's the golden age of gaming. It really, really is. Get out there this weekend. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Roll into Sunday with a big smile on your face. Play what you love what you play. Like Steele said, hug those people that you do love and tell them that you do. And you guys have a great one. I'll talk to you real soon. In fact, tonight, Steele, get everybody out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, thank you for checking out episode 94 of Living Split Screen as we move towards the end of season 2 and then the beginnings of season 3. That's much love, much appreciation, and check us next time on episode 95 of Living Split Screen.
Love that number.
On every Saturday morning. Much love. Y'all stay easy. Peace.